At 7:49 Venal time, an hour and 40 minutes after the descent of the insectoid invasion army, the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Joint Conference of Supreme Defense Commanders. Tai intentionally coughed twice. The president announced roughly more than an hour ago that the entire alliance is now under martial law. The military now has complete control of its defenses. The reserves and civil defense forces will soon come under our control. Currently, we require a workable strategy to drive these contemptible bugs out of the alliance territory. The generals were all silent. Williams took out a box of maple syrup candy and lightly placed one in his mouth before speaking. Our enemy's goal is very clear: occupy the capital. After which, they'll use the resources of the capital ring to move on to the next phase of their plan. We must stop them from achieving their goal. An old, dark-skinned general to the side heavily sighed. General Williams, the enemy army will take no more than 4 days to arrive, and our main forces are stationed at the borders. You should know more than anyone else how much strength the capital defense forces have available. It's not realistic to stop them with the forces we have in the capital, and there's not enough time to bring in men from outside. This isn't even considering the other enemy army threatening the Indero Star region. We can't afford to move the border armies. In these circumstances, do you really think that it's possible to defend the capital? The conference room was filled with sighs. The Alliance's army was scattered across the border regions, but there were still 100 combined fleets stationed in the capital. Still, these 100 fleets were not enough at all compared to the more than 600 fleets of their enemy. Moreover, the insectoids still had 600 fleets at the edge of the Indero Star region, ready to rush in at any time. The situation was extremely perilous. On the planar star map, the Indero Star region was located south of the capital ring. Once the insectoids occupied the capital, the fleets could join with the existing army on the borders to surround from this region to the south of the capital, and there was no doubt that the alliance would be unable to hold out against the assault of 1,200 fleets. A quarter of the alliance's southern territories would instantly be occupied by the insectoids. These were not the only consequences to the capital being taken. It had to be understood that this was the political, economic, and culture heart of the alliance. Once the capital was lost, the economic impact to the alliance would be immense, and panic would rapidly spread through the people. After all, the capital ring was the heart and face of the alliance. Without the heart, how could a human survive? Williams lightly rapped his finger on the table. In brief, the capital can't be lost. This is the result of meticulous analysis performed by the staff of the General Headquarters. Once the capital is lost, the alliance's economy will fall back by 1,000 years, and both the army and common people will be thrown into disarray. The dark-skinned general slapped the table and furiously said, "General Williams, your staff officers can really talk. The capital ring's defense army consists of 106 fleets in total, and 30% of them aren't combined fleets. Within 3 days, we can only amass another 70 or so fleets from the surrounding areas, not even hitting 200 fleets in all. If we were to exclude the security defensive fleets, which lacked any fighting power, our true fighting force is essentially 100 combined fleets. So using 100 fleets against the over 600 insectoid fleets heading toward the capital, each supplemented with 2 capital ships. If you could fight this war and win, this old man would cut off his head and give it to you." The sighs of exasperation in the conference room got even heavier. This was a hopeless war. All the generals present understood this. I'm not saying that we should directly fight with the enemy, but have any of you ever thought of this? The capital possesses the best resources and manpower in the alliance. If we can't hold the capital, we can just move the capital away and set the entire venal galaxy aflame, not leaving the enemies even a shred of resources. Everyone was stunned. Setting the venal galaxy aflame? This was where humanity had originated, God's gift to them. Every citizen of the Pan-Human Alliance regarded this place as holy land. Moving the capital? Destroying the venal galaxy? Forget even pulling it off in the limited time available. Such an option was something that they could not emotionally accept. This was like giving someone a knife and telling them to stab themselves in the heart. It required enormous courage. Williams clenched his teeth. I know that none of you are willing to give up on the capital, give up on this first home that humanity first inhabited, but I must remind you all that only a place where humans live can be called our home. Once the venal galaxy falls into the hands of the insectoids, the result will be 100 times more tragic than now. They all fell silent. This was a difficult decision. No one was willing to give up on venal, but all of them understood that the military did not have the ability to protect it. "I object," shouted a general with large ears. They all glanced at him and saw that this was the deputy head of the Admiralty, Admiral Leighton Zaid Statham. Leighton had already gone off to the Indarostar region to lead the defense, leaving Statham and the rest of his aides in the Admiralty to oversee affairs. The venal galaxy was already lost once, during the robot rebellion. We can't allow her to be lost again at the hands of the insectoids. The Admiralty headquarters has a fleet consisting entirely of capital ships, 80 dreadnoughts, 80 carriers, and 10 supercarriers. Now is the time to deploy the super-capital fleet on the battlefield and defend venal galaxy to the death. Even if we die, we must die here. Before the man could finish, Williams softly said, "The Freedom Cavalry is the foundation of the military. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we can't mobilize this super-capital fleet. Plus, even if we send in the Freedom Cavalry, can we really win? What if this force is completely wiped out? The Alliance will lose its final hope." The Freedom Cavalry they spoke of was a superfleet formed entirely of capital ships, and its base was only 20 jumps away from the capital ring. The military had invested enormous efforts into the superfleet. All of the members of it were the elites of the elites and could go 1 versus 100. Alas, the Freedom Cavalry was the only force of its kind in the Alliance, the last resort of the military. If the Freedom Cavalry was sent in, the military would lose its means of contending against the insectoids. After all, the capital ships in this fleet formed 1/3 of the total number of capital ships in the Alliance. "You coward! You traitor! You're giving up on venal galaxy? The people will curse your name. You contemptible scoundrel! Don't you fear being drowned to death by the spittle of the people cursing your name?" Statham furiously bellowed, his body shivering in agitation. Williams turned the candy in his mouth over with his tongue before lightly answering, "I'm not afraid. The only thing I fear is humanity being wiped off the star map. The capital can be rebuilt, but can humanity?" Statham was unconvinced, but before he could continue cursing Pine Williams, he heard a great boom. Silver-haired General Tai finally had enough. He slammed the table and sent the teacups on it flying in the air, his face ashen. Even the temperamental Statham did not dare to say any more. The legends said that Tai's bellow of fury was an ultimate weapon akin to the roar of the goddess of freedom. Nobody dared to challenge General Tai's authority in the military. "Enough. Silence, all of you," Tai roared. The conference room became deathly still, the generals not even daring to breathe too loudly. "Williams, how long will it take to move the capital?" Tai sternly asked, his tone brooking no objection. Though he said that he would hear the opinions of others, once he made up his mind, he would execute his decisions without hesitation and not care one bit about what other people felt. Williams opened his micro-supercomputer and took out a detailed form. 180 hours, provided that the military, police, and the various fighter organizations and corporations work together. Tai nodded. Williams truly deserved his position as chief of the military's general staff and member of the military triumvirate, and the subordinate that he was the most proud of. The incident had only taken place around 1 hour ago, but Williams had already developed a detailed solution for withdrawing from the capital. This was firm proof of his decision-making and thinking abilities. "General Williams," Tai sternly said. "Present." Williams immediately stood up and saluted. "The military appoints you as chief commander of the capital withdrawal plan. You have full authority to execute this plan. Within 150 hours, you are to withdraw the capital to the Alliance's northern region. Anyone who disobeys you can be executed first and reported after this is all over." "Understood," Williams replied. General Sonis of the Civil Defense Force, General Mi Jian of the Safety Bureau, and Chief Na Chuan of the Alliance Police Force. Present. The 3 senior officers in charge of the civil defense and safety of the capital quickly stood up. "Starting now, all your men are under the direct command of the military. I give you 24 hours to gather all the available warships, transport ships, and even the shuttles around the capital. As for exactly how, seek orders from General Williams." "Yes." Fleets 1574, 2356, 8,426. 70 fleets in total are to head to the Peace Mountain base in the Placid Star region south of the capital immediately and prepare to head off the insectoid fleets. If any fleet does not arrive within 48 hours, their fleet commander is to be summarily executed. The generals were flabbergasted. None of the 70 fleets Tai had mentioned were combat-capable, and all were old or crippled fleets. Instead, in doing this, he was essentially ordering the 70 inferior fleets to commit suicide. Let alone the 70 inferior fleets. Even 70 of the best fleets of the Alliance would be unable to slow the insectoids' advance. The result was obvious even before the battle had taken place. These were 70 fleets. The total number of crew neared 100 million people. One order from the general meant the loss of 100 million lives. This was the cruelty of war. The generals swallowed. If they had been in Tai's position, they would have never had the courage to make this kind of decision. Williams did not show any reaction. It was an ancient principle that the kind should not command soldiers. Anyone who aspired to be a great general must be willing to achieve victory at any costs. Tai had no other options but to make this decision. While sending 100 million souls to their deaths seemed very cruel, if the enemies were allowed to attack the capital, even more lives would be lost. That would be the true cruelty. Having the entire army retreat to the north to re-establish the capital, sacrificing human lives to buy time and gather together a stronger force for a battle at another time was the only possible choice. After some thought, Williams asked, "Who do you plan to have command these 70 fleets?" Silver-haired Tai's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he harshly replied, "It has to be that man. It's about time that we put him to use." Venal time, 3 hours after the insectoids arrived in the Alliance's core region. Black Abyss, at the central command of its coalition army. The Alliance military's sudden intervention caused the Black Abyss coalition to gain back all the territories it had lost, and the front line was pushed all the way into the heartland of Terminus. The opposing army scattered like fleeing rats, and the capture of Terminus and the evil Gulf Stream was only a matter of time. The warlords of Black Abyss were naturally ecstatic. As allies of the Alliance, they stood to benefit greatly from the seizure of the 2 other star regions. After being suppressed in the early stages of the war, the warlords of Black Abyss finally saw some hope. Territory, men, and wealth were close at hand. At this crucial moment, the attack of the insectoids ruined their war plans. A few minutes ago, Yahweh and the others learned that the fleets dispatched by the Alliance were already packing up and preparing to withdraw from the Death Tri region. Without the military support, the balance of war would once more tip in favor of the other star regions. This was not what they wanted to see at all. Yahweh held his head and deeply pondered on what to do, and the other warlord representatives of Black Abyss similarly had their brows knitted in worry. At this moment, the video screen turned on. The military's special signal. Yahweh looked at the display on the screen. The hearts of the others tightened. They had no idea what the military was coming to them for at a time like this. Yahweh hastily opened the communication device and stood respectfully. Tai. When all of them saw that tough face on the screen, they could not help but be shocked. This big boss of the military was giving them a personal call. On the screen, Tai did nothing, seemingly waiting for something. It was several minutes until Tai began speaking. "All right. It seems that basically all the bosses of the Death Tri region are here. This is a temporary open channel call. I have a few matters to announce. First, the military's fleets will be returning to Alliance territory in 24 hours. As for the reason, I am sure all of you know. Second, I will give all of you 2 choices. You may continue to fight there or immediately return to the Alliance with your fleets. If you choose the latter, I will take this into account in the future and spare your lives. If you choose the former, then my apologies. But once I'm done with those insects, you will be the first to die, and I'll see to it that none of you survives." Tai's words were like nails that hammered the hearts of these local tyrants, who normally loved abusing their power. It seemed that he was entirely seriously and was not trying to crack some joke. In truth, Tai could not be blamed for such extreme words. With such a major foe threatening the Pan-Human Alliance, it was extremely inappropriate for the Death Tri region to be part of the Alliance, yet still be caught up in internal strife. It was often said that, to deal with external threats, one must pacify internal threats. Just because Tai did not have the time to handle these troublemaking warlords did not mean that he would let them be. All of you had best believe me. I've never been known as one to lie. Not waiting for any sort of explanation from the Black Abyss warlords, Tai turned the screen off. The warlords were speechless, but Yahweh, after laughing a little, began to walk off. General Yahweh, what are you doing? We should discuss some countermeasures first. Countermeasures? Yahweh turned to them. Discuss what countermeasures? Countermeasures against the military? Regardless of what you plan to do, I'm going to pack up and get back to the Alliance. Don't forget that I, Yahweh, have always been a soldier, first and foremost. No additional actions were needed. With one phone call, Tai had all the warlords of the Death Tri-region scared silly. Although Tai had not promised that he would not execute the rebelling warlords, he had clearly stated that if they did not return to the Alliance to take part in the war, he would exterminate the lot of them. Thus, though the warlords of the Death Tri-region were not happy, they still put down their arms and headed back to the Alliance to answer the call of the military. Xia Fei was unaware that the Terminus Star region, which he had dreamed of taking, was about to become his. As long as he could survive, that was 12 hours after the insectoids had invaded the Alliance territory. In a distant and unknown region of space, Xia Fei slowly clambered up from the floor. His head was dizzy, like someone who was suffering from a hangover. Where are we? Xia Fei rubbed his eyes and looked out the window questioningly. I don't know, replied Phantom helplessly. How long have I been unconscious? What happened in that period? Why don't I remember anything? Xia Fei asked a series of questions, but Phantom could only shake his head. You should be counting your blessings. The wormhole showed signs of collapsing, and your seventh brain region is completely opened, so it's extremely sensitive to external stimuli. Normally, it's a good thing, for this will make your senses sharper and allow you to react quickly to subtle shifts in your surroundings. Unfortunately, when the surrounding environment is too complex, the flaws of having a completely open seventh brain region come out. The wormhole was collapsing while sending out inexplicably disruptive electric waves. Your brain received too many of these waves, causing you to fall unconscious. You only just woke up. Xia Fei went to the restroom and washed his face. He felt like his stomach was on fire, so he drank a large amount of icy cold tap water. How long was I unconscious? Around 12 hours. What? Xia Fei was flabbergasted. That long? How long did it take to get through the wormhole? Also almost 12 hours. Xia Fei was utterly dumbfounded. Normally, due to the restrictions of a ship's power system, a wormhole erected for an impromptu jump would not last particularly long, so it would only take a few minutes to traverse. However, this time, he had taken almost 12 hours to traverse a wormhole. This was just too absurd and completely unheard of. You're sure that it was 12 hours? Very sure. Xia Fei hastily went to the command deck and opened up the ship's self-assessment and radar systems in hopes of finding his current location and inspecting the damage to the ship. Begin self-assessment. Radar system, attempt to connect with the nearest signal. I need to know where we are. Xia Fei frowned as he sternly issued these orders. Half an hour later, Xia Fei dejectedly sat in the captain's chair and lit himself a cigarette. The situation was even worse than he had imagined. The other systems of the ship were fine, but damage to the radar system was fatal. For some reason, the interference created by the wormhole seemed to have a particular fondness for the Black Bat radar, only destroying this most advanced radar system. Is it serious? Phantom asked. Very. The communications system's receiving circuit has been completely burned, leaving only the sending circuit usable. The scanning system has also been completely destroyed, as is the positioning system. It can be said that the radar system has been completely ruined. Xia Fei continued in a disappointed tone. The Black Bat radar's design was modified too much compared to the original. Perhaps this is what made it so much less durable and caused its destruction. Phantom tried to comfort Xia Fei. At least, you're still alive. How many people in this universe can escape alive when surrounded by tens of thousands of ships? And how many people can say that they're able to emerge from a collapsing wormhole? Besides that, the Black Bat radar isn't completely unusable. At the very least, you can send information to the Alliance. In this way, Avril can know that you're still alive. Xia Fei bitterly laughed. The ability to send data is only theoretical, and I can't guarantee anything. Besides, I don't even know where I am. What can Avril even do with the information that I'm alive? Should I make her wait for the rest of her life? Phantom fell silent. This was just how Xia Fei was. He did not care one bit about people he was not concerned with, but for those people that he was concerned about, he could give up everything. Phantom had spent many years with him, but he still could not understand how he had managed to develop such an extreme personality. Suddenly, Xia Fei stood up and firmly said, "All of this is the fault of the insectoids. If possible, I'll kill all of those contemptible bugs. I need to get back as soon as possible. The capital is in danger, and I have no idea how Avril is doing. But we don't even know where we are. How are we going to get back?" This was truly a very serious problem. The stars outside the window were bright and strange. Xia Fei had been stranded out in what seemed like the middle of nowhere. It had to be understood that there was no concept of east, west, south, and north in the universe. Unless Xia Fei knew the coordinates of the Pan-Human Alliance, no matter what direction he went, it would be the wrong direction. Xia Fei also had no means of alleviating his concerns over Avril. He wanted nothing more than to fly back right now. Activate the backup radar and prepare for a random jump, Xia Fei sternly ordered. Xia Fei randomly jumped around the universe, hoping to find a way back. This method was undoubtedly madness, no different from seeking a needle in a haystack. While Xia Fei was immersed in this predicament, in the capital ring, the greatest migration in human history was unfolding. It was not just the capital. All the people within the surrounding 10 million light-years were all fleeing. Large numbers of ships were flooding into the capital, picking up the people and moving out goods. Be it the military, the Ministry of Interior, or the Adjudicator Union, any ship capable of flight and jumping was being recruited for the effort. Time was life, and the number of permanent residents in the capital exceeded 100 billion. Only an immense transportation effort could complete this uncompletable mission in a short time. An Amara-Batting-class battleship slowly parked outside the Half Moon Hill mansion. Originally, private warships were not allowed to approach the capital, but without enemies approaching, such rules had been tossed aside. Pang Xing calmly presided over the Jian family's move. Standing next to him was a handsome young man wearing a captain's uniform. In fact, Xia Fei was somewhat familiar with this person. He had once escorted Xia Fei back from the Wildstar region and was the Starlink Corporation's #1 fleet commander, Jensen. The old master is very magnanimous, even taking these employees and bodyguards with the family, Jensen said with a smile. Pang Xing replied, "These people have all worked in the Jian family for many years. Even if they didn't achieve much merit, they still put in the hard work. And besides, such a large ship has so much space that adding in a few people isn't a big deal." Jensen smiled and asked, "Butler Pang, why haven't I seen the young lady?" Pang Xing replied, "The young lady went to Xia Fei's house to pack a few things. She will be back soon." "Oh," Jensen nodded, hesitantly asking, "But didn't I hear that Xia Fei died?" Pang Xing coldly smiled and patted Jensen on the shoulder. "I will warn you again that, though it's not that you can't say such things in front of the young lady, you must prepare yourself to be sacked if you do. Don't think I don't understand what you're thinking. The youngest fleet commander of Starlink Corporation, a genius mind, but you're still very lacking compared to Xia Fei. Let alone the fact that Xia Fei's death hasn't been confirmed yet. Even if he is dead, the young lady won't favor you." Jensen felt Pang Xing's hand on his shoulder getting heavier and heavier, his shoulder bones beginning to groan. "Butler Pang, don't take it seriously. I was just joking." Jensen hastily begged for mercy. 32 hours later, the impaler slowly emerged from the wormhole. Xia Fei nervously used the radar to seek any worthwhile landmarks or life signals. "There's a signal. Look, though it's clearly not human, at least we're not in some uninhabited region of space," Phantom excitedly said. Xia Fei pursed his lips. "Not human? This doesn't seem to be a good sign." The impaler had two radar systems. One was the standard radar in the Alliance, and the other was the advanced Blackbat radar which Xia Fei had developed. The Blackbat radar currently only had the ability to send out signals. Its other functions, including scanning and probing, had been crippled. Xia Fei could only rely on the standard radar to navigate the sea of stars, hoping to find a way back. The standard radar was weaker all around, and it also had a fatal flaw. It was incapable of sending or receiving signals over extremely long distances. Once it left the range of the interplanetary internet and the military's encrypted network, Xia Fei essentially had no means to establish a connection with the distant alliance. In normal circumstances, if the army wanted to leave the alliance, it would have to take signal relays with them. Every jump, they would have to leave a signal relay in space to establish a temporary communication network with the alliance. This would leave a fatal flaw, for if any point in the relay was destroyed, the fleet would lose contact with headquarters. Alas, Xia Fei did not even have access to this most primitive communication network. Until he brought the Impaler back into Alliance territory, he would remain cut off. In truth, even without a communication network, as long as he had a star map, he would be able to use it to find his way back to the Alliance. But this region of stars was so strange that the Impaler's star map was incapable of identifying his position. Thus, Xia Fei's final hope of returning to the Alliance was lost. For the 32nd time, the Impaler emerged from a wormhole. Performing such completely aimless random jumps was an action of Xia Fei relying purely on luck, and he had no control over what he might encounter. Begin scanning all surrounding planets, Xia Fei grimly ordered. This was the 32nd time he had given such an order, but each result had been disappointing. There were just no planets with life, landmark towers, or passing ships close to him. This desolate region of the stars was tinged with a dim red, and this color that should have excited the mind felt bleak and cold. Landmark 35698. A planet with life signs has been discovered. The atmosphere is suitable for human habitation. Scanning the surface for sources of liquid water, Xia Fei jumped from the command chair and sternly ordered, "A planet with life signs. Quickly approach it. Prepare the execute a multi-layer composite scan. Activate the ship's cloaking system. Don't reveal us." Phantom excitedly said, "Wonderful. If the life forms on the planet are humans or some other sentient races, we can get a star map from them and then use it to find our way back to the Alliance." Xia Fei remained extremely cool and collected, not losing himself from this exciting discovery. He was well aware that finding a planet with life signs was one thing, but whether or not it had life forms was an entirely different matter. If only low-level life forms lived on the planet, Xia Fei could not possibly get a star map capable of getting him back to the Alliance from them. It can at least be a temporary base. If we're fated to spend the rest of our lives like this, we can at least replenish our food stores on the planet, Xia Fei bitterly thought to himself. Human-type sapient life forms have been discovered, but no high-power activities can be found on the planet's surface. Analysis has determined that basic life forms live on this planet with very primitive technology. Threat level is extremely low. Normally, areas inhabited by highly sapient life forms would have large-scale energy pulses. After all, a population of sapient life forms required power plants, factories, and other high-tech locations. Since no large-scale energy activities could be detected after scanning the planet, it meant that the planet was home to basic life forms that did not have the ability to reach space. Xia Fei felt some disappointment. Basic life forms could not offer him much help. What he needed was a star map, a route back to the Alliance. "Do you want to go down and take a look?" Xia Fei nodded. "It's fine to take a look. We might make a surprising discovery. Don't forget that we found the remains of a Titan in a deserted part of the Death Tri region. We can't let even the smallest chance pass us by." Xia Fei had the Impaler land in a mountainous region. The locals had probably never seen something so huge before, so Xia Fei did not want to frighten them. The radar indicated that the local sapient life form's biggest habitat was in the southern plains. After getting himself ready, Xia Fei set off to the south. A cool and fresh wind blew across the open plains. The blades of grass were beginning to yellow, and it appeared that this planet was in autumn season. The long and bitter winter would soon be there. The plain was not completely flat. There were many small hills undulating across the landscape like waves. After traveling around 300 kilometers, Xia Fei did not see a single sapient life form, but he did spot many aardwolf-like creatures. These wolves had very tough hides, and their teeth came in from all sides and came together at the center, like a terrifying man-eating flower. Their tails were short and stiff, and their paws had sharp claws that could tear away at the flesh of anything they latched onto. These aardwolves were extremely wary. The moment they saw Xia Fei, they ran off into the brush, peering from the grass at Xia Fei with their crimson eyes. Xia Fei was an advanced rank special ability warrior, so he naturally did not take these Aardwolves seriously, let alone the Beast Spirit Codex. Even Celestial Moon was enough to take care of these small creatures. On a somewhat more elevated slope, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and looked around, hoping to find traces of the sapient life forms. Suddenly, dust rose from the distance, and the chirping of birds and howls of beasts came from the surroundings, as if a large pack of creatures was coming his way. Shading his eyes with a hand, Xia Fei looked over and saw a horse-like creature carrying a person. Behind this horse creature were several hundred Aardwolves that seemed to want to eat this person and horse for lunch. The person on the horse was incredibly short, like a 5- or 6-year-old child. Their skin was entirely green, and a few strands of black hair hung on their head. Xia Fei thought it over and decided to save this sapient life form and question it. Thus, he swung Celestial Moon and charged out. His body moved as swiftly as lightning, his blade like a shadow. Xia Fei's speed had long ago begun approaching the major threshold of nearly 10,000 meters per second. A normal person would find it extremely difficult to see him. As for the 18-disc blades of Celestial Moon, it was like a comet circling around him, and from a distance, it appeared like a bright ball of light. The person on the horse and the Aardwolves behind were dumbfounded. The Aardwolves could instinctively smell that they were in terrible danger. A large yellow Aardwolf served as the leader of this pack. It raised its head and howled, seemingly telling its subordinates to flee at once. Alas, the piercing howl had only just gone out when that circular knife split into two, blades inserting themselves through both the scalp and the tail of the wolf. Dark red blood gushed out, and without feeling the slightest pain, this wolf went to its eternal rest. Celestial Moon continued to fly around, and in just a few seconds, it had taken down more than half of the pack, leaving the ground strewn with dismembered corpses. The blood dyed the yellowing grass a gruesome red. The small, green man on the horse turned their head and looked at Xia Fei, fear evident in their eyes. After exterminating the wolf pack, Xia Fei went back and snatched that person off the horse with one hand, dragging him from his horse and onto the grass. That man hastily crawled backward, not daring to meet Xia Fei's eyes. Placing a foot on the man's chest, Xia Fei sternly asked, "What place is this? Do you know where the insectoids are?" This place was extremely far away from the Panhuman Alliance, but as long as he could find out where insectoid territory was, he could still find his way back to the Alliance. Xia Fei examined the face closely. It was clear that this little man was not very old. His small eyes were brimming with fear as he looked at Xia Fei, but when Xia Fei mentioned the insectoids, his eyes flashed with a tinge of indescribable fear. It was as if he had heard of the insectoids before and lived in mortal fear of their existence. "You've heard of the insectoids before? Hurry and tell me where their territory is, or else I'll have your life," Xia Fei savagely said. This young green person wildly gesticulated. It turned out that he was a mute and was incapable of answering Xia Fei's question. Xia Fei lifted him. "Take me to your people." The green man was unwilling at first, but he was compliant after Xia Fei slapped him several times. He used his finger to point in the direction he had come from, and Xia Fei quickly went to the south while carrying him. The horse-like creature followed. It was rather intelligent and knew that once Xia Fei left, it would never be able to survive on this plane. This child's 7th brain region is already somewhat opened, around 30%. He should have some sort of special ability, I guess, Phantom said. Xia Fei ignored this comment. He was not worried about whether this little green man had a special ability or not, but rather on how to get back quickly to the Panhuman Alliance. It was not long before Xia Fei ran into a group of green men who had been chasing the pack of wolves. They appeared very agitated upon seeing the boy in Xia Fei's hands. Xia Fei looked at their weapons, but they were all cold weapons like spears or bows. The spears were made of some gold-colored metal and were covered in many mysterious carvings. A golden beam of light suddenly shot out from an angle, targeting Xia Fei. Startled, Xia Fei slightly leaned back, and the golden beam of light brushed past his chest. Xia Fei had never imagined that these spears held by the green men could fire lasers. It appeared that this planet was more complicated than it seemed. Xia Fei stopped and released Celestial Moon, killing intent in his heart. Any life form that attacked him was an enemy, and Xia Fei would show no pity to enemies. The green youth in his hand wildly gesticulated, seemingly trying to tell these people something. A green life form that appeared to be the eldest jumped off from his horse and dragged that fellow who had suddenly attacked off their horse. As he was very short, he had to pull on that other man's leg to get them off the horse. That eldest green man took a golden knife from his waist and swiftly cut off the offender's ear. He presented the ear with both hands to Xia Fei as if trying to apologize. The green life form who had had his ear cut off said nothing. He simply held the wound as he glared at Xia Fei, apparently unwilling to concede. Xia Fei discovered that his teeth were very similar to those of a beast, embedded in the upper and lower jaws like nails. These sapient life forms might be more complex than we thought. They have laser weapons, but their appearances are very primitive, Phantom said. Xia Fei sensed a stubborn resistance from these people, so with cold eyes, he walked over to that little green man, who had had his ear cut off, and sliced off his head. I hate resentful gazes like this the most, Xia Fei coldly said. Xia Fei killed that green sapient life form that had fired at him without a word. His cold eyes scanned the more than 100 remaining comrades without the slightest fear. Why did you kill him? Phantom questioned. Their leader offered you his ear and conceded, right? Is there any need to be so ruthless? Look at their eyes. What's wrong with their eyes? Phantom curiously looked around. There's nothing special about their eyes. Xia Fei smiled. Their gazes are cunning and vicious, tinged with a stubborn streak that doesn't yield. A race like this won't easily lower their heads. If I let him go, he might stab me in the back one day. At times, showing pity to others is being cruel to yourself. Phantom sighed. Xia Fei was right. These green life forms clearly were not the kind sort. If one encountered a good-natured race, one might be able to use words and actions to reform them. But when encountering a wicked race like this, only greater wickedness could intimidate them. You attacked me once, so I'll take the lives of 100 of you as compensation, Xia Fei coldly said. Celestial moon suddenly rose in the air and spun into the horizon. Xia Fei held nothing back, unleashing his strongest fighting power. A moment ago, 100 life forms had still been breathing, still raging, but in the blink of an eye, they had all been butchered by Xia Fei's blade. All of them had been beheaded without exception. Celestial moon flew back into the sheath on Xia Fei's right arm, and with a heavy metallic thump, headless corpses dropped to the ground. Once one took action, one could not show the slightest mercy. Xia Fei had chosen the strongest warriors with the most vicious gazes among this group. There had been more than 200 warriors in this group, but in 1 second, half of them had been cut down. The rest of them stared in horror at Xia Fei, the resentment gone from their eyes, leaving only fear. Xia Fei was very satisfied with their attitude, and he calmly said, "The first time, I killed 100. The second time, I will kill 1,000. If there's still a third time, then I'll exterminate your entire race." That somewhat older green-skinned life form was taken back, but he silently nodded. He glanced at the youth under Xia Fei's arm, apparently very concerned about his life. If so, Xia Fei had even less reason to let him go. Let's go. I want to see your leader. As they moved farther south, the number of Aardwolves rapidly dwindled. It appeared that they were getting close to the main camp of these green life forms, so the wilderness was much quieter. Someone would occasionally leave the group to go back and report. Xia Fei did not care and let them freely go back and forth. Occasionally, scantily clad women would appear near the group. They were short, but the lumps on their chests were of significant size. Alas, Xia Fei had no interest in alien women and only very briefly glanced at them. These women searched the grass and dug out some kind of white and red weeds. Xia Fei noticed that they were very careful when digging out the weeds, only taking the stalk and leaves, leaving behind the roots. They would also leave behind weeds that appeared too weak, seemingly intentionally protecting these plants so that they could grow. Upon seeing this outsider, the women were astonished, but the men in the group yelled for the women to head back quickly. It was not long before the group reached the center of the plains. Many tents had been erected along the sides of a mountain. There was not anything special about these tents, woven from animal hides and some coarse fabric. If there was anything remarkable, it was that they were rather short, but the mountain was very strange. The massive mountain was like a cigar thrust into the plains, with very distinct protrusions, and the top of it resembled several giant bowls. Not a blade of grass grew around the mountain, and even its surroundings were nothing but yellow sand. Those tents were erected on the sand. Everyone stared at Xia Fei as if he were some kind of monster, and some even gripped their weapons as they angrily glared at him. Xia Fei smiled. Their angry and fearful eyes meant they already knew that Xia Fei was not someone to be lightly provoked, and the leader of this camp had probably ordered them not to act recklessly. Many women were weeping, and their gazes aimed at Xia Fei were far more resentful. After all, Xia Fei had killed their husbands. In a primitive tribe like this, a family without its man would suffer miserably. Xia Fei threw the green-skinned youth to the ground and stomped a foot on his chest. The youth grimaced and barely managed to stop himself from crying, but the watching warriors could no longer stand it. One of them rolled up his sleeves and prepared to rush at Xia Fei, but he was stopped by his comrade. Death was truly powerful. Xia Fei ruthlessly killed 100 of these intelligent green life forms in exchange for a fear that came from the depths of their hearts. In this tribe of more than 30,000 people, not one had the courage to resist. "I want to see your leader," Xia Fei coldly said, raising an eyebrow. The alien life forms made a path leading to the largest of the tents. Other than size, there was something else different about this tent. A colored triangle flag was displayed above the tent, flapping in the wind. A wicked smile appeared on Xia Fei's lips, and he yelled, "Tell your leader to come out and see me." That elder, who had come back with Xia Fei, hastily ran inside the tent, and it was not long before he came out with a silver-haired, green-skinned elder. This elder had much longer ears, with a golden earring on the left one. Xia Fei glanced down at the youth under his foot and saw that he had a similar earring. It was clear that they were different from the other members of the tribe. So he's the tribe chief's son. It's no wonder they care so much about him, Xia Fei said to himself. The silver-haired elder's eyes were white and lightless. He was probably blind. The father was blind while the son was a mute. They truly were somewhat a family in a way. Venerable one, Tulan Chief Daimu pays his respects. The elder kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to Xia Fei, the others bowing with him. Xia Fei held his head high, took a Hongtishan cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a drag of it. The name Xia Fei, not some venerable one. Phantom suddenly realized that Xia Fei was clearly a conqueror today. Grain, some crude and strong alcohol, and a goat-like creature being roasted on a bonfire. This was everything the Tulans had to offer Xia Fei. Of course, there was also tea brewed from the red and white weeds. The Tulans were not as good at brewing tea as humans. They placed a giant metal pot on the lit fire. Then they threw the red and white colored flowers into the boiling water to simmer until the water became a faint red. A Tulan woman brought a metal tea cup to Xia Fei, placed it in front of him, and then hastily left, apparently very afraid of him. Xia Fei did not care about how other people viewed him, and fear was the effect Xia Fei had wanted to achieve. In the tent with Xia Fei were the blind Tulan Chief Daimu and the old man who had brought Xia Fei back to the camp. "I know that you have some connection to the insectoids, and I'm not used to asking a question too many times. If you're not willing to talk, I'll start killing members of your tribe until you tell me what I want." Xia Fei sniffed the tea but did not drink. Daimu waved his hand, ordering the old man to leave. Then he picked up his cup and drained its content. Every winter, red snow will fall on this planet. The snow contains a substance that is poisonous to the body. In our tribe, a child will consume this tea brewed from the red and white grass as soon as they are born, or else they will not be able to survive the vile winter. Xia Fei saw that there was nothing fishy about the tea and took a light sip. It was as sweet as honey and not difficult at all to drink. "Venerable one, don't worry. My tribe has already submitted to you, so we will answer all of your questions." Daimu rose from his chair. All Xia Fei did was nod. "Venerable one, you mentioned the insectoids. We know of them because of an ancient Tulan legend. In the legend, we used to coexist with the insectoids peacefully under the same starry sky, but later on, for some reason, the insectoids betrayed us and began eating us, destroying our cities. In the end, the greatest Tulan, the royal high priest Sick, led us away from home, after which we wandered in the universe." Xia Fei was taken aback. These small green dwarfs had once coexisted with the insectoids? How is that possible? It must be understood that the insectoids were a rather primitive and backward race, their natures cruel. They had no reason to coexist, long-term, with another race. In truth, it was not just the insectoids. Any race in the universe was xenophobic. Even a docile race like the humans was unwilling to mix with other races. Was this elder speaking the truth? I have no interest in your history. I only want to know where the insectoid territory is. How can I get there? Xia Fei asked. Daimu shook his head. Venerable One, my apologies. These things are only legends of our race. As for how to reach insectoid territory, I truly don't know. Then humans. What are humans? Can you eat them? Xia Fei glared at him. He could tell from the tone that the elder was telling the truth, but this was not the answer Xia Fei wanted to hear. I can eat you. I will give you 3 minutes. If you can't give me an explanation, I'll throw all the members of your tribe into a pot. I'm sure that will feed me for quite some time. Daimu quickly reached out and fumbled for Xia Fei, trying to stop him. Alas, he was blind, so after fumbling around for some time, he only managed to burn a finger on the fire. Venerable One, please don't do that. I will tell you everything. Xia Fei remained silent. To the west of the plains is a temple built by the Tulan ancestors, recording the entire migration of our race. If you wish to understand it, you may go to the ancestral temple. Daimu said many things in one breath out of fear that Xia Fei would start killing again, confessing all the secrets of his race, but Xia Fei said nothing. Daimu panicked and hastily said, "Please follow me. I will show you something so that you may understand." Daimu led Xia Fei out of the tent and in the direction of the mountain. While this Tulan elder was blind, his steps were steady and nimble. The loose stones covering the mountain path were no hindrance to his journey. From this, one could conclude that he walked this path frequently. At the foot of the mountain, Daimu stopped. Venerable One, this mountain is actually a flying ship that our ancestors used to leave insectoid territory and come here. It's just that, with the passage of time, it's no longer possible to see the ship's original form. Xia Fei was taken aback, and he stroked the black stone walls. The walls were coarse and did not have the heavy and cold sensation of metal, feeling more like stone. The entrance is here. Venerable One, follow me. The two of them traveled around 1 kilometer along the base of the mountain, arriving in front of a smooth stone wall. From a distance, this stone wall really did seem like a large door, but there was no crevice in the middle. Carvings covered it, but time had worn them away into nothing but blurry images. Daimu removed a black transparent crystal from his bosom. It was a rather strange crystal, in the shape of a triangle and appearing to have some sort of computer chip embedded in it. There was a groove in the wall, which Daimu slotted the crystal into. The two were a perfect fit, seemingly made for each other. He took a deep breath, and a dark red light gathered in his hand. He placed his hand on the black crystal and then pushed, upon which the light was inserted into the crystal. The heavy mountain walls slowly moved to the side, but they only opened a crack before stopping, large enough to allow a single person through. I'm old and can't use much mind power. Venerable One, please forgive me. Daimu bowed. Xia Fei smiled. The mind power you speak of should be a special ability, right? Also, don't call me Venerable One. The name's Xia Fei. Daimu replied. An excellent opinion, Venerable One. Calling this a special ability won't be excessive. Those with mind power will often become much stronger than other members of the race and possess extremely unique abilities. As for the title of Venerable One, it is a form of address reserved for the greatest of Tulan warriors. If you don't like it, I will call you Venerable Xia. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Venerable Xia had little difference to Venerable One, so his objections were seemingly pointless. How many people in your tribe have special abilities? Xia Fei asked. Daimu bitterly smiled. 3. 3? So few, Xia Fei sternly said. Your tribe has more than 20,000 people, but only 3 have special abilities? Daimu replied. To be more accurate, only 1. Because my son and I both have the special energy ability needed to activate our ancestors' flying ship, only we are capable of opening it. No one else can do this. This ability has been passed down through the bloodline. My father and my father's father both had this ability. Inheriting an ability comes with a price. As you have seen, I was born blind while my son is deaf. That's the price we must pay. He isn't lying. Daimu's 7th brain region is half open, different from the other members of his tribe, Phantom explained. Xia Fei suddenly recalled Constantine. The prince of the Blood Candle Kingdom had once told Xia Fei that his empire had an extremely high number of special ability users, but almost all of their bodies had innate flaws of varying degrees. Was there really a method of exchanging a part of one's body to open the seventh brain region? He lit a cigarette out of habit. Every time Xia Fei needed to think, he would subconsciously do this. Whether it was opening the seventh brain region through cultivation or opening it by using the body, since ancient times, many different races had been researching the mysterious seventh brain region. They had not all chosen the same paths, but the endpoint was always the seventh brain region. As one of the rare warriors in the universe who had completely opened the seventh brain region, Xia Fei was extremely interested in legends with regard to the seventh brain region. Why did this mysterious region exist? It was a riddle that had plagued humanity for eons. It now seemed that not just humanity was plagued by this riddle. Other sapient life forms in the universe also had been concerned with it. Xia Fei grabbed Daimo. He was so thin and small that Xia Fei could carry him like one would carry a small green monkey. Let's go and see what's so special about this flying ship of your ancestors. Daimo smiled and did not dare to speak. It was clear that Xia Fei was not some kind-hearted soul. Someone who could pitilessly kill 100 of the tribe's strongest warriors could naturally kill him as well. Turn left up ahead, then go straight. At the end of a corridor is a door. Go through the door and continue walking straight. Then take the stairs to the floor above. Xia Fei's heart was madly thumping. This ancient warship gave him a very strange feeling. As he walked, he surveyed the structure of this ship and found many suspicious areas that left him feeling baffled. A few moments later, Xia Fei arrived at the warship's command center. This place was arranged very similarly to that of a human ship's command deck. There was a chair for the captain at the very back and at the highest position, and in front was a row of seats for crew members to work. There was a radar, a firing system, and all the other systems one might expect to find. The only difference was that life preservation tank in the center of the command deck. This tank was made of transparent glass, and there should have been a lot of organic solution within the tank, which some organisms could be immersed in, but there was no liquid in the tank now. Only a black and shriveled object that looked like a carbonized ball cactus was sitting in the center of the tank, with many thin and transparent wires connected to it. Xia Fei suddenly recalled a certain science fiction movie where a human brain was removed and soaked in formaldehyde, and those wires were connected to the nerves in the brain, allowing it to continue to work. This tank appeared very similar to that sort of apparatus. If that ball cactus-like object in the tank was really a brain, it definitely did not belong to a human, for it was simply too large, enough to contain several hundreds of human brains. Xia Fei's hand turned into a small knife. He carefully cut off a piece of that ball cactus-like object and placed it under the magnification program of his microcomputer to observe. This object had carbonized long ago, but through the high magnification system, it was still possible to see its cellular makeup. Daimo, this ship probably wasn't made by the Toulons, was it? If my guess is correct, it should be an insectoid ship. Daimo was taken aback at first, and then he sighed. Venerable Xia, your guess is correct. According to the records left by our ancestors, this ship was stolen from the insectoids because we, Toulons, don't have the ability to produce warships. Xia Fei coldly chuckled. This ship wasn't simply produced. Its main body was modified from a giant insect. On our way here, it felt that we're traveling through the body of a giant insect. While its various organs have shriveled up, you can still see what it is from the shape. Daimo replied, You are correct. According to the records of our ancestors, to build an insectoid warship, an insect of enormous size is bred. This insect serves as a base, and the various bodily functions are removed, leaving behind only the brain. The brain is linked to various parts of the warship, allowing for two ways to control the warship. One method is to use machines and electronic links, and the other is to directly command the insect brain. The former requires numerous highly intelligent insectoids, while the latter only requires the priest to communicate with the brain, telling it what it needs to do. The ship will automatically execute without any help. Xia Fei was stunned. This giant insect was shocking enough, and the level of biological science required was simply absurd. To fuse together an insect and a warship required such formidable scientific ability that not even present-day humans could achieve it. Were the insects really more technologically advanced than humans? Even more confusing was that the insectoid warships had seemingly given up on using giant insects as the basis for their ships, instead using ships of metallic alloy, which were not much different from human ships. Biological warships like this had far greater advantages than any other kind of warship. If one had a fleet consisting entirely of these giant insects, one would require only a single commander to have complete control over the situation, all the ships moving in unison. After all, each ship had its mind that could think and could perfectly execute the fleet commander's orders. For the insectoids, who had a shortage of highly intelligent people, this was clearly much more effective than having many insectoids carrying out complex operations. Why had they given up on this ancient biological technology and fallen back to the level of human technology? Daimu, why is it that you seem much more intelligent than the other members of your tribe? Xia Fei folded his arms and asked. With a hint of fear on his face, Daimu replied in a small voice. Once the chief of each tribe reaches adulthood, they can go to study in the ancestral ruins. There are many books there. 2 lines of sweat appeared on his face, and his expression grew even more frantic. You should understand the consequence of lying, Xia Fei coldly said. You're blind in both eyes, so how can you read books? Plus, I've carefully observed your tribe, and the Toulons don't even have a written language. This lie is a bit too blatant. Daimu broke out in a sweat, and he was so nervous that he could hardly speak. The ancients said that those who spoke too much were bound to have a slip of the tongue. Daimu would often feel very excited when it came to his ancestors, so he wanted nothing more than to divulge everything he knew about them. So he had left many flaws which could be exploited. Xia Fei sternly said, Wait for me here. I'm going down for a bit. Xia Fei pretended to walk out, and the sound of footsteps made Daimu tense up. He had already begun treating Xia Fei as the god of death, and he knew that Xia Fei was going to kill off all the members of his tribe. Venerable One. Daimu got to his knees, his body shivering. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Xia Fei smiled and seated himself on the captain's chair. It was a very spacious chair that had clearly not been meant for humans. I'm listening. You can start. Daimu wiped the sweat off his forehead before beginning to speak. Just as you said, the Toulons don't have a written language. All of our knowledge is passed down by the prime cerebrum. The prime cerebrum? There were 9 insectoid warships that accompanied the Toulons to this place. The brain of the largest ship is still alive. It told us our history and taught us the skills to live, but only the chief of each tribe has the right to enter the prime cerebrum's room and listen to its teachings. Xia Fei jumped up from the chair and said in shock, What did you say? A still living insectoid cerebrum? Daimu kept groveling on the ground, begging for Xia Fei not to hurt his people. He had lost his sight, so the tribal chief had no idea where Xia Fei was, and he was merely randomly kneeling on the ground. After several steps, Daimu was on the left side of the command center, over a very plain-looking metal flooring. Oh, Venerable One, what I said is the truth. Entering the ancestral spaceship requires the 8 chiefs of the Toulon tribes to each hold a black crystal token, using their special abilities in unison to power up the spaceship. I'm willing to gather the 7 other chiefs and open this ancestral spaceship so that you can see the living cerebrum of the insectoids. His words sounded extremely humble, and his attitude was unquestionably subservient. After all, he was already well advanced in years, so anyone could not help but find it utterly pitiful to see him lower his head and plead in this fashion. However, no one noticed that the corners of Daimu's mouth had quietly curved into a smirk. He fingered a circular protruding metal button on the flooring with his right hand and sprawled down flat on the ground. Unfortunately, while most people might have not noticed this small action, he was unable to get past Xia Fei's 2 eyes, which had cultivated the Beast Spirit Codex. Xia Fei flashed a slight smile as he exercised breath control, quietly arriving beside Daimu as he waited for something to happen. All he saw was Daimu tearfully begging in remorse, even as his nose sniffed randomly in the air. Unfortunately, Xia Fei's breath control would also hide his scent, or else just the smell of tobacco lingering around him would have given away his position. Daimu steeled his resolve and pushed the button. A floor piece roughly 2 square meters suddenly sank down, and Daimu fell along with it. At the same time, a firm steel plate fell down on that only door leading to the command center. It seemed that this had been a ploy to trap Xia Fei. Splat! Daimu landed heavily on the ground below, a painful fall that he gritted his teeth to bear. Meanwhile, a metal plate immediately sealed off the trapdoor he had just used. Such metal plates used in warships were very sturdy, and even Xia Fei would have trouble trying to open one if he actually got trapped behind it. Daimu had miscalculated, however. Just as he crashed to the ground, Xia Fei landed lightly on his feet some 3 meters away without making a sound. Daimu sniffed the air with his sensitive nose before finally relaxing, coldly harumphing. "Umph. Oh, dear venerable Xia, has no one told you that the Toulon species is untrustworthy?" Xia Fei saw him with a smug look across his face, looking as if he had just been victorious. Xia Fei shook his head as he sighed. "I really wouldn't know if you didn't say a word, but I can see it clearly now." The smile on Daimu's face instantly melted away. His originally green face turned even greener after getting shocked by Xia Fei. 2,000 lives. 2,000 of the most elite warriors of the Toulon species. That was the result of Daimu making a move against Xia Fei. The withered landscape was now drenched in blood, bringing color to the lifeless land as the air permeated with the smell of death made people vomit in disgust. "Venerable one, didn't you say that you'd only kill 1,000 of my tribesmen? Why did you end up taking 2,000 of their lives instead?" Daimu could not help but tremble as he asked this between tears. The tribal leader made a mistake, so the punishment is doubled. Xia Fei coldly grunted. Phantom shrugged. This time, he no longer begged for mercy for these little green lives. The reality had shown that the Toulon species was evil, repaying kindness with cunning, not at all the least bit trustworthy. Against such a group of sapient lives, Phantom had no better solution aside from delivering death. It was just Xia Fei's frequency and magnitude of slaughtering that Phantom somewhat criticized. He did not know why, but ever since Xia Fei returned from the Death Tri-region the second time, he had become more bloodthirsty, something that Xia Fei might not have even realized himself. Xia Fei was never merciful to his foes, but this time was different. Perhaps it was Averil's situation that was making him irritable, leaving so many corpses in his wake the moment he made a move. "You've got another chance here. If you fail, I'll definitely eradicate your entire species," Xia Fei said softly. Daimu was in a daze, and in the next moment, his entire body deflated, like a balloon that had lost its air. In front of Xia Fei's deranged slaughter, he had already lost the last shred of bravery in him. "I'm going to go find the other tribe leaders and open your ancestral spaceship." Daimu nodded, not saying a word. Xia Fei captured another tribesman by the name of Muramu, whom he took on his impaler with Daimu, flying toward the western plains. The little robot pod had no idea what the role these two aliens with green skin were on board, enthusiastically bringing them snacks and drinks. Muramu was speechless when he saw the AI robot pod. A machine capable of intelligent thought? This was an extremely magical sight to behold in front of the Toulon species. "There's a settlement of Toulons past this snowy mountain. Their leader's called Yemu," Muramu said. Xia Fei pursed his lips, thinking to himself that the name of the Toulons were all strange, having the suffix "umu." He saw a big cluster of tents by the foot of the mountain from afar, as well as several stone huts. The size of this tribe appeared to be bigger than Daimu's, with far more tents around. The impaler came swooping down from the sky, emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. Though it was not winter here, the mountains were still snow-capped, and the impaler triggered a small avalanche with its stunt, instantly burying a third of the settlement. The Toulons stared up to the sky in fear. Warship, avalanche. The superstitious Toulons took all this as heavenly punishment, except the result was a little too severe. Muramu opened his mouth, but was tongue-tied. It was clear that Xia Fei had intentionally caused the avalanche, effectively killing a third of the tribesmen in that settlement. Muramu began to congratulate himself that his tribe did not suffer a similar fate, far more fortunate than having lost 2,100 fellow tribesmen or the tens of thousands that got buried under snow. The impaler slowly made landing, and Xia Fei disembarked with an emotionless expression on his face. "Get your tribal leader, Yemu, out," Xia Fei shouted. Several reckless Toulon warriors tried to sneak up on Xia Fei, holding that long spear that could shoot lasers, seemingly attempting to ambush Xia Fei. A smirk skittered across Xia Fei's lips as he appeared beside one of these warriors with a light tap of his toes, grabbing him by the throat with his left hand and exerting a bit of strength. Crack! The warrior's neck was instantly broken, snapped like a duck, and his green tongue lolled out. 3 or 4 warriors saw what Xia Fei did and charged to fight the intruder in their anger as they screamed their war cry. Xia Fei's figure suddenly disappeared and then reappeared. This time, there were more corpses on the ground, all killed the same way. No one could make sense of just how Xia Fei had struck. Any attacks made in front of a speed ability warrior who possessed speed that crossed 10,000 kilometers per hour would appear weak. Crack! Crack! In order to shock these Toulon's psyche completely, Xia Fei did not use any weapon, leaving behind a trail of corpses with broken necks wherever he went. The Toulon tribesmen surrendered. Anyone would not have struggled plenty facing such a powerful display of strength and bloodshed. Xia Fei was like a god of death, culling this settlement with every step he took. The first to fall down on their knees were some warriors. All of them dropped down and began saying words expressing servitude, but Xia Fei was unmoved. He knew that Toulons were not trustworthy, so he continued killing anyone who made even the slightest odd movement. When the number of corpses had crossed the 1,000 threshold, their tribal leader Yemu's weak psyche could no longer handle it. He stepped out of his tent with his tribesmen and knelt before Xia Fei. Venerable One, Yemu, one of the 8 tribe leaders of the Toulon species, bow to you. I plead for you to show mercy and let my poor tribesmen off, Yemu said, his voice shaky even as tears streamed down the corners of his eyes. Xia Fei approached him and growled, "You're Yemu?" "Yes, Venerable One. You're coming with me. Bring along your black crystal." Many, many years after this incident, the Toulons living on the planet still spread legends of the great conqueror Xia Fei. It was said that this vicious and cruel god descended from the heavens in a metal warship, killing close to 100,000 Toulon in a single day. This person single-handedly subdued the 8 great tribes and became the overlord of the entire planet. Everyone had to supplicate before him, or else a great disaster would befall upon them. The conqueror Xia Fei used a simple method to achieve this end, and that was through massacre. Only a distressingly mad man could subdue this evil species. Even the most foolhardy and resilient warrior could not help but cry when the corpses pile up the entire Lattice Valley. Whenever a child refused to sleep, their parents would scare them with tales of the conqueror Xia Fei returning, terrifying these younglings so that they would go hide under the bed covers, praying that the murderous god Xia Fei would not descend upon them. Of course, these were all in the future. However, 8 Toulon tribal leaders hesitantly standing in a row before Xia Fei, awaiting his orders, was absolutely true in the present. It was not hard to tell from the look in their eyes just how much fear they were feeling. If not, just a look at their soiled pants would be a very obvious indicator of what they felt about their current predicament. Pointing to that towering and steep mountain with one hand, Xia Fei asked coldly, "Is that the 9th warship your ancestors rode on, where a living insectoid cerebrum resides?" The 8 tribal leaders nodded their heads repeatedly. Xia Fei carefully looked at the sight before him a few times. From the shape of the mountain, it did not seem that this Toulon ship was anything smaller than a capital ship. It must have been a long time ago, given how the warship had already fossilized and was no longer recognizable beyond its size. Yet the ship was still giving off that vague majesty it had so many years prior. "Come, you're opening the entrance for me. I want to look at this living insectoid cerebrum," Xia Fei ordered in a grave voice. 8 grooves on the rocky wall could still be vaguely made out, neatly arranged in a shape of a circle. The tribal leaders each slotted in their black crystal into the grooves, and everyone used their ability to transfer energy within. A rumbling sound could be heard as the mountain wall parted in the middle, revealing a deep and dark passageway which led inside. Xia Fei was in no hurry to get in. Instead, he waited several minutes for the turbid air within to flow out before sorting out his celestial moon on his right arm and striding right in. Xia Fei strode into that dark corridor. There was no need for any light, for he was able to see his surroundings very clearly even in the dark, given that his eyes had been enhanced by the beast's spirit codex. Pushing open the cold metal door which led to the command deck, It was evident that the command central for this warship was bigger than that insectoid ship that he had seen before. After all, this could very well be a ship that was at a capital ship level, meaning that the command central needed to be all the more spacious, possessing even more functions. Right at the center of the command deck was a biological fluid pool, which was at least 10 meters wide. An insectoid cerebrum was suspended behind the transparent walls of the pool, where dark red fluid was slowly circulating, flowing from the upper liquid inlet to the liquid outlet below. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and stepped forward, examining it in proximity. The insectoid cerebrum structure was different from that of a human. It did not have a left and right hemisphere like a human brain, but rather was whole, while intricate and thin red blood vessels ran across its surface. He could even see this huge cerebrum still working when he got a closer look. There was a very slight movement, undetectable if he had not been closely inspecting it. The uncountable interconnected transmission wires were connected to the cerebral landscape through metal fixtures. These transparent wires would glow from time to time, indicating that the insectoid cerebrum was transmitting signals and messages. Unfortunately, the warship itself was damaged, so it could not move despite the cerebrum trying to transmit orders to it. The biological fluid, which the insectoid cerebrum was soaked in, gave off an acrid smell. Xia Fei wrinkled his nose even as he took the two neural transmission wires dangling outside and placed them on his temples, in accordance with what Daimu had told him. "Who are you? Why is your seventh brain region completely open?" The moment the neural transmission wires touched Xia Fei's temples, a shocked voice could be heard in Xia Fei's consciousness, sounding very old. Xia Fei could not help but marvel at how powerful that pricey translation chip he had embedded in his brain was. Not only was it able to translate the Toulon language successfully, it was even able to understand the neural signals being sent by the insectoid cerebrum rapidly. As for that neutral voice he was hearing, it might very well be a voice that the translation chip itself had. As it was a smart biological chip, it would definitely have this function. Xia Fei flicked his cigarette to the ground and stomped it out. He then sat down in that comfortable captain's chair and shut both his eyes. Composing himself, he got into a state to converse with the insectoid cerebrum. He began, "My name's Xia Fei Bug. Why are you so shocked that my seventh brain region is completely open?" The cerebrum gingerly answered, "Of course, I should be shocked. There shouldn't be any sentient creature out there that could do so. Are you perhaps a god?" Xia Fei smiled. "There's no god in this universe. I'm just a human who has coincidentally opened up my brain region." The insectoid cerebrum was puzzled. "Human? I only know that there are only insectoids, Toulons, and the god race. What is this human?" Xia Fei mulled on this a little. "Humans are just a normal sapient race in space, living next to the insectoid territory." The insectoid cerebrum asked again, "Are you really not a life form of the god race?" Xia Fei found it hilarious. The so-called gods were nothing but legends, so how could they exist? He had no idea why this insectoid would actually make the connection between himself and the god race. "No, I'm human." The insectoid cerebrum sighed. "Perhaps you're speaking the truth. I've just finished examining your seventh brain region and realized that it's forcibly opened through unnatural means, so I doubt you're someone from the god race." Xia Fei rubbed his chin as he asked, "You seem to be very afraid of that god race. Are there really life forms out there that have their seventh brain region completely open?" The insectoid cerebrum harumphed. "You're not of my race, so why should I tell you? Still, since your seventh brain region is already completely open, you'd better take care of yourself." Xia Fei laughed mirthlessly. "I don't know what kind of insectoid you are, but now that you're just a brain, all it will take is a simple jab from my thumb to kill you." The insectoid cerebrum replied with much solemnity. "It's very easy for you to stop my brain from working, but I won't bow to you even if you kill me, for my life belongs to the great god race." Xia Fei opened his eyes, and at that moment, his gaze instantly gained extreme clarity. He then unleashed the Beast Spirit Codex, flooding the insectoid brain with an overwhelming amount of information through his two eyes. Xia Fei had once tried to do this a very long time ago, and though the Beast Spirit Codex was not enough to dominate an insectoid completely, the technique would still produce an insurmountable level of pain to the creature. Since this insectoid cerebrum did not wish to cooperate with Xia Fei, he decided to use force See if it could survive this wave after wave of mental assault. The insectoid cerebrum immediately started to shudder, seemingly currently being electrocuted. Ripples could be seen in that dark red liquid as if the insectoid cerebrum was undergoing an intense workout. Oh God, this is simply too frightening. Just what are you trying to do to me? Stop it. I'd rather you kill me than suffer through this agonizing torture. Xia Fei laughed coldly. Kill you? No, that will be far too simple. I hope that you can enjoy what you're feeling now, for I'm trapped on this planet with no means of escape, so I have all the time in the world to toy with you. The insectoid cerebrum could no longer respond to Xia Fei's taunts. It forcibly tried to withstand that immense effect Xia Fei was exerting on its brain. Xia Fei chuckled softly as he increased the intensity of his assault. Everything must be done very carefully since the two insectoids ended up exploding the last time he experimented with this method, and that was all because they could not endure the powerful mental pressure he had exerted on them. Xia Fei did not wish for the same outcome to occur here. The secret of the insectoids, Toulons, and the god race as well as the way to return to the Alliance. He needed this insectoid cerebrum to help solve all the conundrums he was facing. This situation continued. Using the Beast Spirit Codex would drain Xia Fei's mental energy immensely, but he had no choice but to endure this just to get to the bottom of everything. The insectoid cerebrum demonstrated exceptional resilience, resisting Xia Fei the entire time. Occasionally, it would even attempt to counterattack Xia Fei on the sly, hoping to trigger a mental backlash to destroy Xia Fei's brain in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful a counterattack it attempted to trigger, it was useless against the Beast Spirit Codex. There was not only a technical gap between the two. The fact that Xia Fei possessed a second special ability in the form of psychokinesis made him all the more powerful than that insectoid cerebrum. The only thing worth pressing was the insectoid cerebrum's willpower. It continued to persist despite slowly facing a mental collapse, though the speed of this collapse was far slower than what Xia Fei had first imagined. The most cruel method to use against a foe was not destruction, but rather torture. This principle was the same no matter what race it was being applied on. That insectoid cerebrum was very unlucky, for the opponent it was facing, Xia Fei, just happened to be an expert at torturing his foes. The insectoid cerebrum originally wanted to compete with Xia Fei's willpower, but what it did not know was that Xia Fei had always been a madman, whose determination and willpower was as strong as steel. After 12 hours passed in such a fashion, a sigh could be heard from the insectoid cerebrum. Then a crazed roar echoed in Xia Fei's consciousness, like a hysterical mental patient having a fit. Xia Fei was secretly worried. Could the powerful pressure I had exerted on this insectoid brain tortured it to insanity? Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei waited as he sat on that captain's seat. At the same time, he tried to compose himself, slowly recovering the mental energy he had greatly expended. After a good while, a heavy sigh sounded in Xia Fei's consciousness. I confess, you're very strong. I admit defeat. Xia Fei emotionlessly remarked. Tell me everything that you know. The insectoid cerebrum started. A very long time ago, the insectoids and the Toulons were slaves of the god race. Together, we served our masters up until the god race left, giving back the insectoids and the Toulons freedom. At first, the two races were able to coexist in relative peace, but the insectoids and Toulons were both too selfish. They kept fighting for their own interests, until finally this escalated into a full-blown war. The weak Toulons were of course no match for the insectoids, and since they had neither the strength nor the ability to multiply as quickly as the insectoids, one side slowly started to gain the upper hand in the war. Back then, before the god race left, they told us to get along with each other peacefully, for a scene where the two races ended up killing each other was not to our master's liking. As a result, we, my 8 brothers and I, sought the Toulon's high priest sick, ferrying the last of their people after great hardship to arrive here in this foreign space. Xia Fei asked, Who are you people? Why do the insectoids of today no longer create semi-biological warships like what you once did? The insectoid cerebrum answered, We are the creations of our masters, the god race. Once our masters left, the insectoids naturally lost such capabilities. Xia Fei came to a sudden realization. It was not that the insectoids did not wish to create biological warships. It was that they were no longer technologically capable of such feat. The powerful god race had piqued his interest immensely, which was why Xia Fei asked, "In your words, it sounds as if there's some sort of link between the seventh brain region and the god race." The insectoid cerebrum was silent for a good while. Normal intelligent life forms are unable to open their seventh brain regions completely. That's a rule that the god race set. So the mere fact that you managed to do so is going against the precepts of the god race. If they end up discovering you, you'll disappear from this universe forever. Xia Fei smiled. Rule? Why must I observe the rules set by others? The insectoid cerebrum answered. You'll understand one day. The god race is very powerful. Only 2 of them were needed to subjugate both the entire insectoids and Toulons, and their super abilities alone are enough to turn countless other intelligent life forms into their lifelong slaves. You're nothing compared to them at all. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. I understood 3 things from your words. 1. Other intelligent life forms are also capable of completely opening their 7th brain region, except that it is rare and that there aren't many. Plus, once they achieve this, they'll end up getting themselves hunted down by the so-called god race. That's right. 2. This god race is really just another intelligent life form. And aside from the fact that they have their 7th brain regions completely open, they're no different from other races. Or in other words, they're not the so-called gods that you proclaim them to be. Also correct, replied the insectoid cerebrum. Xia Fei was deep in thought. He could not help but link everything he had just learned with the mysterious ancient civilization that had once possessed a titan. A powerful race that had their 7th brain region completely open. Because of their unwillingness to see the rise of other species, they massacred them. Meanwhile, other races who wanted to prevent the extermination of their race kept trying to construct titan superwarships. Humanity's near extinction from before appeared to be the same, too. They collected information of the Titan from all across the universe, all in order to construct that Armageddon-level killer weapon. However, what ended up wiping out humanity was not the god race but the robots that had rebelled against mankind. Instead, this last point was just Xia Fei's conjecture. However, let me ask you another question. Does the god race have a gigantic warship called Titan? Xia Fei asked, his eyebrows knitted together. The Tranquil Star region was just as its name suggested, quiet and peaceful. Due to its proximity to the capital ring, Tranquil was the most populous and prosperous region, right after the capital. However, this wondrous state had finally come to an end. After the recent big battle, Tranquil Star region was anything but quiet. In truth, calling the engagement a fight was inaccurate. The Panhuman Alliance's 70-strong guerrilla fleet was barely a threat to the insectoid fleets. The disparity in strength meant the eventual confrontation was bound to be a one-sided massacre. The wreckage floating around the battlefield indicated the tragic defeat that the alliance had suffered, but the expression on the victorious General Tenani was not good at all. This was because these seemingly vulnerable skirmishers had managed to delay them for a full 72 hours. Every time the fleets were ready to forge ahead deeper into the alliance capital ring, the opposing force would suddenly warp in and seek to hamper them from advancing. Tanani, of course, gave the order to attack, looking to decimate the enemy fleets completely, but the enemies would simply run away after fighting for a while, drawing the insectoid fleets down the opposite direction that they were supposed to be headed. They could have had heroes' death, yet chose to flee instead. To think these soldiers of the Panhuman Alliance dared to call themselves as the military, they're practically a shame to all warriors. Tanini's Vice Admiral Yan yelled loudly. In his eyes, the human military's guerrilla warfare tactics were completely a waste of time. Soldiers were supposed to charge into the enemy ranks and fight to the death. Bend, Tanini said in a low voice. Due to his short stature, he would often have to look up to other people. Vice Admiral Yan nodded. As a warrior of the longhorn beetle species, his body was big and thickly built, so he was still taller than Tanini even after he squatted. BSDRD. Tanini jumped high and gave Yan's head a slap, who was completely flabbergasted at his reaction. You may now stand, Tanini said. Yan clutched his head dumbly, absolutely puzzled. Tanini showed him an electronic report. See for yourself. Yan took the report in his hand and read every word. The humans have managed to move their capital in this time. All that's left behind for us is a raised venal star region. Our plan to occupy the most prosperous human territory has failed, all because of those few weak, little fleets that kept hampering us. Coldly spat Tanini as he seethed in fury. Yang could hardly believe his eyes. This investigation report that their vanguard squad had sent via encrypted channels left him feeling despondent. They actually set their capital, which took them tens of thousands of years to build, ablaze. When were humans so gutsy? Tanini sighed. Brother Uti did tell me that the current supreme military officer of the Pan-Human Alliance, General Tai, isn't someone to be underestimated. He's decisive and excels in strategic planning. Looks like we've still misjudged him a lot. What do we do now? Yan was disappointed. I'm afraid UTI will have us executed if the Golden Tent learns of this. Tanini laughed mirthlessly. Brother UTI is the smartest leader the insectoid race has ever had. We won't be able to hide this from him, so best if we come clean. The Golden Tent. UTI finished reading the report Tanini had sent and angrily sent everything on his desk crashing to the ground. He then tore the electronic document into pieces and threw them all into a lit fireplace. Actually, the insectoids also had high-tech gadgets that could be used to adjust the room temperature, but UTI chose to live in a tent like his ancestors did, living a primitive lifestyle. UTI had a white face, his body small like a baby's, completely incompatible with that large head he had. If he were to be put into human society, he would most definitely be viewed as a deformed child. High-class insectoids would often look quite similar to humans after they completed their evolution, and no one still had any idea why that was the case. In any case, UTI looked no different from a human baby born with a huge head, but it was this big-headed baby, who wielded the highest authority among the insectoids, that was almost going insane from the intense rage he felt. "My king, who are you getting so angry over?" A melodious voice rang out. The tone of this voice sounded as if it had come from a foxy vixen and would make people feel an unbearable ache from the very tip of their hair right down to their very bones when heard. The Queen Xingyan slowly came sashaying into the tent. She was a breathtaking beauty of the butterfly species with her prominent and high-nose bridge and a face that could charm any male insectoids. Every sound and movement she made easily overwhelmed anyone of the opposite sex. Even if she were to be viewed by the most discerning eyes of humans, Xingyan would still be considered as an absolute knockout. Unfortunately, the pair of feelers on top of her head, as well as the two little wings that had not fully degenerated away on her back, very easily exposed that she was anything but human. UTI glanced at Xingyan and instantly felt a lot better. Some women would make anyone feel happier just by looking at them, and Xingyan was one such an existence. Nothing much. I was just slightly annoyed after reading the military report I received from the front lines. UTI, I casually said. Xingyan hugged UTI in her arms as she softly said, "My king, it's already dark outside. I've been so anxiously awaiting you in the tent. I truly yearn for your company tonight." Xingyan's words beheld a delicate softness that would make anyone mesmerized. Even the brawniest male would not have been able to withstand her. She kept whispering into UTI's ear seductively, and her wanting expression only left UTI feeling completely flustered inside. "Did we not just been together?" UTI lightly pinched Xingyan's voluptuous bottom as he asked this. That wasn't enough. Xingyan coyly teased. UTI, who had gotten aroused by Xingyan, could only acquiesce and promise to return to their bedroom as soon as possible. Summoning a herald to his side, UTI gruffly ordered, "Announce my decree. My insectoid great army has already invaded the Pan-Human Alliance." Due to the strength of General Tanini's command, not a single civilian or soldier in the capital ring escaped falling and being exterminated in the hands of the insectoid great army. In celebration of this victory, the salary of everyone across the army will triple. As the smartest insectoid of their race, UTI very clearly knew that there were times when lying called for it, which was why he had falsified this military report to encourage his insectoid army's morale. After sending out his decree, UTI strode to his bedroom. Upon thinking of the beautiful lady awaiting him in bed, UTI could feel his male organs engorging. The herald looked at the back of UTI, leaving as he muttered to himself, "Our king is good at everything. but he simply loves the Queen Qingyan too much. UTI had only done what a king ought to do, but he never did consider that announcing the annihilation of the entire Pan-Human Alliance's capital ring would actually cause quite a stir among certain people, Xia Fei, for example. I'll ask you another question. Does the god race have a type of gigantic warship called Titan? Xia Fei asked, his eyebrows knitted together. Titan? What's that? The insectoid cerebrum was nonplussed. Xia Fei was quite disappointed. It seemed that the insectoid cerebrum had not heard of any Titan superwarship, which added a layer of uncertainty to Xia Fei's hypothesis. Unable to ascertain if the god race was the powerful civilization that had constructed Titans. What does the god race look? Xia Fei asked. No one has seen them before. Then, how did they establish a master-servant relationship with your race? The master would communicate with us telepathically. They possess powerful perception abilities which allow them to communicate with us via their consciousness even across millions of light years. Xia Fei kept asking questions, but the information he got became less and less valuable. After all, it had been almost millions of years since the insectoid cerebrum got isolated here. Its consciousness had survived over the many years, different from the insectoids of today. Furthermore, the insectoid cerebrum would be somewhat flashy with its words when asked certain critical questions, which caused Xia Fei to begin suspecting the truthfulness of what the cerebrum was saying. Tell me how to reach the insectoid territory, Xia Fei somewhat impatiently ordered. A series of images appeared in his consciousness, following the insectoid cerebrum imprinting its race's star map into his mind, for him to be able to access it with a single thought. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. There was only so much this insectoid cerebrum could tell him, and now, there were only two ways for him to dig deeper. First was to invade the brain forcibly and extract a portion of the memories. There was a certain level of risk to this, not to mention the difficulty of the telepathic control necessary. It would also be quite of a loss if he caused the insectoid cerebrum's death. Second was to bring it on board the Impaler, interrogating the brain in his journey back to the Pan-Human Alliance. He could slowly torture it until the cerebrum willingly gave up everything it knew. Given the Impaler was a cruiser warship, it had plenty of space to keep the biological life support system on board, while Xia Fei could rely on his knowledge of machinery and maintenance to have it installed into his ship. The first had plenty of risk, but it was immediately effective. The second was much slower, but was more likely to guarantee a successful extraction of useful information. Xia Fei gave the matter some thought and decided to go with the second option, transporting the insectoid cerebrum to the Impaler for him to interrogate slowly. The Beast Spirit Codex was very effective at invading the thoughts of the insectoid cerebrum, so he was not worried that it would not eventually reveal everything it knew. Besides, now that he had the star map in his mind, it was best for him to leave as soon as possible. That was when Furball lazily crawled out from Xia Fei's bosom. It looked very lively despite having just woken up and was acting extremely fawningly towards Xia Fei, most likely wanting to eat more hearts of spirit. Recently, Furball's appetite had become greater and greater, yet its body remained as small as always. Xia Fei would often chide it for its greed, complaining how it kept eating but was not showing any signs of growth at all. Furball's eyes were squinting as it looked all around, and the large insectoid cerebrum amid the nutrient solution caused it to become very excited. 2 trickles of saliva flowed from its mouth as a green glow vaguely shone in its eyes. Xia Fei was bemoaning his fate deep down. Furball, this pet of his, was truly a peculiar exotic beast. It had only just feasted on an energy or not too long ago, and now it had its sights set on that big brain. You can't possibly be thinking of eating this too, right? Let me tell you. If you dare eat it, I'll cook you like oatmeal and treat you as breakfast. Xia Fei viciously threatened Furball. That was when Xia Fei suddenly realized that the insectoid cerebrum was acting strangely after Furball's appearance. Fear. Xia Fei, this insectoid cerebrum is experiencing abject fear. Phantom yelled loudly. Could it recognize Furball? Furball's identity had always been a mystery, and all Xia Fei knew was that it was an exotic beast, but he had no idea what kind of exotic beast it was, nor did he know what grade it was. Phantom's words had alerted Xia Fei to this, so he turned to glare at the insectoid cerebrum and poured a powerful mental assault to penetrate through layers after layers of the brain. "Tell me, do you recognize this exotic beast I have with me?" Xia Fei demanded. At that very moment, Furball's gaze had also turned toward the insectoid cerebrum, and it had even sent forth an even more piercing gaze than Xia Fei. A burst of white light appeared, and that insectoid cerebrum within the nutrient solution suddenly exploded. It had turned into countless motes of energy that was dancing in the air like falling snow. Xia Fei stared at Furball in shock. There was no doubt that it had done this. "Xia Fei, this is a rarely seen psi-explosion. Absorbing these energy fragments can be of great help to you in raising your special abilities rank," Phantom excitedly shouted. "You can talk about everything else later. Best to use this rare opportunity and raise your rank." The psi-explosion referred to when an entity possessing a large amount of mental energy experienced a sudden collapse, as too much of the collected mental energy could not find release, turning into a mental energy dispersal that could be seen with the naked eye. The command deck was filled with the energy fragments from this psi-explosion, and everything originated from the insectoid cerebrum that had survived for an unknown number of years. To be able to command a capital ship with just its mental energy, there was no doubt the insectoid cerebrum contained plenty of energy, and given the fact that it was made by the mysterious god race, the technological level should be extremely advanced, allowing it to stay alive all these years, absorbing plenty of mental energy. These were all the necessary conditions to cause this unexpected psi-explosion. There would have been no explosion if it did not have the mental energy, not to mention causing it to disperse and float in the air like falling snow, able to be absorbed. What Xia Fei could not understand was how Furball, the culprit, had caused this raging psi-explosion. Furball was just an exotic beast about the size of an egg, yet from how a single burp from it had frightened the gilded green-faced beast, the fact that a single glare from it could cause this insectoid cerebrum, which was thousands of years old, to explode, and its ability to absorb purple hearts of spirit so ravenously, Xia Fei could not help but associate plenty of things, both good and bad, to Furball. Right now, he did not have the time to study Furball's peculiarities. The psi-explosion would not persist for long, so what Xia Fei needed to do at this time was absorb as many of the energy fragments as he could to assist him in ranking up his abilities. Completely opening up his mental domain, the countless fragments in the air slowly gathered to where Xia Fei was standing. When they were just a meter or less away from him, the fragments automatically dissipated, becoming atoms invisible to the naked eye as they swiftly flew into Xia Fei's brain. Xia Fei could feel a very odd sensation from every cell in his body. It was as if he was taking a warm sauna. He felt an indescribable pleasantness. Every single brain cell was insatiably gobbling up all the mental energy, as if enjoying delicacies raining from the heavens, especially since Xia Fei's seventh brain region, despite only taking a very small portion of his brain, which was no bigger than a needle tip, was devouring the mental energy in the air like a whale eating planktons. There seemed to be no end to its appetite, unable to be satisfied even if there were 10 or even 100 times more of the energy fragments. Likewise, the small exotic beast Furball was greedily absorbing all the energy fragments. It was in fact lying on the ground like a drunkard, with its eyes close and its mouth wide as the energy fragments flew into it. Xia Fei was furious. This was not the first time his pet had disrupted him. He could not believe that it would actually compete with him over these energy fragments at such a crucial period. It was truly hateful, having fed it with purple hearts of spirit worth millions of star coins every day. Xia Fei never would have thought that it would still be so ungrateful. Xia Fei increased the speed of his absorption of the energy fragments, and they all moved even faster to him. Soon, a whirlpool formed, with Xia Fei right at the eye of it. Furball was not about to relent. It quickened its absorption as well, causing the man and the ball to begin this wordless competition right there in the command deck, vying with each other for the limited mental energy fragments. The energy from the insectoid cerebrum's psi-explosion did not actually get all cleared but was, instead, steadily increasing. Xia Fei knew that this was the delayed reaction from the psi-explosion. Turning the pure mental energy into absorbable energy fragments would take some time, especially since there was abundant energy in the air that also needed time to be converted successfully. Xia Fei, you're absorbing them too quickly. Don't forget that, though your seventh brain region is completely open, your mental domain itself has been severely injured. Absorbing all these energy fragments too fast will only be a heavy burden on your mental domain. Phantom reminded Xia Fei of this. Actually, Xia Fei had already detected something off with his brain even before Phantom alerted him to it. Though he was still feeling that warm and pleasant sensation all over his body, his brain was slowly becoming fuzzy, his consciousness getting hazier, as if he was in a drowsy state when he had just woken up in the morning. The energy fragments in the air were beginning to show no signs of stagnation, slowly increasing in quantity as they gathered. All these energy fragments that could immensely improve his abilities were slowly drifting down, tempting Xia Fei to absorb every bit. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Great achievements came with a heavy price that ordinary men could not bear. This was a creed that Xia Fei lived his life by. There was only a thin line between danger and opportunity, with one side being heaven and the other hell. Xia Fei, who had constantly been threading the line between, was already used to living life dangerously. He smiled a smile that held a touch of intrigue. He completely opened his seventh brain region. Xia Fei had decided to absorb all these energy fragments in the craziest manner possible. Price? If this is the price to be paid for walking on this road toward success, then I'll gladly bear it all, Xia Fei decided in his heart. Poor Furball could only helplessly watch as a large quantity of energy fragments got absorbed into Xia Fei's seventh brain region. It had only managed to acquire 1% of the energy fragments here, while Xia Fei had single-handedly swallowed 99% of them. Crash. Once Xia Fei finished absorbing all the energy fragments in the air, he ended up collapsing on the metal floor due to utter fatigue. Actually, everyone would encounter several rare opportunities in their life, but not many would be so firm in grasping the chances given like Xia Fei, and even less would dare bear such an enormous risk as he did. Phantom sighed heavily as he shook his head. Madman, do you know how much energy you've just absorbed? Furball had also fainted on the floor, its body still the same as when it was just an infant. Absorbing 1% of the energy from the Psysplosion had already been a huge boon for it, though that was still nothing compared to what Xia Fei had gained. When Xia Fei regained consciousness, he felt dampness on his head. He touched his hair and discovered that it was wet with some transparent liquid, similar to sweat, but lacking in smell. It was as if he had just washed his hair. His mind was clear, and he felt a lot more relaxed. He tried to move his shoulder as he casually ran his fingers through his hair. Did it rain? Xia Fei asked. Phantom rolled his eyes. How could you get rained while indoors? Did you become stupid or something? Xia Fei pointed to the pool of liquid on the ground. Then, where did all this water come from? It flowed out from your head. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. You're the one with water in your head. Phantom laughed. It's up to you whether to believe me or not. That liquid did indeed flow out from your head, though I don't think it's water. It should be some form of waste, as if your brain has just been given a thorough cleansing. Even the area that your seventh brain region occupies has increased by a third. Xia Fei was abruptly shocked. The volume of the seventh brain region directly correlated with a warrior's ultimate achievement. It was akin to a person's innate potential. The greater the mental domain, the greater the limit of success. He quickly sent a burst of mental energy into his brain and soon excitedly confirmed it. You're right. It's as if every single brain cell of mine has been reborn, and my mental domain has truly widened. Phantom was somber. This means that your potential has increased yet again. Sometimes, I really don't understand how you always bump into so many serendipitous encounters. Having your seventh brain region completely opened already makes you unique throughout the entire Pan-Human Alliance. And now the width of your mental domain has increased by a third, too. If anyone were to learn of this, they would be jealous to death. Xia Fei merely answered. If neither you and I will say a word about this, no one should know. Phantom acquiesced. Okay, you just absorbed a large amount of energy fragments, making this the perfect opportunity to refine your mental energy and rank up. Try and begin your cultivation. Xia Fei nodded. At present, he had grasped the Beast Spirit Codex, Psychokinesis, as well as the Delusion cloning technique. These three were all considered mental type abilities. Essentially, Xia Fei's foundation was built upon his speed ability, while the three mental-type combat techniques helped increase his combat capabilities. Of course, Xia Fei also had the crafty approach technique, which was considered a physical martial art. A super speed and agile physical martial art, plus his powerful mental abilities. These two working in tandem made up Xia Fei's amazing combat strength. Having obtained a large amount of mental energy, he naturally intended to use it in ranking up his mental type abilities. He first began cultivating his psychokinesis, an ability not innately gifted to him, but rather an auxiliary ability. Xia Fei could not cultivate his speed ability after damaging his seventh brain region, but his second ability was not affected by such a restriction. At present, his psychokinesis was only at the primary star domain rank, enabling him to use both Demon Axe and Thunder Fury. He could also use his Tier 3 combat technique, Thousand Venerables, except it would take a toll on his body, so it was best if he refrained from using it a lot. As for the even more powerful Tier 4 combat skill, Fearless, he would first have to reach Star River rank before he could use it. The large amount of mental energy stored in Xia Fei's mental domain was like an ocean. Xia Fei only needed to guide the energies within, and he could naturally improve his abilities cultivation. He just needed to be very careful with directing the energy. As Xia Fei had a lot of mental energy stored, he would most likely suffer quite a heavy backlash if he accidentally caused it to overflow and flood out. After several minutes, Xia Fei slowly stopped controlling the energy within, then opened his eyes and lit a cigarette. It's strange. I have plenty of energy, yet I'm unable to break past the threshold. Could I not have enough mental energy stored? Xia Fei was skeptical. Phantom burst out laughing. Have you not heard of the saying, biting off more than one can chew? You've already improved by 3 whole ranks, from primary star domain to primary star river. Are you still dissatisfied with how quickly you've improved? Surely, you know that you're already able to use the powerful Thousand Venerables combat technique to perfection, and you're even able to use the Fearless combat technique. That's pretty much a miraculous speed of improvement. Xia Fei nodded. He was preparing to invest all the energy toward the delusion technique when, all of a sudden, Xia Fei noticed that a white circular ball was beside him. It was about the size of a basketball, sprawled to the side, all soft and round. What is this? Xia Fei haphazardly kicked this ball, causing it to fly several dozen meters away, slamming hard against the metal wall before it rebounded. A cry could be heard, and it sounded like furballs. Xia Fei stared at the 2 eyes that had appeared on that circular ball, looking at him with tears welling up. Furball? You've grown so much. Xia Fei yelped in his surprise. Xia Fei had not seen how Furball grew, but it had grown from something as large as an egg to something the size of a basketball. Such a growth rate surprised Xia Fei so much that he was at a loss for words. Furball was not the least bit angry. In fact, it was fighting back its tears as it went running to hug Xia Fei's left calf, looking all pitiful as it continuously rubbed its head against Xia Fei. Xia Fei picked up Furball, feeling incredulous, and let it lick his face with its tongue however it liked. After some time, Xia Fei finally asked, "Is this really Furball? Why did it suddenly grow so big?" Phantom shrugged. What's so surprising about that? While you were asleep, Furball was like a balloon, swelling into that size in less than 3 minutes. Xia Fei grabbed hold of Furball's small face and tugged at it randomly. Furball painfully grinned through it, not at all daring to resist. Xia Fei had a thought, and he shared it with Phantom. In the past, I didn't use my beast spirit eyes to examine Furball because it is just too small, but now that it's grown more than 10 times its size before, I ought to give that a try now, right? Phantom nodded. Xia Fei's beast spirit eyes could observe the color of an exotic beast's beast spirit fire. Different beasts would have different colored fires. Normally, exotic beasts that were warmer and more docile would have a fairly calm flame color. Most had green, blue, or other cool colors. More aggressive exotic beasts would have gold, red, or other more radical colors. Meanwhile, the flame's brightness and size could also determine the exotic beast's grade. Phantom and Xia Fei were both extremely curious about Furball's nature, and it had only been because of how weak and small Furball was before that they avoided using the beast's spirit eyes to examine it. Now that Furball was all grown up, it should be time for them to gain a better understanding of it. Xia Fei always had this feeling that Furball was actually a very crafty exotic beast, and only because it was still feeble and small that it chose to bow down to him. Once it grew up and had greater strength, there was no telling if it would still be as obedient towards Xia Fei as right now. Reality had already proven how strange and extraordinary Furball was as an exotic beast. Xia Fei would rather have 1,000 enemies than for this mysterious exotic beast that he had raised with his 2 hands to turn out to be a foe. After all, he had spent plenty of blood and sweat on Furball, treating it as one of his own. With this thought, Xia Fei could no longer hold back his impulse to find out what Furball was. Putting Furball down on the floor, he began exercising his beast spirit codex as he slowly shifted his consciousness toward Furball. At first, Furball was shaking its head as usual, looking gleeful and cheeky, and the smile it showed was fawning and ingratiating. However, the moment Xia Fei's consciousness began to near it, Furball's expression changed. Even though it looked as it usually did, Xia Fei could keenly sense that something was starting to get off through its eyes. The moment Xia Fei's consciousness entered Furball's body, he met up with a big problem. It was as if Furball's body was hiding a strong whirlpool within, sucking Xia Fei's mental energy deeper in itself. Xia Fei's heart seized. He never would have thought that Furball's mental defenses would be this tough, and its mental strength was no weaker than his own. This was simply too unimaginable. It had barely been a handful of months since Furball first hatched to now, yet it had a mental strength that was no weaker than Xia Fei's own. Could it actually be a legendary god beast? There was no way an ordinary exotic beast could put up such a powerful resistance. Everyone knew that using a mental ability to probe a living organism even stronger than oneself was a very dangerous move, and too powerful a resistance could easily result in a mental backlash, directly swallowing the invader's mental domain. A light retaliation would result in injury, and a heavy retaliation might result in death or catatonia. At that moment, Xia Fei was sweating profusely. Swoosh. Without leaving a moment to hesitate, Xia Fei immediately pulled out his consciousness from Furball's body. The moment Xia Fei's mental energies left Furball's body, the creature quickly returned to its previous state, running over to Xia Fei's side as it hugged his thigh. It was as if that had just been its innate defenses Xia Fei had come up against, and not it intentionally wanting to harm Xia Fei. What happened? Phantom turned to regard Xia Fei, puzzled. Furball has a very strong mental strength, so I'm unable to probe it, Xia Fei said gravely. What? Phantom was bewildered. Furball is just a newborn exotic beast. To think it possesses a mental strength capable of resisting yours. You've cultivated the beast spirit codex up to the 4th stage, so it should be enough to deal with a substantial majority of exotic beasts. Xia Fei shrugged. Looks like Furball isn't considered among the majority. The two of them were silent for a good while. It was clear that, while Furball was treating Xia Fei well for now, they had no way of knowing what their future relationship might be. Furball had plenty of potential, but the more powerful an exotic beast was, the harder it would be to restrain it, and that was a serious concern for Xia Fei. Given how things have turned out, there's only one solution left, Xia Fei muttered to himself. What could that be? Advance my cultivation of the beast spirit codex past the 5th stage, making a breakthrough to the 6th stage, and then establishing a life and death contract with Furball. Once the beast spirit codex was cultivated to the 6th stage, the user would be able to set blood contracts with exotic beasts. Since Xia Fei was only at the 4th stage, he was still quite a good way off from being able to create such contracts. Furball was still young, yet Xia Fei had been unable to subdue it with just his stage for beast spirit codex cultivation. However, it would be different if he got it to the 6th stage. Currently, the only plan was to force Furball into a contract with him while it was still young. Otherwise, even Xia Fei at the 6th stage of the beast spirit codex might be unable to subjugate it completely if it was given a few more years to grow because of how terrifying Furball's potential was. Are you insane? Phantom exclaimed in his astonishment. Breaking 2 whole stages in one go. Considering how many years you spent before you got your beast spirit codex to stage 4, just how do you plan on crossing 2 major thresholds in one go? Xia Fei very calmly answered. There's nothing impossible in this universe. Back in the day when I was a courier, I never even imagined that I would have my achievements of today. One will never know the outcome if they don't give it a shot. I should still have a chance while I have this huge bank of mental energy reserve in my mental domain. With that, Xia Fei glanced at Furball with ill intentions. Furball seemed to have sensed that Xia Fei had thought of an idea on how to deal with it, so it began fighting a cold war by making itself look pitiful in front of Xia Fei. The more Furball acted this way, the more determined Xia Fei was in his decision to subjugate Furball. If it were to become Xia Fei's exclusive exotic beast, then no matter how crafty or sinister Furball was, it would still have to listen to Xia Fei's orders. Being kind to an enemy was essentially being cruel to oneself. Xia Fei did not care what methods Furball used against its enemy, provided that its target was not himself. If he did not do this, Xia Fei was completely uncertain on how long he would have a hold over Furball. After all, this was a super top-grade exotic beast, so the moment it no longer needed Xia Fei's protection, would it end up turning heel and attempting to deal with him? Then, it is decided. I'll be secluding myself here for this, Xia Fei said decisively. Shutting the doors to the command deck, Xia Fei was not at all concerned with the 8 Tulan tribal leaders who were waiting outside for him. His massacre of their people had already culled them all, so none of them would have the guts to come snooping around Xia Fei even if someone were to goad them. The region of space that this planet was located was particularly desolate and perfect for seclusion. It was no easy task to make 2 stages of breakthroughs in the Beast Spirit Codex, so Xia Fei had no idea how long this would take, which made this sheltered corner perfect for what he was planning to do. Xia Fei exhaled as he sat down cross-legged. Furball rolled in circles on the ground a few times before settling itself right next to him. It looked like it wanted Xia Fei to give it a hug, and probably to give it some purple hearts of spirit as food. Xia Fei rubbed its head as he softly said, "Go hungry for a bit first. Once you become my exclusive beast, I'll let you eat all the hearts of spirit you want, but not now." It was ironic. Xia Fei had always been reprimanding Furball for not growing up, but right now, he was deathly afraid of Furball suddenly growing up. Time passed by very slowly. The difficulty of leveling the Beast Spirit Codex increased several-fold each stage, which was why he needed to spend even more time as he moved up the stages. Xia Fei's copy of the Beast Spirit Codex only had the first 6 stages, and the final 3 stages of the technique had been lost for some reason. From what was written in the tome, cultivating to the 9th stage would allow its user to command beasts all across the universe, establishing a powerful exotic beast army where any and all exotic beasts would bow in service to the user. It would indeed be a pity that there was no way for Xia Fei to attain such a powerful ability, but right now, the most important goal for him was to make Furball sign a contract with him, since Xia Fei was more and more certain that Furball would at least be a Beast King-grade existence when it grew up. There was that Black Star Phantom Bat in the Wild Star region, also at the Beast King grade, which could eliminate an entire fleet by itself, and Furball might just be around the same strength as that Black Star Phantom Bat when it matured. Xia Fei was already very satisfied if he had such a powerful helper beside him, believing that Furball would become like his left arm, aiding Xia Fei as he braved the dangers of the universe. With that thought in mind, Xia Fei could not help but feel his blood boil for having an exclusive Beast King-grade exotic beast. Not many would be able to say the same in this universe. After breaking through the 5th stage of the Beast Spirit Codex, Xia Fei immediately proceeded to assault the 6th stage without a break, pressing onward without missing a beat. The energy reserves in his mental domain helped Xia Fei immensely. In fact, he did not even need to take a rest, solely relying on what he had stored in to maintain his mental energy. It was as if any thorns or obstacles on this road to the 6th stage could get in the way of Xia Fei's progress. Beside him, Phantom was also very excited. Seeing him progress in this manner was akin to watching a racing car barrel past any obstacles as if it were a tank, trampling on anything that dared block its way. However, Xia Fei had no choice but to slow down when he reached the threshold of the 6th stage. It was as if he had suddenly encountered a mountain reaching far beyond the clouds that its peak was invisible and densely covered in thorns. Xia Fei was stumped. Such a high mountain should not exist. Getting past it was basically a completely impossible task. Xia Fei spent 5 whole days and nights trying to make any advancement before this mountain, yet he could not even catch a glimpse of the shadow of the peak. He even suspected that the mountain he was attempting to climb might not have an end. The third stage of the Beast Spirit Codex was like a threshold that Xia Fei had spent plenty of time on before finally getting past. The fourth and fifth stages, which came after, were more simple, and now Xia Fei had met yet another threshold just at the cusp of reaching the sixth stage, and the difficulty was several times that of the third stage. Xia Fei was not one to give up, and only by surmounting this peak could he finally grasp the ability to sign contracts with exotic beasts. Only then could he get the powerful Furball to become his exclusive beast, so no matter how powerful Furball became in the future, it would still have to listen to his orders. That was why, no matter how difficult getting past this stage was, Xia Fei would most definitely not admit defeat. Another 5 days passed, and Xia Fei slowly got more and more tired. The mental energy reserves that he had obtained from the insectoid cerebrum was steadily being exhausted, and he was feeling more and more tired, as well as colder and colder, while still stuck here by the mountainside. The Beast Spirit Codex's sixth-stage threshold was not easy to cross. Xia Fei kept forcibly using his mental energy to attempt a breakthrough, but it was to no avail. The energy reserves he had gotten from the insectoid cerebrum was slowly being used up, and Xia Fei was also helpless about the wastage. This was the time when Xia Fei's obstinate side surfaced. He was not one to give up or get bogged down. Even when his body was telling him that he was at the limit, he would still not consciously give up. He was like an unyielding warrior, treating his body as a weapon as he kept ramming against that door which just would not open. There were even times when Xia Fei had forgotten why he was trying to get through the door he was throwing himself so recklessly against. He was merely acting on his instinct, the only voice in his mind repeating, "Breakthrough. You must make a breakthrough." Phantom had been observing Xia Fei cultivating this entire time. He had no idea that Xia Fei had managed to advance to such a point, but he could tell from the sweat beading his face that he was having a very tough time. As a high-level assassin, Phantom had of course also experienced what Xia Fei was going through right now, and he was simply amazed by the persistence the latter had been demonstrating thus far. He had known Xia Fei for a long time, and this young man from Earth had, time and again, pleasantly given him surprises. Perhaps this was the rumored innate instinct that a natural warrior possessed, finding sources of energy inadvertently that the average human being would have trouble tapping into. It was quite ironic. Xia Fei's assault was getting weaker over time, and that threshold he had to get across was gradually faltering. It was a pity that Xia Fei was barely conscious, so he could not express the nervousness and excitement that came with standing right at the precipice of making a breakthrough. He was numb, but he persevered. The relentless assault finally bore an unexpected result. Beast Spirit Codex Stage 6. He had finally broken through this exceptionally difficult threshold of the top-tier beast control technique. It was akin to a sudden bask of sunlight after being trapped in pitch-black jail for so long. Xia Fei felt pleasure coursing through his body when this happened. He collapsed on the ground, while Furball, having been hungry the entire time, hurried over to lick Xia Fei's head with its warm tongue. Phantom was surprised, and he anxiously used his consciousness to circle Xia Fei's mental domain, muttering to himself, "He's actually fallen asleep? What the heck?" Pan-Human Alliance, the super capital ship Freedom, the highest command center of the military. This Amerian Aeon-class supercarrier was positioned in the inky dark starry space. Due to its size, this supercarrier could not be berthed on any planet or military space station. From the moment it was manufactured until the end of its life, this supercarrier could only stay floating out there in space. Behind it was countless Alliance warships. Over the course of more than 20 days, the south of the Alliance had gathered over 400 fleets, including the only capital ship-only fleet, Freedom Cavalry. The supercarrier Freedom, which was this Freedom Cavalry's mission controller, was now serving as the command center of the entire military. We're not in great shape right now. The insectoids had split the Alliance's main force into two, one in the north and another in the south, unable to work in concert with each other. This is a very big disruption to our ability to mount an effective defense. A command center's blonde staff officer was furrowing his brows when he said this. I feel that, if the Alliance plans to attack the insectoids to force them back, we'll have to find a way to get the forces in the north and south to rendezvous and fight the enemy in one decisive battle. He stood up and turned on the screen, pointing at the star map as he continued speaking. Though the insectoids have conquered the region 40 warps awas from the capital ring, there's no need for the northern force to go through this place. It's absolutely possible for them to advance in from the side. So when the two main fleets meet, we'll have the strength of over 1,000 fleets. And if we include the returning forces from the Death Tri region, it's completely possible for us to exterminate the 600 or so insectoid fleets currently occupying the Venal Star region. At this point, Williams spoke, unmoved. We're not the only ones who have been split up right now. The insectoids have also split into two big fleets, so this unfavorable condition is the same for both armies. The difference is that there's an invisible wormhole leading from insectoid territory right into Tranquil Star region, which is near Venal. According to the report from our reconnaissance squad, there's still an even stronger reinforcement army on the other end of the invisible wormhole. The moment we engage in battle with the insectoids, this reinforcement will travel through the wormhole in masses, entering the Alliance territory. This plan you speak of, rendezvousing all our fleets and attempting a concerted counterattack with the northern forces, is impossible. The moment our northern army leaves, every territory south of Venal will be lost. But we can leverage on our superior forces to take back the capital ring, the blonde staff officer argued, dissatisfied. Williams chuckled. Take back? I'm afraid that if we were to do that, not only would we lose a third of the Pan-Human Alliance territory, we might not even be able to take back the capital ring. Besides, the Venal galaxy has already been reduced to ashes, remember? The blonde staff officer was livid. Do you mean to tell me our 1,000 fleets, as well as the Freedom Cavalry, are unable to achieve victory against their 600 fleets? I know that they will be receiving reinforcements from the wormhole, but General Williams, how many will there be? Could the insectoids still have another 600 combined fleet? After all, they already have over 600 fleets garrisoned in the borders of the Wild Star region, so including the 600 right at the capital ring, that will come to a total of 1,200 fleets. Even if they still have reserve fleets to tap into, I doubt that there will be too many. The generals present all nodded in agreement. Every Alliance soldier was filled with raging resentment when they talked about the fact that the insectoids had occupied their capital. All of them wished that they could just fight to the death with the enemies, not to mention these military leaders. This was why when the southern fleets first gathered together in scale, those in favor of going to battle began requesting their silver-haired General Tai to bring the fight to the enemies. Williams was the calmest out of everyone. The chief of staff for the military required him to maintain an objective view of the battle situation at all times. Shaking his head, Williams rebutted, "Does none of you understand this? If I were the commander of the insectoid army, I would order my troops with their superior combat strength to push southward, capitalizing on the opportunity while the Southern Alliance force has yet to get into position and completely decimate the northern force by sandwiching it in two prongs. So why haven't they done that yet?" These high-level military commanders each expressed their puzzlement. Everyone found what the insectoids were doing to be highly suspicious. The situation was clearly leaning in the favor of the bugs, yet they simply refused to engage in battle with the Alliance. None of them could make sense of this. Tai coughed twice. "Why don't you enlighten us with your analysis, Williams?" Williams nodded. "Of course, Marshal. Due to the war, the Alliance had enacted a state of emergency, and the President had awarded Tai with the honor of becoming the Grand Marshal in charge of the war effort. The position of Marshal did not exist during peacetime. It was only when the Pan-Human Alliance faced large-scale war that the highest position on the battlefield would be assigned. The last time the Alliance had a Marshal was several thousand years ago, in the first war between the insectoids and humans. Marshals would not just be the highest commander of the military in times of war, they would also be the commander-in-chief of the entire human race, having the ultimate authority across the Pan-Human Alliance. Even the President himself could not interfere with a Marshal's operations. This was because the entire Alliance had already plunged into a state of war. Economics, politics, and everything else had to be set aside for the war efforts, all in favor of winning it. The war machine, which had been silent for several thousand years, had already begun its rumbling start, and Tai was the operator of this machine. Williams was quiet for some time, organizing the words that he wanted to say in his mind. According to my analysis, there can be three possibilities why the great insectoid army has yet to make their move. The first possibility is that the insectoids plan to lay waste completely on our forces right from the start, so they are intentionally not making their move, waiting for us to gather before taking us all down in one fell swoop. If that's the case, it only means that the master of the Golden Tent is very confident in their army, believing that we won't be up to par even if we manage to organize all of our combat forces for this, which is why they dare to do so. Of course, considering UTI's personality, that's quite unlikely. The second possibility is that the army staying in their territory is just a bluff. They actually don't have that much combat strength, which is why their fleets have yet to cross the borders and crush us. Their existence is just to restrict our northern forces' movement. The moment the northern force heads south, they'll use our weakened defenses to take the northern star regions. Meanwhile, there's nothing to worry about the fleet they have stationed in our capital ring, either. That's because the invisible wormhole's existence means they can send their reinforcements in at any time. Regardless if we choose to fight separate battles or surround the capital ring in concert, the insectoids won't lose. The third possibility is that the insectoids are actually withholding some secret that they've yet to reveal to anyone, which is why their fleets need to remain in proximity to Venal Galaxy. My guess is that they are searching for something near the capital. According to our scouts' report, the majority of the insectoids have gathered near the capital and not made any other moves, only symbolically sending small squads to patrol the surrounding area. The first two possibilities that Williams had postulated were still understandable to the other generals, but the third possibility he had suggested was simply too shocking a revelation. Mobilizing over 1,000 fleets as well as their powerful armada and going all out to start a war against the pan-human alliance of about equal strength with them were, all just for finding something? That was such an incredulous hypothesis that everyone found it hard to believe. Tai frowned, his eyebrows knitted. And what's the basis for the third theory you've drawn? Williams answered. The insectoids have conquered the capital ring, yet they haven't continued to press their attack against us. Isn't that suspicious enough? No one will want to park themselves in the scorched land of Venal Galaxy for so long, unless they have some secret that they don't wish to reveal to others, requiring them to stay there. Tai said, the insectoids would indeed gain a significant advantage if they chose to press with their attacks then. With our southern fleets not yet done gathering, they were many times stronger than us. Meanwhile, the northern fleets were being suppressed by other insectoid fleets, making it difficult for them to send out troops to aid the south. If they made a move, it would be tantamount to us surrendering the north. However, this doesn't mean that the true intention of the insectoids for starting this war is just to find something in the Venal Galaxy. If that's the case, just what exactly can they be searching for? Williams replied, everyone knows that Venal Galaxy is humanity's place of origin, the entire Alliance's most ancient habitat. Perhaps there's really something hidden there that we have no idea about. I'm just a staff officer. All I do is provide you with possibilities. You're still the one who needs to make the necessary decisions. Tai could not help but feel uncertain. He knew just how intelligent Williams was, but for the insectoids to mobilize all their forces just to seek something in Venal Galaxy, was such a speculation not a bit too unrestrained? It had been 24 days since Xia Fei first entered the ancient insectoid capital ship. During this time, the greatest boon Xia Fei had received was the star map that could lead him to the insectoid territory. At the same time, he had managed to rank his psychokinesis up to Star River, and this was while successfully cultivating up to the 6th stage of the Beast Spirit Codex he had in possession. Because the Beast Spirit Codex he currently had was missing the later parts, he was unable to learn the final 3 stages of the technique, which was why his cultivation of it could essentially be considered completed in the meantime. Unless he got his hands on the remaining 3 stages, Xia Fei had no choice but to stop at its 6th stage. There was still plenty to go in the future, and whether Xia Fei would find the rest of the Beast Spirit Codex or not all depended on a bit of luck besides taking the time to search for it. Taking 2 more days to recover, Xia Fei now felt as if he was back to his peak. This was especially true for his mental strength. Due to Xia Fei having improved his mental abilities, his current mental strength was better than before, experiencing a great clarity of the mind. The poor furball had collapsed all softly and fluffily beside Xia Fei. Having not eaten anything for over 20 days, Furball's stomach was rumbling relentlessly. It kept fawning on Xia Fei in hopes of getting something to eat from him, but he was unmoved. Furball's mental strength was very powerful, and Xia Fei knew this better than anyone else. In order to subdue it into becoming his exclusive beast, Xia Fei needed to rely on some underhanded means. Establishing a contract using the Beast Spirit Codex was dangerous, and if he was not careful, he might suffer quite the backlash from Furball's powerful mental strength. It's about time. Furball's already very weak. This is the perfect time to establish a contract with it. If it continues to go hungry, an accident may happen when you're establishing a contract with it because it's become so weak. Phantom cautioned him. Xia Fei nodded. Making Furball go hungry was just to increase his success rate, and it would be doing more harm than good if Furball ended up getting injured because of this. With a light brush of his finger on his spatial ring, Xia Fei pulled out a piece of purple heart of spirit, which weighed almost 4 pounds. This particular ore was crystal clear and of a deep hue. In fact, it was even purer than that piece he had put up for auction, which got one for over 100 billion star coins during the Brotherhood's trade carnival. Furball instantly became excited when it saw the ore. Its eyes shone brightly, and it began drooling, looking like a hungry cat that had seen a mouse, its eyes turning green. Furball, do as I will instruct you, and you can have this for dinner. Xia Fei pointed to the mineral ore as he spoke. In order for him to sign a contract with Furball, Xia Fei intended not to spare any expenses. He would not have been willing to do this normally, and in fact, the cost of this one meal Furball was about to have would have been enough to keep Xia Fei fed for the rest of his life. The price of rearing a top-grade exotic beast was simply not something any average human could afford. Furball seemed to have understood what Xia Fei had said, for like a puppy shown a bone, the beast bobbed its head vigorously as it clumsily attempted to climb up Xia Fei, its eyes trained on that purple ore Xia Fei was holding in his hand, not even blinking once. Xia Fei took it into his arm and had it face him directly, allowing both their eyes to meet. All of a sudden, a light exploded forth as Xia Fei's pupils enlarged. An imperceptible burst of mental energy rapidly delved its way right into Furball's mind like a bolt of lightning. Furball was first stunned, as its powerful mental energy quickly gathered around and closed in on Xia Fei's mental energy, seemingly wanting to swallow Xia Fei's energy up. Furball had quite the appetite, able to completely drain all the energy inside that large piece of purple heart of spirit in one go. If it truly did so, Xia Fei would of course feel the heartache. Though he had already cultivated his Beast Spirit Codex up to the 6th stage, Furball was ultimately not just any average exotic beast, and there was no one that could actually tell just what potential it held. Little guy, this is the power of my 6th stage Beast Spirit Codex. No matter what, you're going to become my exclusive beast today, Xia Fei said with determination. Furball was lying on the floor, just like a fatty that had devoured its fill. The beast's already round belly was filled to the brim, looking completely satisfied. Beside it were 4 purple hearts of spirit, or to be precise, for transparent ores, since all the energy within them had already been completely drained by Furball, looking no different from chunks of clear glass. Congratulations, Xia Fei. You've finally obtained an exclusive beast, Phantom said. Xia Fei wrinkled his brows and complained. While having an exclusive beast is of course something worth celebrating, it's just that this pet really has quite the appetite. This single meal meant 4 hearts of spirit. These ores were worth hundreds of billions of star coins. Phantom thought nothing of it. Furball grew up a bit, so of course its appetite increased along with it. Right now, it has already signed a contract with you, unable to betray you forever. Feeding your loyal super exotic beast some food is but natural. Xia Fei pouted as he gave Furball an order. Get up, you lazy worm. It's time for us to leave. This order was mentally given. After signing a contract, any command that came from Xia Fei could be transmitted by mental waves to Furball, and its response would of course also be understood by Xia Fei. The man and the ball had become one, tightly bonded together. Furball leaped from the ground to Xia Fei's shoulder, having already grown to a size where it was no longer possible for it to stay in Xia Fei's bosom. Though Furball was a ball, it seemed to have some special ability which enabled it to clutch onto Xia Fei's shoulder tightly. Xia Fei tried to give it a nudge or two, only to discover that it had some sort of magnetic force. Unless someone really exerted their full strength, there was no way for anyone to push Furball off his shoulder. The 8 tribal chiefs, who had been waiting anxiously outside the warship for the last 20 or so days, had not seen Xia Fei appear once all this time. Because they all departed in a rush without bringing any food along, all they could do was fast. Due to their immense fear towards Xia Fei, none of them dared even go forage for food around the area, merely staying right where they were await Xia Fei's return. Fortunately, the little robot pod was extremely considerate and brought them food and water daily. It even provided them with blankets so that they did not have to weather the cold nights. As such, these 8 tribal chiefs were able to spend each day in relative comfort while they waited. They were all grateful, yet fearful of Pod. After all, this was a magical robot Xia Fei owned. No one understood why this robot was capable of thought like any sapient life form. They would all be kneeling on the ground, giving their blessing and thanks every time Pod came with food, showering it with great respect and humbleness. A loud sound could be heard, and Xia Fei came striding out from the warship. Seeing the 8 tribal chiefs standing outside, Xia Fei could not help but find it hilarious. It had been over 20 days since he last saw them. Each and every one of them appeared a lot more haggard than before, looking no different from beggars loitering on the streets. "Hand over all your black crystals," Xia Fei emotionlessly commanded. Daimu and the others hurriedly gave Xia Fei their black crystals, which were used to activate the capital ship. Phantom knitted his eyebrows and asked, "What do you want their trinkets for?" Xia Fei squeezed the crystals in his hand and said, "These things might be worth something. I can't just let my trip on this planet the Talons are residing in to be for naught, can I?" Phantom was speechless. Xia Fei not only discovered a star map, which would lead him to the insectoid territory, but also managed to rank up immensely his special abilities on this planet. He had already gained plenty from here, and it was hardly a trip for nothing like what Xia Fei had just claimed. As the Impaler's engine blasted off loudly toward the distant stars, the 8 Talon tribal leaders back on the ground felt that they had been relieved of a great burden, thinking to themselves, "The god of death has finally left. Oh heavens, please don't ever let Venerable Xia return here ever again. We have only so many tribesmen, a few more trips from him, and our race will be wiped out from existence." Ministry of Military Affairs. Williams walked into Tai's office with a smile. "We've just received a message from Xia Fei. He is still alive and has managed to escape to the back end of the insectoid territory after his wormhole collapsed. That guy's really hardy. Everybody from the trade delegation fleet died, yet only he managed to escape." Tai tossed the documents in his hand and rubbed his temples. The long hours of busy work had left him feeling very exhausted, and he was using this brief moment to rest for a few minutes. As the highest-ranking commander in the Alliance, the burden on him was unimaginable. "That's rather interesting." Tai nodded. "Unfortunately, he's all alone. If only he had a fleet by his side, he could be a raider and launch ambushes on the insectoids." Williams sighed. "That's indeed very unfortunate. Now that the insectoid fleets are all millions of light years away, their territory is practically empty. If our fleets can sneak in, I'm sure we'll be able to catch them off guard." Tai said, "Doesn't Xia Fei have a friend by the name of Avril? Inform her about him. Xia Fei has been servicing the military, and that caused him to end up behind enemy lines. It's our responsibility." Williams shook his head. "Xia Fei's using an open-channel broadcast. Any warship fitted with a Blackbat radar should have received his signal. I gave the Jin family a call, and they informed me of having received the same message." Tai mulled over this for a moment. "Since he's deep in the insectoid territory right now, perhaps he can help us probe and find out the insectoid's military deployment. Didn't you say that if there are enough benefits, there's nothing Xia Fei won't dare to do? He's of a decent cultivation as well, so he should be able to pull this off successfully." Williams chuckled. "It's useless. According to Xia Fei's message, his warship's badly damaged, so all he can do is send out messages, not receive them. Plus, only the open-channel communication is available. There's no way for us to contact him whatsoever. In that case, we'll just have to depend on his luck. Come take a seat. I've got a new idea," said Tai, somewhat disappointed. "What idea?" Tai purposely suppressed his voice as he mysteriously shared. "Since the insectoids suddenly appeared in our territory through that invisible wormhole, why don't we find a way to destroy the wormhole? Then, the insectoid fleets in Venal Galaxy will be stranded, and without any reinforcements, the southern fleets can easily engage them in battle. Williams was momentarily stunned, but his eyebrows soon knitted together. Tai, destroying a wormhole will need us to mobilize a dreadnought fleet. Isn't the risk of such a plan far too great? In a distant region of space, Xia Fei used the star map the insectoid Cerebrum had given him to forge his way forward. Based on his present speed, he would need over a month of travel before he could reach the insectoid territory. The Impaler exited the wormhole while in stealth mode, and in just a handful of seconds, the ship's warning system blared. Alert! Enemy warship alert! Insectoid warships and facilities have been detected within a range of 10 light-years. Xia Fei was in the middle of his meal when this alert sounded, giving him a shock. He realized then that he had made a fatal mistake. The star map the insectoid Cerebrum had given him was from a long, long time ago, so there was no way for the territory the insectoids covered to still be the same after all this time. He might have been inside the insectoid territory for quite some time already. Xia Fei rapidly dashed to the command deck and read the data collected by the backup radar. Crap, we've already entered the insectoid territory, and we're actually in the vicinity of some of their warships and one of their cities. Phantom gasped in astonishment. It's fine. Don't forget that we emerged from the wormhole under stealth. Even if the tracking stations out here did manage to catch a trace of our energy discharge, there's no way for them to grasp our precise position, Xia Fei said somberly. It appeared that they were near a small border town, which was far away from the core of the insectoid territory. There were not many ships flying about in space here, for this place was very backward, which fortunately made it not much of a threat to Xia Fei and the Impaler. I'm afraid the danger will increase the more we proceed onward. Let's first investigate this area, see if we can find any useful information. You wish to enter this insectoid town? That's far too dangerous. While probably none of the insectoids here are a threat to you, they can still inform the core divisions about you, and that'll draw military encirclement upon ourselves. I think it's best if we just pass through here as discreetly as possible. Xia Fei shook his head. We've already been away from the Alliance for too long. I need to know how the war efforts are going, and there isn't any heavy military presence guarding this place. Besides, the map the insectoid Cerebrum gave me is too old. I'll need to find something more recent. This blunder with the star map reminded me as well that nothing in this universe will remain unchanged. We're lucky to have warped into the insectoid territory in relative safety. There's no telling if a new black hole formed along the route we are presently taking. If so, that'd be a real tragedy. Phantom originally wanted to dissuade Xia Fei from risking a trip into the insectoid territory and make a beeline for the Panhuman Alliance instead, but he instantly broke in a cold sweat when he heard what Xia Fei had just said. A black hole. That was essentially the most frightening natural hazard in the entire universe, where even light could not escape. There was no telling how many tens of thousands of years ago the star map from the insectoid Cerebrum was, so there was no telling what changes could have happened to the route. Furthermore, Xia Fei ultimately could not let go of his concern for Avril deep in his heart. Fine, but we can't stay too long down there, Phantom said. The insectoid town was built on a small planet. By human standards, this planet's air quality and water source had already deteriorated to unsustainable levels. This polluted planet was filled with garbage, and all sorts of strange creatures flew about freely. However, the insectoids did not have strict requirements when it came to their living standards, so they hardly had any issues with such planets. Xia Fei landed the Impaler in somewhere desolate and quiet, as inconspicuous as possible. Then he wore an oxygen mask before he secretly ventured into the town outskirts. The insectoids had a sense of smell far more sensitive than humans. If any average human entered their city, they would almost instantaneously be discovered. After all, any unremarkable bug found here could very well act as the eyes and ears for the insectoids. So it was a good thing that Xia Fei had breath control to mask his presence, which even insectoids with the keenest of senses would not notice his existence. As he got closer and closer to the town, he noticed how it was made up of hundreds of houses. There were 6 muddy roads that were strewn with rubbish. A town of such a size out here in the outer rim of the insectoid territory was hardly considered small. After all, most insectoids were living very primitively, residing in holes underground, as they led lives no different from the common bugs. Only insectoids that had managed to evolve into human forms were considered true masters. They were able to construct houses and machines, or even research language. Aside from their outward appearance looking slightly stranger than humans, they practically had living habits similar to that with humans. The streets of this insectoid town were paved rather haphazardly, all crooked and of uneven width like worms. The height of the stone houses and rooms varied. There were also abodes made with welded metal, and the size of the windows also varied, with some being larger than doors. They were like what human children would create with wooden building blocks, all messy and without any order whatsoever. This was a clear display of just how rudimentary the life skills of the insectoids were. Bloodthirsty Ice God combat suit had a black cloak, and Xia Fei wrapped this around himself, only revealing his two eyes. Every dark corner Xia Fei saw made for a great hiding place, allowing him to proceed onward rather efficiently, occasionally appearing above house beams or between gaps of the houses. In the center of the town was a fairly well-grounded building, and while its exterior looked somewhat ugly, at least its walls were upright. One should not have too high of an expectation toward the buildings the insectoids could build, so such a standard building was already considered the best looking out of everything in this town. Xia Fei held a nearby housing beam with one hand as he peered over, spotting a signboard above which stated that the building was a local insectoid frontier command center, responsible for local transports, defenses, and communications. As the insectoids had a universal military system, every single local resident was a soldier for the cause. Xia Fei used this chance while the streets were fairly empty to leap from the beam to the roof of that command center, flattening himself like a sheet of paper to make himself inconspicuous. There was a square skylight right in the middle of this roof, and Xia Fei made his way over and peeked through. All he saw were two simple communication devices. Two insectoids, one fat and the other skinny, were drinking while they chatted inside. It was said that the alcohol the insectoids brewed tasted horrible, comparable to toilet water. Human brewmasters and winemakers had always been the most sought-after individuals on slave market trades along the borders. In terms of food and beverages, humans were far more advanced than the insectoids, so if the insectoids truly wanted to taste good alcohol, they had to employ human slaves to make it for them. Of course, this was a privilege that the nobility had, so the soldiers of this border town could only drink the terrible toilet water they called alcohol. The fat insectoid looked like a ladybug, whose back even had a carapace which had failed to evolve completely. As for the black and skinny insectoid, he was evidently from the ant species. The ant species made up the largest majority of insectoids. It was said that, out of 10 insectoids, one would be from the ant species, but it was a pity that this species, which was in the majority among their race, was hardly well treated by the others. They were known for their hard work and reticence, not at all complaining about being ruled over by other species, and was considered to be the lowest existence out of all the insectoids. The two insectoids were drinking with great gusto, their speech already slurred, and even their gait unsteady whenever they stood up and paced about. Our insectoid military sure isn't all talk. What pan-human alliance or their so-called well-defended capital ring? Did they not all end up toppling over to the might of our General Tanini's fleets? Said loudly the fat insectoid, clearly feeling very excited. Xia Fei's heart sank. He had already expected such an outcome, and thinking about it made him feel very uncomfortable. Avril and the newly constructed headquarters of Quantum Holdings were all in the capital ring. He had no clue how the Indero Star region had fared, and how his home planet, Earth, was presently doing. The skinny insectoid raised his cup and nodded. That's right, that's right. The fat insectoid stood up, puffing out his chest like a general who had won a war. UTI truly deserves to be known as the smartest emperor in all of the insectoid's history. Now that the Pan-Human Alliance's capital has been reduced to ashes, the billions of soldiers and citizens who look upon our great insectoid army and thought to flee will only find themselves overtaken by our heroic General Tenini and all be exterminated. Oh, how truly satisfying. Hundreds of billions of despicable humans instantly dying out in space. That is truly a huge glory to our insectoid race. That's right. You're right. The honest and stern ant nodded. The fat ladybug raised his cup high. Come, Let us cheer for the insectoid's great victory. That's right, we should cheer. The skinny ant nodded and bowed. Just as those words were uttered, they heard the sound of a single tap, and the front door of the command center suddenly shut. Then someone wrapped in a black cloak appeared in the room. It turned out that Xia Fei could no longer remain hiding after hearing about how the fleeing ships of civilians from the capital had been ambushed and subsequently wiped out by the insectoids. He leaped down from the roof and locked the doors from the inside. Avril, Charlie, Andre. They were all his closest kin and had all been in the capital ring when the war broke out. Could they truly have met with danger? Xia Fei did not dare to think about it. Just the thought that such a thing had occurred caused an uncontrollable rage to burn vividly in his chest. Did you just say that the Pan-Human Alliance's capital, with hundreds of billions of soldiers and civilians, has been destroyed by the insectoids? Xia Fei asked, his voice trembling. It's not just that. Blood from these hundreds of billions of humans flowed for 7 days and 7 nights. The entire human capital was set ablaze by the great General Tenini, reducing it to ashes. I heard that the great General Tenini even used a weapon of mass destruction to blow up the stars and planets in Venal Galaxy at once. There's never going to be such a place in existence anymore. Ha ha ha. The fat ladybug was so drunk that he did not even know who was standing right in front of him. All he cared about was to exaggerate in his bragging about the tragedy. Actually, UTI's original decree did not include such details. These were all embellishments that others added, bragging about the results of the war to boost morale. It was a fairly common move used by the military. Kerchunk. Xia Fei raised his hand, his blade following, cleanly cutting that fat ladybug into 2. His arm was trembling, and the black cloth covering his face made it hard to see his expression, but it was most definitely twisted and ugly at this time. Is he speaking the truth? Xia Fei asked, a dark expression on his face. The moment the skinny ant saw Xia Fei's face, true fear gripped him. Never could he have imagined that, in this distant small town, he would actually come face to face with a human who was extremely cruel and powerful. Kerchunk. The skinny insectoid's 2 slender arms were cut right at their joints by Xia Fei. Answer my question. The skinny insectoid was in so much pain that he kept gnashing his mandibles, the 2 large pincers tightly clasped together as the ant shuddered violently. He struggled to nod. It's true. UTI personally sent out the commendation decree, stating that Great General Tenini had decimated the Pan-Human Alliance's capital, the entire galaxy including all its inhabitants, tripling the salary of all the soldiers in our army. Xia Fei could only feel his vision blur as his mind went blank. He staggered back. Avril. Could Avril have? That inferno in his chest erupted like an active volcano. There was nothing that could stop his violent eruption. A heavy killing intent abruptly engulfed the entire insectoid town. Xia Fei had completely exploded in his rage. Kill them all. Kill them all. An unfamiliar voice echoed in Xia Fei's mind, seemingly guiding him in perpetrating a massacre. It was unknown when Celestial Moon had flown out of its scabbard and orbited around Xia Fei. 1,000 venerables. Xia Fei let out a low, guttural bellow. The entire town could hear this terrifying growl, and these insectoids all lifted their heads and looked at the stars, thinking that a bolt of lightning had struck down from the heavens. With Xia Fei at the center, the air around began churning in all directions. Like a nuclear bomb that had detonated under Xia Fei's feet, it instantly swallowed the insectoid town whole. By the south borders of the Pan-Human Alliance, the 105-fleet-strong counterinsurgency army, which had been formed to quell the Death Tri-region, was returning to the Alliance as fast as they could. Capital ship, the Mary Goddess. The fleet commander, Admiral Ribeiro, had his arms folded as he stood on the command deck, looking ahead at a flashing beacon. This beacon signified that they were entering the Alliance territory. The red beacon flashed red at a steady rate. Ribeiro's weathered face finally revealed a rare smile. A report for the Admiral. The fleets and their crew have all safely arrived. Ribeiro looked outside through the viewing window and saw many wormholes opening all around. Alliance warships were appearing in succession on both flanks of his capital ship, forming a powerful combined fleet. Admiral, now that we're in the Pan-Human Alliance territory, we can re-establish connection to the interplanetary internet. We've also reconnected with the military's encrypted network, ready to contact headquarters whenever. Ribeiro called in a booming voice, informed the headquarters of our current position. At the same time, passed down my orders. The insectoids have declared war unconditionally. The survival of the Alliance is at a critical juncture. We must hurry to reconvene with Marshal Tai's southern fleets, so this is no time for the crew to relax. Let us head out with haste. These expeditionary fleets had just returned from the Death Tri-region. It had been a long time since most of the fleet's crew had rested. Plenty of these warships did not even take the time to replenish their ammunition as they swiftly set off on their return voyage to save the Alliance. No one had any complaints about this, and everyone did their best to endure. Their fighting spirit was great, each of them looking forward to driving away the evil insectoids from Alliance territory. The fleets, comprising tens of thousands of warships, were stationary in space. They needed approximately 50 minutes or so after every jump to recover their energy, and there was still some time before they could make the next jump. Everyone was busy using this time to do some small-scale maintenance of their ships. Any machinery would always encounter minor or major issues. The most busy during this grueling journey had to be the many machinists on board the ships. This rapid flying did not allow any warships to fall out, and if there was any mechanical failure on board, the fleets were not about to stay and wait. In order to keep up with the fleet's continued flight, it was necessary for the warships to be kept at peak condition. Plenty of these over tens of thousands of machinists in the fleets had not rested. All of them depended on drugs to keep their wits about, maintaining their respective stations throughout the voyage in order to ensure that the fleet remained perfectly safe. All of a sudden, a wormhole opened in front of the fleets, followed by a second and even a third. Report. Admiral, a wormhole node has appeared somewhere 30,000 kilometers in front of us. Their numbers have already reached tens of thousands, showing no signs of slowing down. The radar operator was at a complete loss on what to do as he made this report. Like countless rocks that had been thrown into the sea at the same time, ripples began appearing everywhere in the piece of peaceful space in front of them. These countless wormholes meant there was going to be just as many warships appearing before them soon. Ribeiro knew that these incoming fleets could not possibly be friendly. Worse was the fact that the warships in this expeditionary force were completely unprepared to do individual warp jumps. They could not flee even if they wanted to. Several minutes later, about 500 insectoid combined fleets appeared before the Alliance expeditionary fleets, their inky black cannons all pointing toward that 105 paltry and fatigued Alliance fleets. Supercarrier, Freedom, the temporary command center of the military. What? The expeditionary fleets sent to quell the Death Tri-region's rebellion got surrounded by some insectoid fleets, which had appeared out of nowhere. Grand Marshal Tai slapped the table hard as he asked, "The expeditionary force is in the southern borders, so when did the insectoid fleets arrive there? Why did we not get any information of such a movement prior?" His fiery gaze looked as if it would spit flames any minute. No one dared to look at an enraged Tai right in the eyes. "How many men are there? What are the losses?" Tai asked, doing his best to suppress the anger he was feeling inside. The command center was dead silent. No one dared to give him an answer or even let out a breath. "What? Are you all dead?" demanded Tai coldly. Williams handed the latest emergency update to Tai. 600 combined fleets circled from beyond the Alliance territory to our south. Ribeiro's expeditionary fleets have all been decimated. Not a single ship escaped. Tai looked at the documents before plopping down in his chair heavily, feeling lost. Another 600 combined fleets. 600 from the north, 600 in Alliance territory, and 600 more from the south. It could be said that the entire Panhuman Alliance had already been surrounded by 1,800 insectoid combined fleets. The situation was evident. The total fleets under the Alliance command were a little over 1,000, yet the insectoids actually had 1,800 elite combined fleets. This was a war that the insectoids had carefully prepared for, and everything had already been planned by the Golden Tent, not a single detail left out to chance. It was as if Tai had suddenly become older at that moment, as a deep stabbing pain, which came from a feeling of sad helplessness, gripped his heart. That was when the ring of the emergency communication system could be heard, its ear-piercing sound seemingly mocking the military's failure. After a good long time, The communications officer in charge of receiving the report finally bit the bullet and stood up. With a deeply somber and heavy tone, he said, "The North Fleet Commander, Admiral Layton, called. The insectoid fleets on their borders have begun advancing toward the Indero Star region." Tai was stunned yet again, not saying a word as he ground his teeth. Williams asked heavy-heartedly, "How many, and do the northern fleets have any confidence in holding the assault?" 1,000 combined fleets, replied the communications officer in a very low voice, his head lowering to match. This was not a good day. The alliance was being forced into a corner facing attacks from three sides, while Xia Fei was lying in his cabin, his eyes staring up at the empty ceiling. Phantom had already lost count of the cigarette butts on the ground. Xia Fei had been lighting them up, one by one, and flicking them down to the ground after it burned until the filter, yet never once did he take a puff this entire time. Xia Fei was devastated when he learned of how the capital had fallen, and hundreds of billions of people had all been killed. He did not really care about the losses of life, but he could not ignore the loss of the lady that he cared and loved the most. Avril. Xia Fei suddenly got up from his bed, arriving at the command deck completely expressionlessly as he keyed in a series of commands in the mainframe. Phantom wanted to speak some words of consolation to Xia Fei, but he never found the right words, so all he could do was keep his mouth shut. Even the little robot pod could sense the heavy atmosphere in the room as well as the rage boiling in Xia Fei's chest. It brought over a glass of milk, and seeing that Xia Fei did not want to drink this, it swapped it for a cola, and this continued without end. "We won't be returning to the Alliance yet." Xia Fei adjusted the data as he said quietly, "Why? There are some things I need to do." With that said, Xia Fei returned to his cultivation room, sans another sound. That night, he only spent it doing just one thing, polishing his weapon and combat suit over and over again. Between two mountains was a copse of densely packed trees. A single insectoid warrior was sitting amid this forest, his figure fat like an ox. The muscles on his body were strong and sturdy like steel girdles, his skin green, with a metal helmet on his head. He was seated on a large boulder with his two eyes closed, as if he was in the middle of deep contemplation. Beside him were hundreds of dead bodies in varying states of dismemberment. They were all insectoid corpses. Not one of these corpses was completely intact. All of them had been torn into segments by an external force, their intestines and blood all strewn all over the ground. If someone were to venture deeper into the forest, they would discover even more corpses and innards, numbering at least upward to 5,000. Killing these low-rank slaves was a routine training he did every 3 days. During his monthly large-scale training, he needed upward to 50,000 slaves as his opponents, not allowing any one of them to live. The caterpillar Xia was Planet Mantai's most terrifying and bloodthirsty insectoid warrior. That metal helmet on his head was not worn for defense, nor was it for aesthetic purposes, as he did not even have a skull. Plenty of insectoids were not completely evolved, and Xia was one such individual. He adjusted his breathing as he slowly opened his eyes. All he saw was a figure dressed in all black, standing fewer than 10 meters in front. "Are you the one called Xia?" Xia Fei asked frigidly. "I am indeed, and who are you?" Xia harumphed angrily. He stood up and pointed a bloody finger to Xia Fei. He only had 3 fingers, and each looked like an iron tong. There were even sharp barbs on his fingertips which were abnormally sharp. Xia Fei completely ignored his question as he pressed and asked, "Are you the most capable warrior on this planet?" Xia bellowed, "Yours truly is a sacred warrior. Of course, I'm the best, and there's no doubt about it." Xia Fei nodded his head in satisfaction as he pulled off his cloak to reveal his true face. "A human. You're actually a human." Xia Fei dropped the black cloak onto the ground as he limbered up, looking very relaxed. "I've already killed everyone in your tribe. I thank you for helping me kill this last batch." Xia Fei glanced at the corpses all around them. His lips then curled into a sinister smirk. Xia was shocked. About 600 kilometers away from this forest was a tribe with at least over 1,000 insectoids, and they were all exceptional warriors. Though they could not be compared with his strength, they were capable of killing far more slaves than himself. If what Xia Fei said was true, then this human's cultivation should not be any worse than his. Xia suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. "I've long heard of just how shameless humans are. and it seems that the rumors are true. Do you think you're able to finish off everyone of my tribe single-handedly? Dream on. Xia Fei abruptly burst into battle sans another word. With a tap of his toe, Xia Fei appeared in front of Shay, even as October flying snow came cutting away with that bone-chilling coldness, going straight for Shay's face. Shay did not expect that Xia Fei would possess such lightning-fast speed. As an apex warrior of the insectoids, his reaction time was nothing to be scoffed at, either. He simply crooked his head to the back and extended both his hands at once in an attempt to grab hold of Xia Fei, grab onto foe and tear them apart. This was Shay's ultimate move. Unfortunately, he had underestimated just how powerful Xia Fei's October flying snow was. After all, this was an eternal rank prime dagger. Underneath its exquisite appearance was a captivating killing intent. Ping! Plenty of ice shards blasted out in every direction. October flying snow's aura of cold froze Shay's brain into ice, and the follow-up attack from Xia Fei shattered the ice into chunks of hail. There was even blood and meat belonging to Shay within the pieces of ice. Crash! The huge headless corpse crashed onto the ground, mixing with all the other dismembered corpses. Xia Fei turned around, leaving expressionlessly. It was as if nothing had happened, seemingly colder and more heartless than October flying snow. That insectoid was a sacred warrior. Killing him is as good as declaring war against the entire insectoid race. Every insectoid warrior will now view you as an enemy who deserves death, Phantom said, his lips curled. I know. Where are we going now? To find the next sacred warrior and his tribe, answered Xia Fei in a low voice. The impaler was like a specter, slowly creeping its way deep into the insectoid territory. Xia Fei was seated in the command deck, analyzing the information gathered on the computer. He took an insectoid communications system from the border town and connected it to his ship's mainframe. Though the system was hardly advanced, the insectoids had always been known for their carelessness, hardly putting sufficient thought into their industrialized products. Take this communications system, for example. The Panhuman Alliance's military communications system would not be usable by insectoids even if they had gotten hold of it, for it would be protected by a twin-layer password. Using it would require entering a password first, and it was not a static password, either, automatically changing after a short time. It was much easier with the insectoid communication system. All it needed was the host's login password, and anyone could get a hold of the password from the insectoid network unimpeded. Cracking this password was a piece of cake to Xia Fei. His many years of study had given him a solid foundation in technology, so forget something as simple as the insectoid's password system. Xia Fei had even cracked the far more intricate and multi-layered password systems of the ancient civilization many times. Xia Fei was madly hunkered down in front of the computer in these 2 days, learning as much as he could about the various knowledge pertaining to the insectoids and their societal structure, looking for a target at the same time. He had too much hatred which needed to be vented. The flames of revenge were like a ticking atomic bomb buried in Xia Fei's heart, and only fresh insectoid blood could stop him from blasting the insectoid's inner region into nothingness. Most of the military and high-ranking warriors were away, participating in the war against the Panhuman Alliance, so this was Xia Fei's opportunity. According to the information he had collected, the insectoid's inner region had its own warrior structure, similar to the humans' Adjudicator Union, a warrior organization in the inner region known as the Sacred Guild. The Sacred Guild was the only warrior organization of the insectoids, and at the same time, it was a government institution. It was different from the Adjudicator Union, which serviced the people, as it directly served the insectoid emperor living in the Golden Tent, UTI. Plenty of the soldiers around UTI were provided by the Sacred Guild, and the various armed forces each had an elite warrior squad assigned to them by the Sacred Guild, too. They were both the vanguards of the insectoid warmongering machines, as well as the backbone of the race. Xia Fei very easily took the Sacred Guild as his most critical target. Of course, he did not forget to include the settlements where the intelligent insectoids resided. Right now, Xia Fei only wanted to kill. If possible, he even wanted to kill his way to the Golden Tent and take UTI's head back home to become a stool for him. Oh no, the Alliance got dealt a heavy blow again. Phantom furrowed his brows and sighed. Xia Fei was reading the latest battle reports from the insectoid network. The southern fleets in Indero Star region had gotten embroiled in a fierce battle with the insectoids. Due to the imbalance of strength between the two forces, the alliance had had a really tough time. After an intense battle, which lasted 5 days and 5 nights, Admiral Layton was forced to concede territory and withdraw from Indero, letting the Star region fall. The loss of the Indero Star region also meant the loss of Earth. Xia Fei's only home planet had fallen into the hands of the insectoids. Quantum Holdings, Sarah, Porter, Boateng, even the old man selling bean curd by the alley. There was no telling how they were, if they had managed to escape in time, or what the fate of all 6 billion Earthlings was. Analyzing the recent battle reports, Xia Fei very easily came to a conclusion. It would not be long before the alliance fell. The screen changed again, and Xia Fei pulled out the image of a huge building nestled in a basin surrounded by mountains. Using the surrounding terrain as the wall, a clear glass ceiling was built above to seal off the entire basin, forming a fully enclosed building with a diameter of over 100 kilometers. This building was different from the majority of the ugly insectoid buildings. It had a sparkling exterior, giving off quite an artistic aesthetic. Calculate the best route, as well as the best evacuation route, to this place. Include a vector change analysis of possible insectoid troops' presence. Xia Fei commanded emotionlessly. The computer answered in the affirmative and quickly calculated the best route, as well as the most ideal position to keep the impaler hidden, according to instructions. Phantom was stunned, incredulously asking, "That's Tanini's Sacred Warrior Academy? That's one of the 12 major warrior training schools for insectoids. Xia Fei, you're not planning to target that place next, are you?" "Why not?" demanded Xia Fei icily. He was not listening to anything else aside from killing and getting his revenge. Tanini's Sacred Warrior Academy had been named after the great General Tanini. Just thinking of that villain who had slaughtered hundreds of billions of civilians from the capital ring got Xia Fei's eyes going bloodshot. This Sacred Warrior Academy was not simple. Though it was located somewhere in the outer region of the insectoid territory, that did not stop it from becoming one of the 12 major warrior training schools. This was all due to the fact that they had the best source of warriors, the longhorned beetle species. This part of space was where the powerful longhorned beetle species resided. Though there were not many of them, they were known for producing powerful warriors. At the same time, this was also where the home planet of the mites was located. The mites were small and short in stature, but they had peculiarly agile minds, widely known as one of the smarter species in the entire insectoid race. Going by the insectoid warrior's numerical grading system, where a stronger warrior would be given a higher grade. This school had 3 grade 4 instructors, and their dean was also the well-known longhorned beetle Tude, possessing a strength close to grade 6. This meant that he was as strong as a legendary rank human warrior, most likely capable of reaching eternal rank in his lifetime. Xia Fei was currently at Star River rank, meaning that he was a whole rank, and then some, lower than Tude. Presently, practically every high-grade student of the school had been transferred into the army, joining the majority of insectoid troops in their war with the Pan-Human Alliance. Only the instructors and some of the newer students remained, numbering around 3,000. As such, Xia Fei's wish of laying waste to the school would not be easily accomplished. After all, the 4 strongest high-grade instructors were still around, and Xia Fei would likely have to triumph in a very grueling battle just to succeed. Phantom continued to carefully pore over the information regarding Tanini's Sacred Warrior Academy, wondering out loud, if you really want to destroy this school, why not just use your Star of Ruin? Planet Pangnik also has a small fleet garrisoned there aside from the school, their population somewhere over 10 billion. Escaping from such a prosperous border planet won't be easy. Exchanging a Star of Ruin for 10 billion insectoid lives is rather worth it. Xia Fei shook his head, tapping on the screen lightly with his fingers to retrieve an image. The image was a plant that had a very unique appearance. It looked as scary as the palm of a demon, and its savage gray appearance made it look as icy cold as metal. "That's a blood demon claw," Phantom exclaimed. "How could a school have such a miraculous plant?" It said that the blood demon's claw would turn from black to scarlet red once it matures. Seeing that this blood demon's claw is already slowly becoming lighter in color, it means it has already finished developing, and its maturity date would be coming really soon. A blood drop will congeal in the palm of a blood demon claw once it reaches maturity, and consuming one can repair any damaged body part. Using it will allow someone to recuperate a missing arm, leg, or even a heart defect. With that said, Phantom could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Xia Fei, perhaps this blood droplet can even repair your damaged seventh brain region. Right now, raising your cultivation is going to be increasingly difficult. Mystical and rare medicinal ingredients are desired but not always obtainable. Plus, there will come a day when your body cannot withstand the continued usage of medicinal ingredients. After all, the more amazing the medicinal ingredients are, the greater their side effects. Your body has always relied on medicinal ingredients to cultivate from the very start. So you've essentially hit your physical limit now, becoming more and more tolerant with their effects. A higher tolerance means you'll need medicinal ingredients in greater volume, leading to a vicious cycle. You'll eventually reach your limit if you keep increasing the dosage. If you can repair your damaged seventh brain region by taking the blood drop, this means that you'll be able to rely on cultivation to rank up your skills. So even though it'll be slower, there's no telling what your limit will be. After all, you're the only one in the entire alliance who has a completely open seventh brain region. Phantom sounded more and more excited the more he spoke. Even a fool would understand that there was no way to continue relying on medicinal ingredients and drugs, so the only ultimate fix was to repair Xia Fei's damaged seventh brain region. Thankfully, the insectoid network was not well protected, which was how Xia Fei had chanced upon the existence of the miracle medicine, Blood Demon Claw. As long as he could get hold of the yet-to-mature Blood Demon Claw, Xia Fei would have the chance of repairing his seventh brain region. Xia Fei still had a bottle of cell aggregation medicine on him, and he could rely on that bottle to do a final rank-up before the blood drop formed, and thereafter he could embark on his road to self-cultivation. Just how much a special ability warrior who had a completely open seventh brain region could cultivate themselves until even Phantom was eager to find out. Xia Fei might very well be the first in the alliance who could pioneer this. The mainframe computer was still doing its mad calculation. It was not easy breaking into a well-defended planet all alone, not to mention one planet that had a school specializing in training warriors of the Sacred Guild. The route in and out of the planet needed to be precise, and the timing was also crucial. Can you confirm the location of the Blood Demon Claw? Phantom asked. He became more concerned than Xia Fei after hearing that the plant was hidden somewhere in the Sacred Warrior Academy. No. The easiest solution is to capture their dean and grill him thoroughly after I infiltrate the school grounds. Xia Fei arched his eyebrow as he answered in a low growl. Using the night as cover, the Impaler maintained its stealth as it neared planet Pangnik. The warship slowly descended, and Xia Fei leaped off the boarding bay as it hovered several hundred meters off the ground. He landed on all fours, examining his surroundings with vigilance. All of a sudden, a silver ball dropped from the sky. Xia Fei had no idea why Furball had followed him and jumped off the warship, but it did not have the physical agility that Xia Fei possessed, so it went plummeting down the ground in a free fall. Fortunately, Xia Fei was nimble, so he caught it with his two hands. Furball had quite a decent diet this entire time. Ever since it became Xia Fei's exclusive beast, signing a contract with him, Xia Fei had stopped restricting its appetite. After all, the faster Furball could grow up, the more beneficial it would be for him. It had gained quite a lot of weight since, and the fur all over its body had turned from white to silver. Why are you tagging along too? Xia Fei complained. The warship began lifting off as previously designated, and it hid itself in the night sky with the cloaking system. It was no longer possible for Xia Fei to send Furball back. Forget it. Just bring it along. It's going to listen to your every word anyway, Phantom suggested. Xia Fei nodded, letting Furball hitch on his shoulder as he moved in the direction of the distant basin ahead. The Sacred Warrior Academy was built on a wild and brown mountain 1,000 meters high. It was like a giant stone from which the middle had been scooped out. The basin in the center of the mountain had a diameter of 100 meters. Anyone passing by could not help but sigh and praise at the handiwork of Mother Nature. A massive glass dome had been built over the peak, covering the entirety of the basin. There was only one entrance to get inside, and only one road through the wilderness to the entrance. When he was 30 kilometers from the entrance, Xia Fei lowered his body. The surrounding terrain was flat, and it was possible to see everything within 100 kilometers. The ground was covered in loose stone, a few stubborn blades of camel grass growing between cracks. Of course, what was most abundant were the insects crawling between the rocks. In truth, these insects were not true insectoids. True insectoids were much larger, insects that were much larger in size. The closer an insectoid appeared to a human, as well as the higher their degree of evolution, the greater their status among the insectoids. The entrance to the academy was a tunnel, which was guarded by soldiers carrying loaded firearms on both sides. These soldiers were not merely there to defend against infiltrators, but were also there to prevent students, who could not stand the boring training, from indulging in drinking and pleasure. The warrior academies of the insectoid were not so laid back as humanity's. The academies trained in all weathers and were completely militarized. The slightest sign of discontent would be met with stern punishments from the military instructors. A light punishment was a day without food, and heavy punishments could result in being beaten into a cripple. The insectoid had a society with very clear class distinctions. Anyone who could get into the Sacred Warrior Academy was undoubtedly a child of the privileged class. These youths who normally enjoyed abusing their power and indulging in luxury had never experienced such bitterness before, so desertions were frequent. The soldiers at the gate were meant specifically to prevent this sort of thing from happening. With Xia Fei's speed, it was not hard to get through the security, but he had no means of ascertaining the situation in the tunnel. If there was some sort of electronic sensor system, then no matter how fast Xia Fei was, he would be detected and put the base on alert. After some thought, Xia Fei decided to go in through the transparent ceiling. If this sort of massive ceiling was not cleaned often, it would affect the light, so there had to be an entrance near the ceiling. Whoosh! Xia Fei lowered his body and shot off like a bolt of lightning. With a maximum speed at nearly 10,000 meters per second, he naturally did not care about a few hundred kilometers. It took not even half a minute to cross the distance. To Xia Fei's surprise, there was a port behind the mountain in which a small insectoid ship, one that could fit a capacity of 10 individuals, had been parked. The pilot was a not fully evolved ant, which was currently pacing back and forth by the ship, apparently waiting for someone. It was not long before a rope was thrown down from the mountain, and 7 students wearing school uniforms scaled down it. After nervously looking around, the students quickly boarded the small ship, all of them seemingly excited. Xia Fei understood. This was the insectoid's version of the higher-ups having their policies while those lower down having ways to circumvent them. The students caged in this prison-like school had naturally thought of ways to get out and play. They used holes in the mountain to escape from their cocoon and run off to some places to have fun. It was only nature for living beings to pursue freedom. This was true for both insectoids and humans. This rope also served to show Xia Fei the way. He walked up to the rope and pulled on it twice. Made from some sort of flax, it was very sturdy. There was some dirt on its surface, and it appeared to have been used for a very long time as a means of traveling between the school and the wilderness. After giving Furball on his shoulder a little pat, Xia Fei grabbed the robe with both hands and quickly advanced. It took him only a few seconds to scale the 1,000-meter-tall mountain. The night was rather dark and gloomy, and there were no stars or moon in the sky. All that could be heard was the whistling of the mountain winds. At the summit, he could see the entire basin below him. Many buildings were spread out within: the training ground, the dorms, the drilling ground, the swimming pool, etc. The facilities were rather luxurious, and to the insectoids who had never cared much for quality, this school's quality was a little excessive. The entrance used by the cleaning crew was several dozen meters away. Behind a small door was a spiraling staircase. Suddenly, Xia Fei's sharp senses picked up the sound of footsteps coming from the stairs. He hastily hid himself behind a giant stone. He placed a hand on Furball to ensure that this scoundrel would not do something to draw attention. Perhaps because it had been eating too well lately, Furball was frequently burping. Weisstein Jean, a total of 7 students, just escaped. I remember all their names. Oh, punish them with 100 lashings of the whip tomorrow, and then place them under house arrest for 3 days, with no food and only water. Let's see if they will dare to break the rules again. Yes, I will remember it all, but those new students are really something else. Normal insectoids can't even be admitted into our Tanini Sacred Warrior Academy, but they're doing all they can to get out. Plus, They should have used their heads and questioned how such an obvious hole could exist. This can be considered a lesson. This is what each year's new students do, and there's nothing strange about it. There shouldn't be any other students running off at this hour, so let's close the door. Xia Fei now understood that this hole at the summit had been placed here by the school to test the ability of students to resist temptation. Of the two insectoids, one had a stooped back and bent knees and was dragging a long tail behind him, while the other was much more advanced. Other than the fact that he had golden scales on his head rather than hair, he appeared very similar to a human. Xia Fei remembered that this one with golden scales was Vice Dean Jin Mie. He had the cultivation of a human at the Star River rank, and in terms of fighting power, he was second only to Dean Tude. He was a very powerful insectoid warrior. Xia Fei had an impulse. In this dark night with the winds howling around him, if he could capture Jin Mie, he could interrogate him on the location of the blood demon claw. Using his mind to tell Furball not to act recklessly, Xia Fei bent and slowly approached Jin Mie under the cover of darkness. Furball quietly stayed on Xia Fei's back. Its body was covered with dense silver fur, which would glisten under the light, making it very easy to discover. Fortunately, Furball could attach itself to anything, so while on Xia Fei's back, there was no need to worry about it falling off. Xia Fei was like a hungry wolf preparing to lunge on its prey as he got ready to burst out at any moment. Jin Mie turned around and yawned, preparing to head off with that instructor. It was late, and the two of them were rather tired. Suddenly, Xia Fei charged from the shadows. The ancient divine butterfly serpent and celestial moon in his right hand struck out at once. Butterfly serpent moved to capture Jin Mie, while celestial moon swept at the back of that instructor's head. Plush! Celestial moon swept past the back of the instructor's head. Without even drawing blood, the instructor suddenly toppled over, lifeless. On the other side, Butterfly Serpent had already imprisoned Jin Mie like a coiled snake, while Xia Fei pressing a cold dagger to his neck. All of this had been done in less than a second. When a high-rank speed ability user made an ambush, they had an immense advantage. No other special ability user could compare. Jin Mie paled. He swallowed and sternly asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Xia Fei coldly replied, "It doesn't matter who I am. Tell me, where's the blood demon claw?" Jin Mie froze. "I don't know what you're talking about." He was much taller than Xia Fei, and Xia Fei needed to stand on his tiptoes to press the knife to his neck, which left him very uncomfortable. He made Jin Mie take several steps back and placed a hand on his shoulder. At the same time, he kicked the back of Jin Mie's knee. Crack! Jin Mie immediately got on his knees, his bones seemingly broken. A groan came from his mouth as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, his jaw clenching from the pain. The tip of the blade pushed up. Xia Fei raised Jin Mie's head as he coldly glared. "I'm not used to asking a question twice. Tell me where the blood demon claw is, or die." Suddenly, the moment Xia Fei finished saying these words, his body went stiff as if he had been petrified. "What's going on? What happened?" Xia Fei mentally yelled in panic. Alas, no matter how he tried to move his body, it just would not do so. His brain was still working, but his body was not listening to its orders. Xia Fei suddenly recalled the paralyzation art depicted in those Xinxia novels. Once this art was used, the other party would be frozen. However, Xia Fei was sure that this was not some paralyzation art, but rather a special ability. Several years ago, Xia Fei had entered some ancient ruins and encountered a strange insect. Though he was not an evolved insect, he had possessed divine speed and could almost compete with Xia Fei. At the time, Xia Fei had wondered if this was an insectoid ability user. His current situation made him recall that situation. This insect is a control ability user. There's an energy from his body that's linked to yours, targeting your nervous system. Phantom swiftly said. As he was just a soul, he was extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations and soon discovered the reason. Xia Fei mentally groaned. There were many kinds of control ability users. Some of them could control the movements of others through sound, while others could use ocular cognition to control thoughts. Jin Mie had the kind of ability that was the most sinister of all, a fine control ability, using energy to control the nervous system. Everyone knew that a human with a damaged nervous system was incapable of moving, and Jin Mie had the ability to control the nervous system. It was not that Xia Fei lacked the strength. The signals from his brain simply could not travel to his nervous system. Jean Mie had blocked all of them. Jean Mie coldly sneered as he struggled to his feet. His left leg had been broken, and he could barely prop himself up with his right leg. "Despicable human, I'll bite you to death," Jean Mie roared. His body, which was still being held by Butterfly Serpent, could not break free, so in his rage, he opened his mouth like a wild beast and bit at Xia Fei. The teeth of insectoids were abnormally sharp, and Jean Mie was no exception. His mouth closed around Xia Fei's most fragile throat. Xia Fei couldn't respond because his nervous system was blocked. The situation was dire. Suddenly, a silver bolt of lightning jumped onto Xia Fei's shoulder. It was Furball. It had a life contract with Xia Fei, so Jean Mie's attack had enraged it. Furball spat a silver comet which moved with incredible speed. Jean Mie was tightly bound by Butterfly Serpent and was incapable of responding. This small comet struck Jean Mie's body, and Jean Mie simply vanished. He had transformed into an indistinguishable body of energy, which dispersed in the air. Silence. The only sound was the chirping of insects out in the wilderness. No one had expected Furball to kill someone so easily. What was called killing without a trace. This was it. After a long while, Phantom murmured in shock, "Heavens! Furball, what sort of attack is that? Does this beast have an ability too?" On the ceiling of Tanini's Sacred Warrior Academy, Furball had used its special ability for the first time. It spat out a silver ball of light the size of a cherry. Upon contact with Jean Mie's body, this Grade 4 Sacred Warrior disappeared, dissolved into invisible energy particles which had scattered in the air. With Jean Mie's disappearance, Xia Fei regained feeling in his body. He attempted to move his arms around as he looked at Furball in disbelief. Furball had a sweet smile on its face as it jumped from Xia Fei's shoulder onto the ground. It opened its mouth and began sucking in the energy particles that had once been Jean Mie, taking them into its stomach. It was not long before Furball's stomach was nice and round. Once there were no more energy particles in the air, Furball contentedly licked its maw before it returned to Xia Fei's shoulder. It rubbed its furry body against Xia Fei's face, a flattering look on its face. Furball appeared extremely satisfied. Xia Fei naturally could not see those energy particles in the air, but his sharp senses told him that there were abnormal pulses of energy. He reached his right hand into the air to feel it. "It's been all cleaned." "Yes, not even the tiniest bit is left." Phantom nodded. Xia Fei did not know how much energy an A-Grade 4 insectoid Sacred Warrior had, but he understood that a Grade 4 Sacred Warrior was the equivalent of a human Star River rank ability user. The amount of energy the person had could not be small. For Furball to suck in all that scattered energy in one gulp, its appetite was truly unimaginable. However, when he recalled that Furball had once absorbed all of the energy contained in 3 purple hearts of spirit, Xia Fei calmed down. Everything he had seen told him that Furball was probably the special beast with the greatest appetite in the universe. But where had all that energy it had absorbed gone? Was it stored in its body to be used in the future, or was it all used to spur the beast's growth? If it was the latter, Furball's growth speed was simply absurd. From the moment of its birth to now, it had absorbed enough energy for a carrier to traverse space for over a year, yet all that energy was only enough for Furball to grow to the size of a basketball. Xia Fei truly did not dare to imagine how many hearts of spirit it would waste once it was an adult. It seems that Furball has the ability to convert physical matter into energy. This ability is far too powerful. I've never even heard of one like this before. Phantom scratched his chin and nodded. Xia Fei stroked Furball. It was a good thing that he had signed a contract with this fellow to make it his personal beast. He would have never been willing to contend against something so formidable. Converting physical matter into energy was not simple. How had Furball managed to do it? Insectoids also have ability users. I should have already thought about that. Starting now, I'll re-examine my battle plan, Xia Fei said. Phantom comforted. You can't be blamed for this. Humans and insectoids are old foes, so you know nothing of our enemies. The record said that insectoids shouldn't have ability users. Perhaps they've only appeared within the last several thousand years. Xia Fei nodded. In the first war between humans and insectoids, there was no data indicating that the insectoids had ability users, so Xia Fei had never considered this possibility. Now that he was actually in the insectoid territory, he discovered that things were not as simple as he previously believed. Going up against sacred warriors with special abilities was actually very dangerous work. Why didn't you find any information on insectoid ability users on their network? Phantom asked. Xia Fei replied. Perhaps I didn't research the insectoid network deeply enough. Once we get back, I'll redouble my efforts to try and get to the deepest and most secretive layers of the insectoid network. Still, now's not the time to ponder on these things. Let's get the blood demon claw first. After hiding the other corpse, Xia Fei descended on the spiral staircase. He did not close that door tightly so that he could use it for his retreat later. It was nearing dawn, and there were few insectoids in the Sacred Warrior Academy. All was silent. Running around such a large campus recklessly was a poor idea. Xia Fei found a map of the school, which had the various buildings clearly marked. It told new students the purpose of these buildings and how to get to them. Xia Fei immediately ruled out the classrooms, the training grounds, and the dorms. A mystical plant like the blood demon claw would never be kept in such obvious places. It had to be stored in an extremely secretive place, which someone would be unable to just wander into. Xia Fei analyzed the possible locations of the blood demon claw as he inspected the map. If Xia Fei did not need the blood demon claw to repair his seventh brain region, he could just set the entire school ablaze, burning all these evil bugs to ash. This would be enjoyable, but it would also undoubtedly increase the difficulty of finding the blood demon claw. Could it be in the residence of Dean Tude? After all, he was a grade 5 sacred warrior, equivalent to a human of the legendary rank and the master of this school. He may have hidden the blood demon claw in his bedroom. Phantom pondered. Xia Fei shook his head. UTI gave the blood demon claw to this school in commendation for its many years of contribution to the insectoids. It's not Tude's private property, so he has no reason to put it in his home. The more evolved an insectoid becomes, the greater their selfishness, and the more they will begin to fight among themselves like humans. If Tude put the blood demon claw in his home, he would be providing others an excuse to bring him down. No intelligent life form would do that. His deputies also wouldn't do such a thing. Let's charge in, then use Butterfly Serpent to tie up Tude, and employ the Beast Spirit Codex on him to force him into revealing the blood demon claw's hiding spot. Phantom suggested. Xia Fei nodded. If there's really no other option, that's what we'll do. Before that, I'd like to look around the school for a while. If I can't find it, I'll move to him. He once more moved his gaze to the flat map and began to compare it with the buildings in front of him. Suddenly, Xia Fei saw a building on this map that did not have a mark. It was a simple single-story building placed all by itself in the southwest corner, near the wall of the mountain. While this building appeared simple, it was of rather significant size, at least several thousand square meters. How could such a large building not have a single marking? Xia Fei could not help but be suspicious. When things were abnormal, evil was afoot. This building, without a marking, could be hiding some sort of secret. Zing! He flitted away like a ghost. When Xia Fei got to charging, he became like a steel warship flying across the sky. When he did not need to move that quickly, he would pair crafty approach with breath control to move like a shadow in the darkest of corners. Phantom nodded. Speed was truly the most difficult to cultivate and most bizarre among all special abilities. As Xia Fei grew more and more familiar with crafty approach, he had come to far surpass Phantom. Only the sect master, Crane Shadow, would be able to match him now. Completion of cultivation and familiarity were two different things. The sly thrust was the earliest art Xia Fei had cultivated, and by now, his mastery over it was growing more sublime by the day. Moreover, with the training from the meteor ball, Xia Fei had a grasp over crafty approach that far surpassed everyone else. In fact, he had even developed his own style when using the technique. Keeping his body close to the mountain wall, Xia Fei hid himself in the shadows as he silently moved. This building was rectangular in shape, and its door was open as if nothing was going on. It seemed completely unguarded, but considering that the doors and windows of all the other buildings were tightly locked, the defenses of this place were too sloppy. All these differences appeared very suspicious in Xia Fei's eyes. Rather than sneaking in, he constantly changed positions to inspect the building from every angle. Suddenly, there was a surprising development. The grass slope behind the building began to rise, revealing an underground passage. A one-man hover disk leisurely flew out of the passage and headed for the center of the campus. Just like how the Heaven Execution Training Camp had hover disks, the large Sacred Warrior Academy used this sort of simple hover disks as means of transportation. After all, crossing this campus from one end to another by foot would take an entire day. To those people without a speed ability, it was an excruciating task. The simple hover disk flew past the mountain wall where Xia Fei was hiding. Its silence indicated that it possessed an excellent engine noise dampening system, but it was built rather crudely. It looked like a stool with 4 hover systems around it. There was nothing strange about this. The products created by the insectoids had always been rather ugly and crude. Whoosh! While the iron gate to the passage had yet to close, Xia Fei used this chance to rush in. Inside was a very long passage that had a 45-degree incline and was 10-some kilometers long. Both sides of the passage had surveillance systems, but Xia Fei used their blind spots to avoid being seen as he proceeded to the passage's end. As long as they were not sensitive air detection systems, surveillance systems would have a hard time detecting Xia Fei. Even heat-detecting infrared systems were ineffective, as general combat suits came with functions that blocked heat, and this was not even considering Xia Fei's breath control technique. Air sensors were the only surveillance devices capable of detecting advanced rank speed ability users. After all, when people moved around, they could not avoid stirring airflows. Besides this, no other surveillance device worked on Xia Fei. Squatting in a corner and looking around, he discovered that this place was the Academy's weapon depot. There were 4 tightly shut and sturdy doors made of alloy metal. The signs on the walls indicated what was stored within. Both thermal and cold weapons were stored here, as were transportation devices. This was a Sacred Warrior Academy, and the students would often use all sorts of weapons. Thus, it was only natural to have this sort of large depot around. It was the last door that drew Xia Fei's attention. The sign said that that was where food was stored, but who would store food with weapons? Were the faculty of the school addle-brained? Since it was food, it should be stored near the cafeteria. What was even more bizarre was that an important place like the armory did not have a single guard or even a surveillance system. The defenses could not even compare to the passage he had just come through. Clenching his teeth, Xia Fei approached the food storehouse, preparing to open the door and see what was inside, but at this moment, a chilling wind buffeted the back of Xia Fei's head. 10 or so seconds before Xia Fei entered the weapon depot, a short middle-aged man, no taller than 1 meter, was led by a worker of the academy into the passage. As a mite, Minjin had a black skin that no other member of his species had. Even among the mites, this was a very rare skin color. It was said that only 1 in every million mites would be born with a skin color that was not white. This was due to a mutation, and the darker the skin, the greater the degree of the mutation. Minjin's skin was steely pitch black. He was the first in the history of mites to have black skin. This meant that his level of mutation was extremely high. Humans had no idea that, as soon as the first war between humans and insectoids ended, the insectoids started their mutation process. Not only did more and more intelligent insectoids begin emerging, they even had appearances closer and closer to humans. The reason the insectoids had dared to assault the Alliance capital was that its people were experiencing explosive growth. More and more insectoids were joining the ranks of the intelligent. Industry, agriculture, and science were all rapidly developing. Several thousand years ago, this would have been simply unthinkable. It had to be understood that the construction of warships and training of soldiers all required intelligent insectoids. Those members of their species still in the primitive stage could only be used as labor force. Even if they were trained for 1,000 years, they still would be unable to use weapons or write words. This was because their intelligence level was simply too low. For this invasion of the humans, the insectoids had mobilized nearly 3,000 fleets, and the intelligent insectoids in those fleets exceeded 300 billion. Several thousand years ago, the insectoids only had 1,500 fleets and only around 120 billion soldiers. With these mutations in their species, the insectoids had been completely transformed, so it was only natural that they could send out such powerful fleets. Meanwhile, the Pan-Human Alliance still believed that the insectoid army was the same as before. The absence of war had also resulted in a cut in the military budget, So mankind's army had fallen from the 2,000 fleets at its peak to barely 1,000. The result was obvious. The insectoid army had doubled, while the alliance's was not even half of what it had been during the First War. There was a threefold disparity between the two forces. This was already enough to make humanity pay a bitter price. The only advantage the humans had was their supercapital ships. These giants of the universe were truly formidable fighting forces, but several dozen supercapital ships were not enough to contend against 3 times their number. Thus, in the early stages of the war, the alliance had been pushed back again and again, and it was currently being choked to death on the northern and southern battlefronts. By how much had the insectoids managed to increase the number of intelligent insectoids in the last few thousand years? The simulations carried out by civil officials indicated that it had to be at least 12 times what they originally had. It had to be understood that the insectoids had implemented full mobilization of their species. These new members of the population could become soldiers, workers, insectoid war machines, etc., all for free. One side grew stronger while the other weakened considerably. Be it in terms of industry or size of army, the humans had fallen far behind the insectoids. Humans did not have as many warships and fighters as the insectoids, and the latter could even produce warships faster than the former. In this situation, how could the humans defeat the insectoids? This was a war without any hope of victory. Even more frightening was that numerous insectoids had also begun to demonstrate special abilities. Just like humans, they had many high-level ability users. In terms of quality and number, they could completely match the Pan-Human Alliance. UTI had 7 great sacred champions under his command. They were Minjin, Tome, Yadin, Kikager, Larish, Goxin, and Fini. This black and thin insectoid here, who was no taller than a meter, was one of UTI's 7 sacred champions. The 7 of them were the finest warriors in all of the insectoid species. The lowest had a grade 6 cultivation, equivalent to an eternal rank human warrior. Xia Fei would have never imagined that he would run into one of UTI's illustrious champions in this school. Of course, Minjin also would not have imagined that he would run into Xia Fei here. Minjin calmly examined the alloy metal door in front of him, his white eyes flashing. His eyes were constructed differently from humans, only white with no pupils, like what the rolled-over eyes of a human after they died. The ant worker next to him was trembling in fear. The ants were hard-working and did not like to complain, so Tanini Sacred Warrior Academy, just like many other organizations, preferred employing intelligent ants as workers in the academy. A puny academy worker would normally never get the chance to meet someone as famous as Minjin, so his legs could not help shaking, and he wanted nothing more than to leave early. Very good. You can go back, Minjin said. The worker felt that he had been pardoned, hastily nodding his head. Should I inform Dean Toot of Sir's arrival? No need. There's nothing concerning him here, Minjin replied. Once you leave, don't go around talking. Act as if nothing happened here. Minjin watched as that ant worker took a small hover disk and left. He muttered to himself, Big Brother UTI is truly very interesting. Storing such an important object in a school, and it's not even hidden that well. What was he thinking? In truth, there was a hidden story to the blood demon claw. Back then, UTI had accidentally come across this miraculous plant, and after asking around, he learned that it had the miraculous effect of repairing any wound on the body. The more intelligent a human was, the more they valued their life, and the same was true for insectoids. While UTI claimed to be smarter than anyone else, he was also the most afraid of death. He rarely left the golden tent and was often surrounded by guards, for he was ever worried that someone would attempt to assassinate him. Once ripe, the blood demon claw could be used to restore lost vitality, so UTI regarded it as his most beloved treasure. He nurtured it daily in the golden tent, preparing for the day that it matured so that he could remove the blood drop and keep it at his side in case of any unexpected mishaps. Alas, it was not long before the father of consort Qingyin came down with some bizarre necrotic heart disease. As time passed, the heart would slowly turn stiff and lose its ability to provide the body with blood. Even if a new heart was transplanted, it too would fall to the necrosis. Even humans could not treat this illness, let alone the insectoids and their backward medical science. Thus, it was an incurable illness. When the smart UTI heard of this matter, He immediately guessed that Qingyan would come to ask him for the blood demon claw. Once it was ripe, she would use the blood drop to treat her father. All insectoids knew that UTI pampered and doted on Qingyan. No matter what it was, UTI would always do as she wanted. However, on this matter alone, UTI was troubled. If it were Qingyan herself who had been struck by the illness, UTI would have given her the blood demon claw without hesitation. But the problem was that it was not Qingyan, but rather her father who had this illness. UTI was very grateful to Qingyan's father for raising this daughter who was as delicate and beautiful as a flower, but giving him the blood demon claw that could save UTI's life one day, he found that he could not do it. At the time, the deans of the 12 sacred warrior academies were all within the golden tent to report on their duties. UTI had always paid special attention to matters concerning his species, and the 12 academies were the backbone of the insectoids. The vast majority of high-grade warriors had been trained by them, so UTI paid them a great deal of attention. It had always been a rule that they would report to the golden tent every 3 years. His brain turning, UTI quickly decided to reward the 12 sacred warrior academies for their role in revitalizing the species. As for the reward, one of them was naturally the blood demon claw. The dean of Tanini Academy, Toot of the longhorn beetle race, was a very well-behaved person. UTI himself graduated from this academy, though he was known by a different name at the time. Thus, UTI gave the blood demon claw to Toot as a reward. Of course, though Toot had obtained this miraculous plant, he had no right to handle it, let alone use it. UTI would not even let him look at it. This underground weapons depot had been built on UTI's orders. In truth, the school had another one of their own, and this depot had been built purely to store the blood demon claw. Qingyan was naturally very unhappy to hear that her husband had gifted the blood demon claw to a sacred warrior academy, so with a cold face, she had gone to find UTI, hoping that he could take this miraculous plant back. No one else in the insectoid species could match UTI's intelligence, and he had already developed a plan. He told Qingyan that it was not right to take back a gift given to a subject, and he would probably be made a laughingstock if he did. Moreover, the blood demon claw had yet to ripen, and once it did ripen and its fruit harvested, the plant would still be there. Qingyan took this to be true and was very happy, even giving UTI several rapturous nights. Alas, she had no idea that UTI had no intentions of letting any outsider use the blood demon claw. Once the storm passed, he would look for an opportunity to get it back. For example, he could have someone steal or have it plundered by pirates while it was being transported. There were numerous methods available to him, and getting it done was as easy as blowing away dust. However, he could not rest easy keeping the blood demon claw here. At set intervals, he would send someone to inspect it. It was Mungin's turn this time. As he was UTI's cousin, the two shared a very trusting relationship. This was also why he had been sent on this mission the most. As long as he was free, Minjin would come here every few months to check on the plant. This time, he just so happened to run into Xia Fei. Minjin was grade 6, the equivalent of an eternal rank human expert. Even more frightening was that his special ability was stealth, a top-class ability that the enemy could not defend against. Once the worker was gone, Minjin lightly knocked on the wall to his side. The true defenses were actually in the door, and Minjin was sending out a secret signal. Suddenly, Minjin sensed that someone had entered this space, moving with incredible speed. Whoosh! He hastily took 2 steps back and vanished. At this time, Xia Fei was already in the weapons depot, his body pressed against a wall as he quietly observed his surroundings. Mungin's stealth ability was in no way inferior to Xia Fei's breath control. Not only did it render his aura invisible, it made the body disappear. Xia Fei had no idea that, after the worker had left, someone remained in the depot, and it was an eternal rank ability user, 2 grades higher than his cultivation. Minjin had already sent the secret signal, and in a few minutes, the door's layers of defenses would be disabled by the guard inside to let him in. Therefore, Xia Fei's sudden appearance had completely upset his plans. Seeing that no one was around, Xia Fei approached the food storehouse, preparing to open it and look inside, but at this moment, a chilling wind buffeted the back of Xia Fei's head. The focus of a stealth ability was not on stealth, but rather on movement. If a stealth ability user could normally travel 10 meters a second, When they entered a stealth state, not only would they not slow down, they would be several times, even as quick as 10 times, faster. They could travel 100 meters per second. This was the true power of a stealth ability user, and Min Jin, as an insectoid eternal rank expert, had a stealth speed of 1200 meters per second, and this was in stealth mode when no one could sense him. Might warriors were naturally small and thin, but their movement techniques were extremely nimble and swift. Min Jin, who was nearly 1 meter tall, was an extremely tall member of his race. The mighty UTI was only 0.48 meters, but of course, he was publicly known to be 0.5 meters. Whoosh! A chilling wind blew past Xia Fei's head. An enemy. Xia Fei was alarmed and immediately used crafty approach to dodge to the side. In a split second, he had made an almost impossible dodge, the slightest nudge from his feet moving him 5 meters to the left. As one of the 7 champions, Min Jin was extremely confident in his fighting skills. No one had ever been able to dodge an attack while he was stealthed. Xia Fei was the first. The speed of his body, having already left the stealth state, plunged. Without the dual protection that came from stealth and speed, Min Jin felt terrified. Everyone knew that stealth ability users relied on a surprise lethal strike. If they had to fight out in the open with their enemies, any warrior of a slightly high grade or rank could defeat them. A failed ambush was extremely dangerous to a stealth ability user. If Xia Fei could dodge his attack, it meant that his rank was definitely not much lower than his. Exposing himself in front of a high-rank warrior was no different from suicide. Min Jin mentally grumbled. He was planning to capture Xia Fei and interrogate him on his purpose here, so he had struck without weapons. His small, child-sized hand had been formed into a claw, prepared to grab Xia Fei by the neck and push him to the ground. Experience was a most pernicious thing. There were few in the insectoid species who could dodge Mingin's attack, so it was only natural for Min Jin to believe that Xia Fei was lacking. Thus, his experience made him careless when he sought to capture Xia Fei. He did not know that Xia Fei had cultivated the crafty approach technique, which only got further strengthened by the meteor ball. The improved crafty approach meant that not even speed ability users of the same level could think of catching him, let alone Min Jin, who could only travel 1200 meters a second. The situation was very awkward. After Min Jin appeared, his body flew through the air, his hand in front of him like a hawk snatching at its prey. Meanwhile, 5 meters to the side, Xia Fei looked at him in confusion. In Xia Fei's view, Min Jin was a short, black insectoid with some martial arts skills. The only special thing about him was that he could attack while stealthed. Xia Fei knew nothing about the 7 sacred champions of the insectoids. Even if he did, he would have never thought that one of them could be this dwarf. Anyone who attacked him was an enemy, and enemies could not be allowed to live. This had always been Xia Fei's principle. Min Jin turned his head to Xia Fei, his white eyes filled with fear. He hastily mustered his energy and prepared to enter stealth again. Alas, Xia Fei did not give him the chance. Trying to escape in front of Xia Fei and his 10,000 meter per second speed was pure fantasy. With a light step, Xia Fei appeared in front of Min Jin, his hand grabbing the arm that Min Jin had thrust forward and using the impetus of his charge to throw Min Jin onto his back. Min Jin was thrown onto the alloy metal floor by Xia Fei, his eyes exploding with stars and his bones shattering upon impact. This was how speed ability users were. The higher their rank, the more strength they possessed. If Min Jin had not been wearing a costly combat uniform, he would have been instantly turned into a meat pancake. After all, there was also his inertia mixed into this collision. Xia Fei was simply too fast. Eternal rank sacred champion Min Jin simply did not have a chance to react. Before he even had time to blink, he was laid out on the floor by Xia Fei. He wanted to cry out, an instinctive reaction of any life form when feeling despair, but Xia Fei's October flying snow had already slit his throat. Anyone without the necessary reaction time and speed should not even think of opposing a high-level speed ability user. This was what many instructors would tell their students, and Min Jin had heard it many times, but Xia Fei's speed did not even give him time to think. His movements were faster than thought. What terrifying speed was this? October flying snow was an eternal rank divine weapon. If used slowly, it could freeze the foe's body into blocks of ice. When used quickly, the edge would not leave a trace. Xia Fei used the ladder with his fastest speed to leave an almost invisible line across Meng'en's neck, but no blood seeped out. Only after 24 hours would the ice sealing effect dissipate, but by that time, the blood would have already congealed. With flickering eyes, Minjin stared unwillingly and vacantly at the ceiling. Even as he died, he still did not understand it. How had he died to Xia Fei? Injustice, grievance, depression, and all other sorts of indescribable and unpleasant feelings left Minjin dying in a very dissatisfied way. He was one of the 7 insectoid champions. Minjin felt that he had died a most unjust death. He had just gone out for a simple mission, but he had ended up discovering a human warrior who was not much weaker than him. And then he had died? What had actually happened? Thump! Xia Fei kicked Mingen's body to the corner and casually said, "Might have been a doorkeeper." A doorkeeper? If Minjin could still hear this, he would probably die again out of rage on the spot. This was one of UTI's 7 champions, but Xia Fei had taken him for a doorkeeper. It must be understood that in the insectoid society, strength was highly valued, and Minjin could definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the insectoid species. He was both a relative to the ruler and an apex warrior. Phantom was even more malicious. He nodded in agreement. His special ability was rather interesting, very much like Clean Knife's spatial plane. It's just a pity that this guy's cultivation was too lacking. He might be an ordinary teacher of this school. I think so too. If he had a high status, why would he be assigned as a doorkeeper for a remote place like this? Xia Fei and Phantom chatted with each other. Fortunately, Minjin was already dead and could not hear their malicious words. Otherwise, he would be so ashamed that he would commit suicide. Oh, I almost forgot. I wonder if he has anything nice on him. Xia Fei stroked his chin. There's no need. How could a doorkeeper have anything good? Phantom disdainfully said. True. It's not worth the time searching a doorkeeper's body. Even that fellow Jean Mie didn't have anything good, let alone a no-name like this. Xia Fei shrugged his shoulders. Xia Fei was comparing Minjin to the puny Jean Mie? These words might have made Minjin crawl out of his grave. Who was Jean Mie? A puny grade 4 warrior and a mere vice dean. Be it status or cultivation, Minjin was far above Jean Mie. There was simply no comparing the two. Alas, in Xia Fei's eyes, Minjin was inferior to Jean Mie. At least, that Jean fellow had created quite the problem for him. Meanwhile, this formidable sacred champion had been taken care of by him with one strike. It was only natural that he would not take Minjin seriously. This was simply a strange combination of circumstances. If Minjin had not underestimated his enemy, he would have been strong enough to fight a bitter battle with Xia Fei, where the outcome would have been hard to predict. Alas, one small mistake had ended with Minjin offering his life. More importantly, his fame and reputation had all been thrown into the dumpster by Xia Fei and then kicked around once or twice for good measure. Moreover, before his unjust death, Minjin had even helped Xia Fei open the door to the secret storehouse. It would be no exaggeration to say that Minjin was the most unjustly slain warrior in the entire universe. Xia Fei inspected the door. There was no switch to it, so it was probably opened from the inside. This left him in quite a pickle. His only option was to force his way through, but Xia Fei discovered that, while this door seemed similar to the other 3 doors, it was actually made of a different material. The other 3 doors were made from titanium alloy, but this door was made from the costly, multidimensional elemental alloy. The same kind of paint covered all 4 doors, and only by peeling off the paint would one notice the difference. It had to be understood that multidimensional elemental alloy was abnormally tough and immune to any sort of fire or water. It was so expensive that a kilogram could go for 10 million star coins. This door had to weigh 10-some tons, so this alloy metal door had to cost an astronomical sum. The truth was obvious. There had to be some huge secret behind this door. Xia Fei took out October flying snow, pondering a way to pry open the door crack. Suddenly, Xia Fei heard a sound from within the door. Getting on his tiptoes, Xia Fei drifted over to the wall as he hid himself in the shadows. Normally, this door could not be opened easily, but upon Mungin's arrival, he had called the guard inside and had also knocked on the door's secret mechanism. All of this was as usual, so the personnel inside had let down his guard, activating the complicated machinery, and with a great stir, the heavy door opened. Sir Minjin, are you there? softly called a small and thin warrior from the Mite race. He was even smaller than Menjin, and while his skin was the usual white, his eyes were white, too. The blood demon claw was extremely valuable, so UTI had dispatched only warriors of his race and blood to guard it. These people were utterly devoted to UTI, allowing him to rest easy. Why is no one here? Asked the Mite warrior confusedly. Whoosh. At this moment, Xia Fei shot out from his shadowy corner. As he passed this warrior, he swept his dagger across the insectoid's neck. Before the warrior knew what had happened, he was already dead. Xia Fei moved so quickly and had such sharp senses that he instantly saw the situation past the door. Without stopping, he made a circuit of the rooms, and the nearly 20 insectoids inside died without knowing what was going on. Within a meticulously designed incubation chamber, Xia Fei finally saw the blood demon claw he had long been seeking. The plant was inside a transparent incubator that was about 1 cubic meter in volume. Fluorescent lights simulated a night and day cycle, and even the air contained within was adjusted to simulate a natural environment. In truth, while the blood demon claw was a miraculous plant, it did not have particularly strict growth requirements. It simply needed sufficient water and sunlight to thrive. So this is the blood demon claw, Xia Fei excitedly said as he walked up to the incubator. He pressed his hands up to the glass cover and got a closer look. The blood demon claw truly did appear like a hand, its 5 fingers as sharp as knives and carrying indescribable savagery. Rather than the gray it appeared in the pictures, it was faint white with gold speckles. This blood demon claw has already started to lose its black hue and turn blood red. It just needs to get through its golden and orange phases to begin ripening. It probably won't be long before you can pluck the blood drop and completely repair the damage done to your 7th brain region, Phantom excitedly said. Xia Fei firmly nodded. The blood demon claw had many phases to its growth. It began from a small sapling, and its color would turn from black to gray, gray to white, white to gold, and gold to orange until, finally, bright red, indicating that it had ripened. The blood demon claw before Xia Fei had already begun to turn gold from white. This meant that it was getting closer and closer to ripening. In 2 years' time at most, with 1 year being the best case, Xia Fei would be able to pick the blood drop that he had dreamed about and henceforth break free of the embarrassing situation where he needed to rely on external help to advance in rank. Squatting on Xia Fei's shoulder, Furball began drooling, its eyes flashing. Xia Fei sharply glared at it. Scoundrel, you're not thinking about eating this, are you? Let me warn you. If even 1 leaf is missing from this plant, I won't forgive you. Xia Fei was very serious this time. In the past, when Furball recklessly ate anything, Xia Fei would try to scare it, but he had never been as serious as today. After all, this was connected to his 7th brain region's full recovery. The slightest mishap would have Xia Fei filled with endless regrets. Furball could sense the killing intent in Xia Fei's threat, so it somewhat helplessly sighed. Its face turned into a smile as Furball began to rub itself against Xia Fei. Xia Fei, you'd better keep a close eye on this plant. I feel that Furball isn't going to give up on it that easily. Phantom warned him. Xia Fei knew Furball very well. This rascal was outwardly docile and cute, but in its bones, it was a cunning and sinister fellow. Once he got back, he would need to find a way to hide the blood demon claw in case Furball tried eating it. Storing the incubator in his spatial ring, Xia Fei turned and prepared to leave. In truth, he had brought his own small incubator, but it was not as advanced. In any case, he still had space in his ring, so he decided to take both the incubator and the plant with him. Suddenly, Xia Fei noticed that a corpse in a corner seemed to be holding something in its hand. He immediately squatted and took a look. What he saw was a signal transmitter that was rapidly blinking red. This was clearly some sort of signal this Mite warrior had sent out before his death. Oh no, is it a signal for reinforcements? Phantom gasped. Xia Fei did not have time to think. Fighting with the entire academy and the large number of soldiers outside was a terrible idea. Moreover, he had just gotten his hands on the blood demon claw, so he wanted to get out of here as soon as he could. Stroking his spatial ring with his finger, Xia Fei took out a star of ruin, threw it into the room, and then left at high speed. That door leading to the depot was not that sturdy, so Xia Fei used Celestial Moon to break it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several dozen spotlights immediately turned to the source of disturbance. The soldiers and academy staff, who had received the signal, were already assembled, laying out a massive net to catch Xia Fei. With a wicked smile on his lips, Xia Fei coldly chuckled and shot out like a bolt of lightning. He was far too fast, and before these insectoids had any time to react, Xia Fei was already in the middle of the crowd. This made it so that those soldiers armed with thermal weapons did not dare to fire for fear of wounding their own kind. "Anyone who stops me dies," Xia Fei roared. Celestial moon erupted, reaping the lives of these young insectoid warriors, the dagger flying around like a comet. These students, who had just joined the academy, had never seen something like this. With so many insectoids around, the soldiers and the higher-grade instructors did not dare to strike recklessly. This allowed Xia Fei to kill his way through the crowd and vanish. The crowd still wanted to pursue, but Dean Tude could see what was up. These insectoids did not have the ability to handle someone of Xia Fei's speed. Putting aside whether they could catch up to Xia Fei's 10,000 meters per second speed or not, if they did pursue, they might be unable to come back alive. "Hurry and come with me inside." Tude waved his hand, leading some trustworthy instructors into the depot. Xia Fei running away was a minor matter. If the blood claw was lost, then he was doomed. This was UTI's precious treasure, and not even with 100 lives could he compensate for its loss. However, Tude did not believe that Xia Fei could have taken the blood demon claw. Having heard that one of the 7 sacred champions, Minjin, was present, he was certain that Xia Fei had fled because he was no match for Minjin. So that he could sleep at night, Tude ignored UTI's orders and entered the depot with his trusted subordinates and some soldiers. Upon seeing the open door, old Tude fell unconscious on the spot. "Dean, are you okay?" "Dean, what's wrong?" The instructors ran over to help him up, shaking and jostling him until he regained consciousness. "Hurry, go in, the blood demon. Blood demon claw." Tude was so worried that he could not properly speak. "Dean, terrible news. Sir Minjin, he's dead." An instructor discovered Mingin's body in the corner and mustered up his courage to touch it. Upon discovering that it was not breathing, he immediately announced this. Truly, when it rained, it poured. No one had imagined that one of UTI's 7 sacred champions would be inexplicably slain here. Tude's face shifted between green and white, and his heart almost stopped beating. He forced himself to stand up and came over to Mungin's corpse, his face ashen. "How did Sir Minjin die?" "I don't know. I inspected him. His neck is somewhat colder, while his spine has completely shattered. Could it have been that black-clothed man?" "It couldn't be. What grade did Sir Minjin have? And he's one of the 7 sacred champions to boot. How could he be killed so easily?" "It's hard to say. Perhaps that black-clothed person has an even higher cultivation than Sir Minjin. You saw his speed when he's fleeing. That must be nearly 10,000 meters per second of speed. If that's true, then the fact that he didn't kill us can be considered as a sort of blessing." The others began to chatter, but Tude was not listening. Minjin was related to UTI by blood and was one of UTI's most trusted confidants. He had now inexplicably died in Tude's academy. If UTI learned of this, it would not just be his life, but his entire family and the several thousand members of his race perishing with him. Instead, his only hope was on the blood demon claw. If the blood demon claw was still present, Tude might be able to exchange his life alone to spare the rest of his tribe. With this plan in mind, Tude rushed into the incubator chamber, mentally praying to all the various gods the insectoids had. Alas, he was disappointed. Everything else was in the chamber except the incubator with the blood demon claw. In truth, Tude had never been here before. He began searching the room like a crazed insectoid, pulling open drawers, knocking over cabinets, and even scouring the wall corners. The instructors and soldiers, who had come with him, were silent. Only Tude himself refused to believe that the blood demon claw was lost. The rest of them no longer held any hope. What's this?" A sharp-eyed instructor picked up the Star of Ruin that Xia Fei had left behind. "What is it? Let me look." There was a dazzling light like the afterglow of the sun setting in the west, and then a ball of flame ignited in the black sea of stars, exploding with flames more blinding than the sun. Not just this planet. Even the somewhat closer planets were also caught up in the explosion. The flames from the nova-like explosion seemingly endlessly expanded outward, and in the space of tensome seconds, half of the star system had been engulfed. Standing at the window of his ship, Xia Fei watched the entire process from start to finish, his face painted bright red by the enormous flames. The joy of revenge should have left him excited, but for some reason, Xia Fei was surprisingly calm. Not enough. It's far from enough, Xia Fei softly said, putting out one cigarette and lighting another. Phantom pursed his lips. The Star of Ruin destroyed half a system, and you're still not satisfied? Just how did those ancient humans manage to do it, so a fist-size explosive could possess so much power? Xia Fei shook his head. I'm not talking about the Star of Ruin's power. I'm saying that 10 billion insectoids aren't enough to serve as a funeral offering for Avril. After a few moments' silence, Phantom finally said what had been on his mind this entire. Avril might still be alive. After all, we haven't received any definite reports. It's not worth making such a big deal over it just yet. A hint of heart-throbbing sorrow flashed across Xia Fei's eyes, after which they turned harsh and cold. I'm still a man. I promise that I will never let Avril come under any harm, so I will see it done. No matter who it is, anyone who wants to hurt my woman must pay. The insectoids put Avril in danger, meaning that they had better be ready to offer their lives in exchange. Plus, I have many comrades on Earth. For their lives, even more insectoids must join them in death. Phantom was dumbfounded. Given how intelligent Xia Fei was, he should have known that Avril being hurt was only a possibility. After all, the mighty Jin family was incredibly wealthy, so it naturally had a better chance of escaping than ordinary people. It turned out that Xia Fei's almost insane desire for revenge was simply because the insectoids had engaged in actions that exposed Avril to harm. Such a frightening desire for revenge. Xia Fei is really the most obstinate and most crazed fellow in this universe. Phantom pursed his lips as he thought to himself. The impaler silently departed toward its next destination. Xia Fei had no idea that his actions would set off a storm among both the insectoids and the Panhuman Alliance. 2 consecutive reports had UTI in a thunderous fury. He first directed his rage at his table, then jumped from his high chair and paced back and forth. In order to disguise his short height, he had had the expensive golden silkwood chairs and tables specially modified. The 3-meter-tall chairs even required escalators to get onto. When UTI sat upon it, it made him seem a dignified judge presiding over court, seated high above the masses. UTI loved looking down on other insectoids. Perhaps this was a problem that all short beings shared. They cared a great deal about the height of others, afraid that those taller viewed them with contempt. However, today, in his high chair, UTI felt that he was sitting on a bed of nails. He went up to the front of the tent and walked back and forth with his short, small legs. The 2 generals in front of the tent stood at attention, their hands at their sides. The taller one was the leader of the Sacred Guild, Duabi, and the shorter one was the commander-in-chief of the Public Security Forces, Shou. Consort Qingyan reclined on a sofa at the side, as if nothing was going on. She held a crystal wine cup in her hand, her slender snow-white legs extending out from her dress. Her alluring eyes swept across the bodies of the 2 heroic generals like a gentle breeze, making their hearts itch. Normally, these 2 generals would have enjoyed this feast for the eyes. After all, Qingyan was known as the most beautiful, as well as the most charming, female in all of the insectoid race. Alas, today, the 2 generals were not in the mood to admire Qingyan's beauty. Given the major incident that had taken place, the most important thing was to protect their heads. A single human killed Menjin and stole the blood demon claw. UTI grimly asked. The commander of the Public Security Forces, General Shou, quickly began to speak. Before its destruction, Pangnik was able to send 2 videos. An analysis of the footage, and we've determined that the assailant truly is a human ability user. His special ability is speed, and the first report sent to the Public Security Forces stated that they had been ambushed by a human. UTI nodded his head in vexation and then turned to Duabi. What do you think? Could a human warrior be of a higher rank than Menjin? Duabi bowed and softly replied. Emperor, Menjin was almost at grade 7, and his special ability was his stealth mobility. Even if he could defeat his opponent, he shouldn't have been easily killed. There's something strange about this incident. I also watched the footage. The human warrior has a speed of about 10,000 meters per second, so he's an advanced grade 4 at most. If so, as long as Min Jin hadn't intentionally exposed a weakness, he shouldn't have been defeated. It might be that this human had intentionally concealed his cultivation. Intentionally, UTI gravely said. What would be the point? Why would he intentionally choose to hide his strength? And how did he infiltrate our territory? This string of questions left Duabi and Shoushao slack-jawed and wide-eyed, clueless over how to respond. Duabi frowned and thought for a few moments before saying, Emperor, I presume that he doesn't want to draw our attention. So he killed Min Jin, stole the blood demon claw, and used some strategic weapon we currently don't understand to destroy half the star system. It's a pity that he still made a misstep. We possess an extremely rigorous reporting system, so even before he had a chance to destroy the evidence, a large batch of information reached us through various channels. UTI slightly nodded, acknowledging that Duabi's analysis was somewhat reasonable. In truth, UTI had already thought of this. There was no one in the entire insectoid race who could match his intelligence. He had asked these questions purely to test his subjects. Duabi's analysis was clear and logical, and he was clearly a cut above the one-track mind that was Shoushao. General Shoushao had always been at odds with Duabi, and now that Duabi had provided an analysis for this incident while he remained clueless, Shoushao began to grow anxious. Emperor, this human warrior has an extremely high cultivation and has control over some mysterious power which allows him to destroy half a star system. We can't take him lightly. I advise that we immediately dispatch our forces to hunt him down and nip this problem in the bud. After proposing this, General Shoushao smugly smiled. He believed that this analysis was very sound. To his shock, UTI glared at him and sternly rebuked, Idiot! I don't need you to tell me that. General Duabi appeared extremely smug as he shot a glance at the embarrassed Shoushao while secretly cheering UTI. You're dismissed, UTI told Shoushao, not even giving him a second glance. Duabi, stay. I have some things to discuss with you. Shoushao gritted his teeth and stomped out of the golden tent, sent off by UTI's scorn and Duabi's unkind laughter. A guard seeking to ingratiate himself offered Shoushao his cloak, but Shoushao savagely kicked him away, sending the fellow flying several meters. It was a small blessing that this person's bones did not break from the blow. Consort Qingyan sat in the golden tent and watched this all with a smile, a profound look in her eyes. UTI had Duabi sit. This enormous fellow at a towering 2-meter height placed considerable pressure on him. He went to Qingyan's side, and Qingyan very smoothly lowered her body, just enough so UTI could stroke her black hair. This movement was so natural that no one would ever think that Qingyan had intentionally lowered her body because of UTI's very short stature. This simple action could not be underestimated. Qingyan had such an ironclad grip on UTI, and not merely because of her gorgeous looks, but also because of seemingly insignificant details like this. Qingyan was an intelligent woman, and she understood what a man required. Besides affection, a man also hoped to find their dignity from a woman. If a woman of breathtaking beauty nestled to a man like a little bird, any man would feel a sense of pride and happiness, which came from the heart. Alas, the vast majority of beauties in this universe preferred to rely on their charms to act unscrupulously in front of them. They perked up their gorgeous faces, youth and pride on their faces. They believed that all men should prostrate before their skirts. Alas, they had forgotten that in this society, no matter how beautiful women were, they were subordinate to men, particularly those men of great ambitions. Such men always had their eyes on greater things. Qingyan understood well what a man required, and she was willing to lower herself in front of a man. Actually, UTI had an appearance that had almost reached the pinnacle of ugliness. Anyone who was a man could not be uglier than he was. God was fair, and while he had given UTI supreme intelligence, he also stripped away any chances of UTI having a handsome appearance. In truth, UTI could not even be considered a normal man. The most wretched man in the world simply needed to see UTI's true appearance to feel an innate sense of superiority. This was who UTI was, a being so short and ugly that no language in the universe could describe it. However, Qingyan was willing to offer her most beautiful figure among the insectoids and her dignity to him. UTI could not help but be moved by this. His ugliness and short height had given UTI a severe inferiority complex from a very young age. He believed that those insectoids bowing to him were actually laughing at him behind his back. Besides Qingyan, there was no one else in the universe who treated him with sincerity and cared about him so much. UTI ran his fingers through Qingyan's black hair as he gently said, "Dear Yin, I have some matters to speak of with Duabi." Qingyan was very quick-witted, and before he even finished speaking, she kneeled before him. Qingyan feels somewhat uncomfortable and wishes to go back and rest. "My king, please permit this." UTI was elated. The most beautiful woman in the universe had prostrated to him before another subject. How could a man not feel endless pride from such a humble display? Qingyan walked out of the tent and then bowed to UTI once more, her smile as pretty as a flower, but when she turned her head, her expression changed. The curve on her lips was still there, but in that smile was a hint of contempt and shrewdness. UTI naturally could not see the change on Qingyan's face. He happily watched as Qingyan left, but when he turned his head, his brows creased. The blood demon claw isn't ripe, so while that human warrior has taken it, he won't be able to use it immediately. We must get the blood demon claw back. Duabi nodded. "Emperor, rest easy. I will immediately send my men to start a full-scale search and report to you the moment I find the slightest clue." UTI said, "Send Kicker, Larish, and Goxen. That human may have a higher cultivation than we anticipated." Duabi was taken aback, asking in confusion, "Emperor, I feel that it'd be better for the 7 champions to remain serving you at the Golden Tent. The Sacred Guild has other insectoids it can send. There's no need to send your trusted subordinates." UTI waved his hand. "That human won't be threatening the capital for a while yet. Plus, I can't trust those people of yours. By the way, I heard that a sacred warrior was slain. What's going on there?" Duabi replied, "There's truly such a matter. The one slain was called Xia, a caterpillar warrior, but he's only a grade 2 warrior, an insignificant pawn at most. Emperor, as you know, sacred warriors will often fight among one another. Xia had a very violent and unreasonable personality, so perhaps he offended someone." UTI sternly said, "I suspect that the same human was behind both incidents." The report said that Xia's head was blown to pieces and his body showed signs of having been frozen. When Minjin died, there's a sign that someone had used an ice ability to seal the wound on his neck, such that not even a drop of blood to leak from the wound. There must be a connection there. Duabi was somewhat confused, whispering, "If the human warrior attacked Tanini's Sacred Warrior Academy for the Blood Demon Claw, why would he attack Xia? He's an insectoid of no significance." UTI smiled and turned on his screen, flipping to the star map. Before Minjin and Xia were killed, a small town on the border of our territory was inexplicably destroyed, with no trace of evidence to the culprit. But let's see what happens if we connect the locations of these 3 incidents together. Duabi glanced at UTI's finger on the star map and was flabbergasted. The 3 points formed a line, an arrow that pointed straight at the insectoid capital. "Emperor, if these 3 incidents were all the doing of one human, then he's clearly aiming for the capital. He's coming straight for you." Duabi exclaimed in alarm. "Emperor, if these 3 incidents were all the doing of one human, then he's clearly aiming for the capital. He's coming straight for you." Duabi exclaimed in alarm. The insectoids were a rather insular race. They had no other communication with the other races living in the universe and refused communication from others. Even the conservative Panhuman Alliance had once opened trade relations with the neighboring Gnostics, but the insectoids had never done such a thing. They inconspicuously and secretively occupied their corner of the universe and had only tried to open trade relations with the humans as a pretext for war. From this, one could see that the insectoids were a race that lacked trust. They trusted no one except themselves. If they went to the territory of others, it would undoubtedly be on warships so that they could conquer it. Besides that, the insectoids had no reason to pay attention to any other race. For so many bizarre incidents to happen in such an insular society was not at all normal. UTI was able to connect these incidents to Xia Fei easily, and connecting the dots had the arrow pointing straight at the imperial capital. UTI nodded. Though it's only one human, he has a very high cultivation and is very careful with his actions. None of our patrol fleets have managed to discover him. Perhaps his mode of transportation has a special way of avoiding our sentries. I've analyzed the surveillance reports from the radar stations along this route. At the time of the incident, the radar stations detected a very well-concealed energy signal. This energy pulse didn't seem to have come from someone who jumped through a temporary wormhole, so the radar stations treated it as ordinary cosmic noise. Hence, they didn't report it. However, this matter now seems highly suspicious. The weak energy signature appeared exactly around the time of Mungin's death, Shay's death, and the border post's destruction. I'm 90% sure that the same human was behind all three incidents. Duabi was filled with admiration for UTI's analysis. Intelligence was a gift, but practically using this gift depended on one's understanding and diligence. He had received the report at the same time as UTI, but he had only performed a simple analysis on the video files and local reports before hastily coming to report. Meanwhile, UTI had used the same amount of time to perform several times. No, several dozen times. The amount of work he had performed. This efficiency and sharp intuition were truly difficult to match. UTI paused a moment, then continued speaking. No matter who he is or what level of cultivation he has, his target is very likely the capital. The best defense is not to sit around and wait for death, but rather to nip it in the bud. This is why I'm sending Kikager, Larish, and Goxin with you, so that you may intercept him before he gets to the capital. Still, you must do your best to capture him alive, as that blood demon claw is very important to this emperor. If you can't get back that plant, there's no need for you to come back and see me, UTI nonchalantly said. Duabi mentally cursed his fate. This job was truly not simple. He thought he had come out ahead in his stalemate with Shou Xiao, but he actually had been assigned with this difficult job. He had to both get back the blood demon claw and apprehend the extremely powerful human. How difficult was completing both tasks perfectly? If he knew that this was going to happen, he would have had Shou Xiao weather this storm and let his public security forces deal with it. Instead, Duabi somewhat helplessly nodded, upon which UTI smiled. I already analyzed the route for you, and I also gave you 3 of my 7 champions. I even told you how to identify him before he appears. If you still can't complete this mission, then don't blame me for being merciless. Duabi puffed out his chest and declared, I, Duabi, will definitely complete this mission. Sacred Emperor, please be at ease. UTI nodded and said no more. Duabi softly asked, Emperor, you are giving me half of the 7 champions, but you still need some high-level guards to be at your side. What if I sent the 12 wings to the Golden Tent? UTI smiled. Your 12 wings have some skill, but on this matter, I already requested High Priest Ryan to return to the Golden Tent, and he agreed, so there's no need to worry about my safety. Duabi pursed his lips and mentally grumbled. I heard the Sacred Emperor feared death the most, yet he readily gave me half of the remaining 7 champions. High Priest Ryan, I didn't think that old monster is still alive. The Golden Tent was erected in the middle of a wasteland. Besides scorched golden soil and endless sea of tents, there was nothing else to see. This was done out of respect for the traditions of their ancestors, since the insectoids were born among the desolate stars. They had come from nothing, from rags to riches. UTI had once more taken up the imperial trappings of the past to win the hearts of the insectoids. Qingyan, who had been pampered and spoiled since she was a child, could not endure the cold and arid winds. Her residence was next to Gold's Hard Lake, far away from the Golden Tent. UTI spoiled Qingyan, so even though this was against the laws he had set down, out of consideration for Qingyan's delicate figure, he had complied. After leaving the Golden Tent, Qingyan boarded a small warship, and in just a few minutes, she arrived at Gold's Hard Lake, 800 kilometers away. Gold's Hard Lake was so named because there was gold in these waters. On Earth, there had been a long period of time when gold served as a valuable currency, but in the intergalactic era, people suddenly discovered that gold was simply an extremely common metal in the universe. There were even planets entirely made of gold, so this once venerated metal gradually became mere decoration. Even ordinary families would have a few golden decorations on display. Gold's Hard Lake's name came from the fact that many loose chunks of gold could be found at the bottom of the lake. If one looked down from the sky, one could see that the blue-green waters and the flashing gold lake bottom contrasted each other nicely, creating a unique scene. Next to the lake was a seemingly endless forest of white birches. A rather large garden occupied a large chunk of land between the lakeshore and the forest. If one looked carefully, one would find that it was actually built in a rather similar style to human buildings, though unlike human buildings, it used many of the red heart of spirits that insectoids liked. The insectoid territory was one of the primary production regions of hearts of spirit, which the insectoids were also incredibly fond of due to them being packed with energy. Thus, the nobles used this or to build their residences, to pave the floors, or embed their walls with. However, a building made in this fashion, paired with this lake, was far too flashy, but Qingyan did not care. She was born a dazzling existence, so how could gold or jewelry possibly compete with her? The small warship slowly descended. Qingyan disembarked, and several of her personal maids escorted her in through the rear gate and straight to her bedroom. In the back garden was a cyan tent only a bit smaller than the golden tent. UTI had set up this tent as a smokescreen. In truth, Qingyan had not spent even 1 minute inside this tent. She preferred her own bedroom, which was built in retro motif. In her chambers, many of the details incredibly resembled human dwellings. Qingyan enjoyed the luxurious life that humans were said to live. She enjoyed music, poems, movies, anything that humans produced, she adored. As for the barbaric activities the insectoids used to amuse themselves, like wrestling or hunting, Qingyan could not even be bothered to watch. She felt that living like a human was the true way to live. Spending every day and every night socializing at cocktail parties, dancing and singing, that was what truly interested her. Alas, she was an insectoid, and she was an insectoid married to UTI. The world she had dreamed of was only getting farther and farther away from her. After marrying UTI, she bought a large number of human slaves and had them build this courtyard for her. At the very least, she could live out her dream here. UTI turned a blind eye to it and treated it as if it had never happened. Qingyan was already fully obedient to him, so he rarely asked about trivial matters like this. Once she was in her room, Qingyan threw her red fox shawl to an antique clothes rack made of sandalwood. Almost all the furniture in the room came from the Panhuman Alliance. Be it the wardrobe or the bookshelf, everything found in this abode was exquisitely handcrafted. Even in the Alliance, they cost a considerable sum, and transporting them through the dangerous Wildstar region and into insectoid territory was even more absurdly expensive. Consort, Master Kingryu is waiting in the study. Qingyan raised a slender eyebrow. I'll go once I change my clothes. Have my father wait a moment. Several minutes later, Qingyan finished changing into clothes of white gauze. Walking into the study, she saw a goateed elder seated, sipping on tea. Father, how come you're here? Qingyan smiled and asked. Kingryu smiled at his daughter. I had some free time on my hands, so I came to visit my precious daughter. Qingyan brewed her father a fresh cup of tea, not allowing her servants to do so. Although she had a different status now, her reverence for her father remained unchanged. You're all dismissed. I wish to speak with my father. No one is allowed inside unless you need something from me. Yes. Right after all the maids had withdrawn, Qingyan looked around to make sure that no one else was around. She suddenly lowered her voice and said to her father, Father, as I'm sure you know, that blood demon claw has been lost. Kingryu nodded. I know. That's exactly why I came. As long as that miraculous plant is out of UTI's hands, it's a good thing. Such ferocity in Kingryu's voice. It had to be understood that UTI was his son-in-law, yet Kingryu seemed to be incredibly hostile toward him. Qingyan nodded. The plant is gone. Alas, father, you must continue to feign your illness. Kingryu smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. I just have to change hearts every 2 years. As long as I can bring UTI down, even my death will be worth it. Qingyan hastily stopped her father from saying any more, sorrowfully saying, This is too much of a burden on your old self. I heard that performing a heart transplant too many times can shorten your lifespan. Kingryu laughed. My girl, you're overthinking. I'm not even afraid of death, so why would I be afraid of something like that? I heard that it's a human warrior who killed Min Jin and stole the blood demon claw. Yes, that's right. UTI stirred up a storm in the golden tent today. That human doesn't seem to be simple. I heard that Min Jin, one of the sacred champions, was killed after only a few rounds with him, and now that human has taken UTI's cherished blood demon claw. UTI isn't the type of insectoid to let that warrior go. When I was leaving, UTI talked to the guild master of the sacred guild, Duabi. It's probably about how to deal with that human warrior. After some thought, King Ryu asked, "Daughter, why didn't you listen a little on what they were talking about?" I wanted to listen in, but while UTI has always treated me well, he has always avoided discussing certain critical issues around me. Qing Yin grumbled. King Ryu stroked his goatee as he pondered. We can't let UTI eliminate that human warrior. In fact, we should think of a way to rescue him. He has no idea what UTI is capable of. Qing Yin creased her eyebrows. Father, he's a human. What does his life have to do with us? King Ryu craftily smiled. You can't say that. Anyone who opposes UTI is our friend. To remove UTI, we have to recruit anyone useful, even a human. General Williams pushed open the door to Marshal Tai's office. In the outer room, a young man, who had just reached the age of 20, was hunched over the desk, snoring away. His hair was so messy it looked like a bird nest, having no time to tidy it up, and he seemed incredibly fatigued as well. Williams did not wake up Tai's secretary, instead softening his footfalls as he walked into the inner office for fear of waking up the young man. Tai was at his desk, reading through a large pile of battle reports sent in from various areas. He appeared much older, and the wrinkles on his forehead were only getting deeper. Only 2 months had passed, but the hair on his temples was already white. Upon seeing Williams come in, Tai waved his hand to indicate that he could sit wherever he pleased. Little Sue's sleeping, and I didn't want to wake him, so I let myself in, Williams said upon closing the door. Tai was surprised for a moment, and then he sighed. Let him sleep. That boy truly has been rather tired lately. He hasn't rested properly since this war started. Williams smiled. Aren't you the same? Tai did not deny it. Putting down the file he was reading, he went over to Williams's side, took out some tea bags, and brewed 2 cups of tea. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, Xia Fei gave me this tea, and it doesn't taste that bad. Alas, his home, Earth, has already been occupied by the insectoids. It's hard to say when I'll next be able to drink tea like this. The tough and persevering Tai rarely appeared this sorrowful. In front of the public, he always maintained his imposing demeanor, ever encouraging the army and the alliance to keep up the fight. But in private, the silver-haired marshal had his weaknesses. It was just that few people knew about them. Taking the tea, Williams placed it on the table and was in no rush to drink it. Marshal, Xia Fei sent another report. When no one is around, you can just call me Tai. Xia Fei, that lad. He's got a crazy streak to him. He's already exterminated an insectoid border post. What has he done now? Tai chuckled and asked. Every few days, Xia Fei would report on his situation to the Alliance. He did not know if the Alliance would actually receive his reports, but Xia Fei still held a little hope. He hoped that Avril and the people in his company would know his situation and not worry about him. Of course, he needed to survive first. Tai was under immense pressure, and the occasional reports from Xia Fei of the damage he had done in the insectoid territory was a rare amusement to him. Although they had little effect on the overall war effort, the fact that someone was running around in the insectoid territory and unreasonably causing trouble somewhat vented some of his hatred. Williams gave a mysterious smile. Watch it yourself this time. Xia Fei caused a huge mess in the insectoid territory this time, and he even sent us a video of it. Tai did not seem too concerned, telling himself, a huge mess? Xia Fei is just one person, and no matter how good his cultivation is or how clever he is, he can't have caused too much of a stir. With that mysterious look on his face, Williams placed his microcomputer on the desk and opened the video that Xia Fei had sent. He then took out his box of maple syrup candies from his pocket, threw them into his mouth, and happily sat back to watch it again. The video started with Xia Fei killing the caterpillar sacred warrior Shay. He was seen charging alone into Shay's home, killing several thousand members of the caterpillar species, and then going to the forest and easily killing sacred warrior Shay himself. Tai grew somewhat agitated at this sight. If possible, this supreme commander of the alliance would also like to go in the front lines and kill the enemies. Alas, his position foreordained that he could not place himself at risk. Watching Xia Fei slay the insectoids with a single swing of his weapon was very refreshing. Tai felt as if he were the one massacring the insectoids, and his blood began to seethe at that. The video was filmed with a high-definition camera, which Xia Fei had brought with him. As he was simply too fast, ordinary people found it impossible to keep up with his movements. Thus, Tai slowed the speed down and carefully watched. He could not help but clench his fists as he saw Xia Fei turn Shei's head into pulp, even softly exclaiming, "Beautiful! God, that feels good." The scene changed to General Tanini's Sacred Warrior Academy. Xia Fei killed Min Jin with one blow, and then he broke out of an encirclement of more than 10,000 insectoid warriors. Afterward, he used the Star of Ruin to destroy half the star system, instantly killing more than 10 billion insectoids. The dazzling sight of half a star system getting destroyed, hellish flames crazily burning through the universe, made it so that Tai could no longer hold back his excitement. He shot to his feet and loudly cheered for Xia Fei. He had been suppressed for far too long. Admiral Leighton was leading the northern fleets in a bitter battle against the insectoids. Hopelessly outnumbered, he had been forced back time and again. His fleets had been halved, and the upper half of the northern star map had already been occupied by the insectoids. The southern fleets were being pressured from two sides, and to preserve his strength, Tai had no other choice but to withdraw westward, allowing 8-star regions to fall into the insectoids' hands. Be it the military or the entire alliance, humanity was facing unprecedented pressure from all sides. Every human in the Sea of Stars had their eyes on the movements of the military, and it was uncertain whether their race would survive or be destroyed. The insectoids' assault was formidable, and no one could predict the final outcome of the war. It was easy to imagine the pressure on Tai's shoulders. After all, he was in charge of the alliance military and the backbone of the people. After this long period of pressure, Xia Fei's sudden attack at enemy lines made Tai optimistic once more. That fire, which had been more dazzling than the sun, finally faded away. The screen returned to Xia Fei's impaler. The young man stood on the command deck, his face cold and aloof. "I'm currently at the perimeter of the insectoid territory, making my way to the imperial capital. I don't know if I'll be able to get in. Only that a debt in blood must be paid in blood, and there's no room for negotiation. A single person's strength is limited, but I swear that I'll use my own 2 hands to kill as many of the enemies as I can. This is the price that must be paid for invading the Panhuman Alliance and killing my people. If the insectoids have blocked this signal, then let me tell them that they'll soon experience even more ambushes and massacres. This is only the beginning. It is best if they believe me, for I've always kept my word." Once this was all said, Xia Fei's murderous eyes turned gentle. He paused for a moment and spoke words which were brimming with affection. "Avril, I don't know if you're still alive. If you are, please wait for me. I promise you that I will return. If you already went to heaven, then please wait for me to do what must be done." The screen went blank. Tai had been deeply moved by Xia Fei's speech. Love and war seemed like 2 unrelated things, but in this universe, they were somehow a perfect match. War would make the blood of men boil, while their deep affection would make women weep bitter tears. In this era of war, the eternal parting that came from battle would often touch the soul even more than the war itself. Tai sighed as he leaned back on the sofa. He got so excited that his face was rather ruddy. Williams passed him a cup of tea. "How was it? A big mess, right?" Tai bitterly nodded. The entire Panhuman Alliance's army hasn't killed more than Xia Fei alone. Of course, it can be considered a big mess. But what sort of weapon did Xia Fei use for him to succeed in destroying half a star system? Williams shook his head, indicating that he did not know either. The Alliance had been retreating since the start of the war. If they retreated any more, they would be forced to the western parts of the Alliance, at which point, there would be nowhere else to retreat. The most pitiful were the ordinary people who had constantly been fleeing. They took all their possessions and joined the fleets in retreating to the west. They lacked food and medicine and could be ambushed by the enemies at any time. One could say that the morale of the entire alliance, be they soldiers or civilians, was at an all-time low. More and more people were beginning to despair, planning on leaving this space and heading out into the unknown for a chance at survival. "Tai, what we need right now is a hero," Williams sternly said. Tai froze for a moment. "You plan to push Xia Fei onto the stage? Make him the hero of the war. Encourage the army into continuing the battle against the insectoids." Williams smiled. We actually don't need to do anything. Xia Fei is already a hero to mankind. He used the public frequency to send his signal. Any warship with the Black Bat radar should have received this, and some people have even uploaded this video to the interplanetary internet already, and it's a hot topic across the entire alliance. All we need to go is give him a little push. Tai lowered his head and thought for a few moments, muttering to himself, the alliance is truly in a difficult situation. We really do need someone to step up and raise morale, or else we won't be able to keep up for much longer. It was said that heroes would emerge in a chaotic world, and Xia Fei had appeared at exactly the right place and time, doing something that no normal person would ever be able to accomplish. Thus, he naturally became the #1 candidate to raise the alliance's morale. All heroes since ancient times had arisen in such circumstances. Since you have no objection, I will go and make the arrangements. Go. Have every person know that the alliance has never given up hope. Warriors are fighting bloody battles in corners of the universe that no one knows about. And of course, we, the alliance, haven't yet given up. Tai firmly declared. Starlink Corporation's #1 fleet, the capital ship, Horizon. Avril and her family first followed the military to the south. As the front line was pushed back and more territories were lost, their fleet began to move west as well. Starlink Corporation had 10 fleets, and 9 of them had control taken over by the military and were made to join the battle. The first fleet remained as a guardian fleet, escorting the ships carrying civilians as they withdrew from the war zone. After all, this was a war that would decide the fate of the entire human race. Every citizen of the alliance had to do their part, and almost all the factions, even major organizations like the Adjudicator Union and Monastic Order, had handed over their forces to the military. Avril's gorgeous face remained moving and beautiful, but it seemed much thinner, her sharp and jewel-like eyes ringed by faint black circles. Under Avril's forceful requests, the First Fleet had been emptied as much as possible so that millions of refugees could be taken in. Every place that could fit people, corridors, storage hold, and workshops, were packed with civilians from various parts of the alliance. This was a gruesome war, and every citizen was deeply worried. The small bags at their sides contained all their most treasured possessions. Homes, cars, and loved ones had been lost in the blink of an eye. Avril had a sweet smile on her face as she moved through the crowd. Seeing that a sleeping boy was not properly covered by a blanket, she hastily walked over and tucked him in. She placed a hand on his forehead and made sure that he did not have a fever before leaving. Anyone who saw Avril would warmly call her. Everyone saw what this young miss had been doing. She did not put on airs and would always put all her attention to every refugee, no matter how lowly they were. Initially, Avril was rather lost. The news that the trade delegation fleets were completely wiped out had left her weeping for several days and nights. Xia Fei would often get lost and cause trouble, and Avril was used to that. But right after she had helped decorate Xia Fei's home in the capital ring and was looking forward to that longed-for day in the future when she would marry him, their current nightmare all but destroyed her confidence. In truth, Avril had a very simple demand. She did not need Xia Fei to stay by her side every day, nor did she want a life of luxury and glory. She was satisfied as long as Xia Fei could survive, but even this little desire was difficult to realize. Avril cried, broken-hearted and grief-stricken. She curled up in a dark corner of her room like a wounded kitten, licking her wounds. Soon after, news that Xia Fei had escaped death arrived, and Pang Xing rushed into her room to tell her this. After seeing Xia Fei's simple message, Avril seemed to have become a completely different person. She began believing that God loved her. After so many perils, both she and Xia Fei were still alive. Though they were separated by a vast distance, as long as he remained alive, there was still hope. Compared to the refugees who had already lost their loved ones, she was many times more fortunate. In the end, the Alliance had finite emergency transportation abilities. Around 1/3 of its population was able to board spaceships and flee from the encroaching battlefields. Most people could only stay where they were, and no one knew what would happen to them once the insectoids occupied their last remaining territory. The lucky ones would become slaves, to be beaten and cursed at by the insectoids as they lived lives even worse than those of goats and pigs. As for the unlucky ones, the kind-hearted Avril did not dare to think about it. The escort fleet was also a part of the army, and it could completely disregard the fate of these refugees, but the pure and innocent Avril could not stand and do nothing as all these hopeful civilians got abandoned in their homes. So she stood fast against all opposition and opened the fleet, taking as many refugees as she could, providing them food and taking them west. The news came very quickly, and Avril's kind gesture was welcomed by all. Of course, there were also people who did not like her. Normally, special fleets like this were to be enjoyed by only a certain class of people, but Avril had upset their plans. However, if they refused to imitate her actions, the saliva alone from the criticism of ordinary civilians would drown them to death. Thus, when these people learned that the Starlink Corporation's first fleet had opened theirs to civilians, they privately cursed Avril as a fool who tossed aside her blessings and now mingled with the impoverished masses. The job was not done after taking in refugees. Avril spent 16 hours every day walking among the people, seeing if anyone needed food or medical attention. Little by little, these people, who had occupied the lowest rung on the social ladder, warmed up to her. Leaving a packed corridor, Avril arrived at an even more congested training room. This 5,000 square meter gym was originally meant for the crew to exercise their bodies, but all the advanced exercise equipment had already been tossed into space. Compared to countless human lives, exercising was not that important. Miss Avril is here. Miss Avril, how are you? Miss, you're so beautiful. Once I'm older, I want to marry you and take you home, declared a short and sly little fellow. This place held all the orphans who had been picked up along the way. The chaos, which had ensued during the boarding and several ship transfers, caused some of these children to be separated from their parents. But many of them had become alone because space on the ships were limited, so their parents thought of every method they could to get their children on board the ships even as they remained in their homes. It was easy to imagine just what sort of fate their parents had had. Many of these children still were not orphans, but everyone knew that they soon would be. The eternal parting of death, flesh and blood, never to be reunited. What sort of cruelty was this? The children slowly gathered around Avril. Some smiled as they asked for food, while others asked to marry her. According to my mom, this ship couldn't seat many people, so she gave up her place to the grandpas and grandmas. Mom said that she'll just get on another ship. Miss Avril, was she telling the truth? A girl with big bright eyes asked. Avril's eyes reddened. She gently stroked the girl's cute ponytail and said, "It's true. Your mom will definitely come." Avril felt a bitterness at the tip of her nose, and tears began flowing unbridled from her eyes. "You're not being good at all. Mom said to call her if you miss her. Look at how you made Miss Avril cry. Aren't you going to call your mom then?" Another girl, who was a friend of the one who first spoke, saw that Avril had started to cry and took on the role of a little adult, rebuking her friend. The girl with big eyes dejectedly dropped her head, her voice like a buzzing mosquito. "The call couldn't go through. There's been nothing since yesterday." The other girl did not stop. She grabbed the big-eyed girl's hand and picked up her velvet rabbit from the floor. "Your mom wouldn't trick us. I'll take you to call her. Maybe she's out shopping, getting a good meal ready for us." The big-eyed girl happily nodded. "My favorite is shrimp and scrambled eggs. I can eat the entire plate every time." The other girl licked her lips. All they had to eat every day was compressed food, which was dry and hard to swallow. As food was limited, each person was only able to eat until they were half full. Although these children somewhat ate better than the average adult, it could still not compare to what they used to eat in their homes. "I like it too. Once we find your mom, do you think she'll let me have a bite?" I'll tell her that you're my friend. Mom will definitely say yes. Then let's go and call her. Once we find your mom, we can eat shrimp and scrambled eggs." This simple conversation had all the adults present in tears. Avril had barely suppressed her urge to cry by covering her mouth. Everyone present knew that the big-eyed girl's parents lived on a planet named Unicorn Volans. Yesterday, it was announced that the planet had fallen. The mood was extremely heavy, and the children sensed this depressing atmosphere and started to cry, calling for their parents. Pang Xing, who had been silently weeping as he watched this all transpire, hastily took out lollipops, cookies, and other snacks from his spatial ring and distributed them among the children. The volunteers taking care of the kids also forced themselves to smile as they moved to play with the children. After passing Avril a handkerchief, Pang Xing quietly retreated behind her. Everyone had seen Avril's actions. In the past, she had been known as a naughty girl who would tear apart her toys if she was the slightest bit dissatisfied. The ancients said that only war could make a person mature overnight, becoming tough and hard in a single night. Pang Xing now understood what they meant. It must be understood that Avril was not even 18 yet. In the eyes of many people, she was still a child. At present, this big child took on the responsibility of taking care of many small children. One could not help but sigh at the cruelty of war. There was a large screen in the room. Avril sat together with many children to watch a cartoon show as they licked their lollipops. It was only at times like this that Avril would return to being a naive, young girl. More frequently, she found herself forcing maturity. Suddenly, the TV broadcast was interrupted and became that of Xia Fei fighting the insectoids. Many of the children complained, as in their opinion, war was a thing for adults and had nothing to do with them. Avril's eyes brightened, and she pressed a hand over her heart. Every time Xia Fei fought the enemy, her heart would leap to her throat. When that star system exploded, Avril and everyone else felt excitement, but she found it difficult to shake away the worry in her heart. On the screen, Xia Fei stood on the command deck and raised his eyes deep and determined, just like the heroes of legend. His clothes were as ordinary as ever, and there was nothing to commend about his appearance. But through the thin screen, everyone could sense that he had a transcendent aura. This was the aura of someone independent and would never give up easily. It was as if the only thing in the world that could stop him was himself. As long as he made up his mind, he would give up even his life for it without regret. Even those unwitting children were awed by his demeanor, their mouths closing as they held their breaths, the room falling silent. Avril, I don't know if you're still alive. If you are, please wait for me. I promise you that I will return. If you already went to heaven, then please wait for me to do what must be done. This was the deepest declaration of love. Behind such calm words was the sincerest affection for a single person. Avril was struck dumb. She had never imagined that Xia Fei would profess his love for her in front of the entire alliance. There was no need for any explanation because his words had said it all. 2 crystalline beads of tears trickled down from her still moist eyes, though she was not crying out of despair, but happiness, rather. Avril felt that she was the most fortunate woman in the world. Xia Fei had once saved her life, and now, he had declared his love for her in front of the entire alliance. Was there anyone else capable of such a thing? The children turned curiously to Avril. Miss Avril, was that big brother referring to you? Are you his girlfriend? Are you going to marry him? The children asked very simple and innocent questions. Though they did not understand love, children of this age had watched far too many romances and knew quite a lot. Avril wiped her tears, a bashful smile on her lips. Yes, I definitely am. The Impaler's Blackbat radar was already damaged, so Xia Fei could only send signals using the public frequency, but he was unsure if the signal could even get to the Alliance. He had sent back many video files and reports of everything he had seen and heard in the insectoid territory. Xia Fei believed that, if the military got its hands on this information, it would be of some help in their war efforts. He was deep in the insectoid territory, so this was all he could do. However, he had no idea that his information and his simple speech had set off an unprecedented wave throughout the Alliance. In this nigh-hopeless war, wherein the fate of the entire human race was on the line, Xia Fei's words were like a catalyst that swiftly stimulated everyone's enthusiasm for winning war and desire for freedom. The civilians, who had been cowering in their corners and had been unable to carry on, suddenly burned with enthusiasm. Those warriors holding their sentry posts with deep worries on their minds were now burning with renewed enthusiasm, too. The entire alliance was burning with enthusiasm. They had been inspired by Xia Fei's words and were now determined to fight to the death with the insectoids. Humanity was a unique sapient life form in the universe. What they feared the most was not the approach of death, but rather the lack of hope. Those days spent doing nothing and waiting for death were incredibly painful, and many were more willing to die vigorous deaths rather than become slaves to the insectoids, to live out the rest of their lives within cells and under the whips. Xia Fei's appearance had given all of them hope of survival. They suddenly realized that the insectoids were not invincible. As long as the methods of attack were done right, they could be killed with raises of their hands. This was particularly true to those high-ranking warriors. The barrage of tens of thousands of warships was something that even the highest level of cultivation would find difficult to deal with. But if one were to infiltrate enemy lines, things would be different. For example, if a legendary rank warrior could get into the insectoid territory, it would be able to do far more damage than an alliance warship attacking from the outside. The Adjudicator Union, monastic order, and even the Brotherhood, which was shrouded in mystery, sent out signals for cooperation, and the elite human warriors within these organizations began moving out to the territories that the insectoids had occupied to engage in secret operations. This was to make sure that the insectoids did not have a peaceful occupation, as well as rescue the civilians who had not been able to flee in time. The military and major manufacturers vigorously supported the efforts, providing them with everything they needed, be they warships or cloaking systems. In truth, the production of cloaking devices was not some high-end endeavor, but the Alliance had always been worried that, if all warships were equipped with cloaking devices, managing them would be very difficult, and illegal activities would increase. Thus, production of cloaking devices had always been strictly regulated previously. With this major threat facing them, the Alliance naturally loosened the restrictions on military weapons and cloaking devices. In truth, if all the warships had cloaking devices, while these might not be enough to beat the insectoids, they would at least allow the civilians aboard ordinary spaceships a higher chance of escaping from the war zones. Of course, these cloaking systems were not as advanced as Xia Fei's STML cloaking device. After all, it was the only cloaking device in the Alliance capable of a stealth jump. The elite warriors joined the plan to sow chaos in occupied zones with bloodshot eyes and chests exploding in rage. In small teams of 3 or 5, they took stealth warships into occupied territories, using their quick wits to fight back against the enormous insectoid fleets. This sort of divide-and-conquer strategy, with experts working together to deal lethal strikes, proved surprisingly effective. After occupying a planet, the insectoids would need to send warships down to begin plundering the land, seizing resources and slaves. This had been their goal for starting this war. After all, the insectoids had their own burdens to bear. Their soldiers and fleets consumed enormous amounts of resources each day. If they did not derive any benefits from their conquests, even the insectoids in all their power would find it difficult to continue. Humanity were much richer than the insectoids, and the resources they plundered from the occupied zones were sent back to the insectoid territory. Once these resources were digested by the insectoids, they would become even more warships and soldiers to continue the pillaging and plundering. The insectoid Emperor UTI was highly intelligent. In the past, the insectoids would kill the locals of any place they were passing through, even using massive warships to destroy the planets. This was an utterly idiotic way of doing things, for it would not be long before the enormous expense would compel the war to end. Now, the insectoids were using war to fuel the war efforts, bolstering their already formidable central finances. The resources being seized were enough to fund the army and even provide a little extra. UTI had truly played his cards well. Once he was done with the humans, he could point his spear at the Nasics, the Yan, and other races. While attacking and plundering, the insectoids could slowly assimilate their new territories, and over the long term, the insectoids would undoubtedly become one of the behemoths in the universe. The Panhuman Alliance's plan to sow chaos was now severely hampering the insectoids' advance. With the Alliance army retreating, occupying a star region was not difficult. What was difficult was assimilating that star region. It was not like they could only occupy and not actually disembark on the planets, right? If they did that, there would be no means of plundering resources, and without resources, there would be no new warships to strengthen the army. Destroy all planets with life? This was killing the chicken to get the egg. Planets that could support life were irreplaceable. There were only so many planets in the universe that could support life, and one destroyed was one lost. Forever. In the short term, destroying one could intimidate their foes, but if they destroyed them all, where would they put the burgeoning population of the insectoids? Ever since the insectoids began to mutate, their population had exploded. Compared to humanity's completely inefficient method of reproduction, a female insectoid could give birth to several hundred children at one go, far more than a human female could. These new members of their race would need only 1 or 2 years to mature and join the war efforts, becoming warriors or workers. The insectoid territory was already approaching the limits of the number of insectoids it could hold. This was why UTI was so anxious to attack the Panhuman Alliance. Humanity's elite warriors guarded those occupied planets, and once insectoid warships descended upon the local population to plunder their resources, these human warriors would come out and slaughter the insectoid soldiers and destroy their warships. The only way to prevent this was by sending a large number of soldiers at once and flooding the entire planet. After all, the number of elite human warriors was limited, and they would be unable to deal with a large insectoid force, but each star region had several thousand life-supporting planets. Flooding each planet one by one with soldiers was a huge waste of time and resources. The insectoids' advance had slowed to a crawl, giving the Alliance a chance to take a breather. At this time, the fighter organizations of the Alliance once more displayed their worth. Without these warriors causing chaos in the occupied zones, the Alliance would have found it very difficult to last this long. However, even though the elite fighter organizations were doing their all, the Alliance still lost 1/3 of its territory, and the situation still looked grim. Not long after Xia Fei sent his exploits back to the Alliance, in a certain unknown corner of the universe, several young women gathered together to watch his video. This was a giant dome made entirely from transparent glass. It had excellent lighting and offered a panoramic view. Surrounding it was a boundless blue ocean topped by white froth. Dolphins gleefully jumped in and out of the water as they played, entering the water with more grace than the finest diving athletes. Above, there were flocks of seagulls and white clouds that wove out strange images, like warships pushing through a storm or butterflies dancing amid flowers. The sight was beautiful beyond words. If one got a closer look, they would discover that these were realistic images being projected from an enormous screen, and the location was not some bright and sunny beach, but rather the insides of a capital ship which was traveling through deep space. Capital ships were humanity's most powerful warships, and all 4 major warship corporations would produce them. However, this ship was not a product of any of these corporations. It had no serial number, no model name, and no entry in the Alliance register. It had the appearance of an emerald, like a giant piece of jadeite floating in space, making all the other stars in the cosmos appear dim by comparison. That this was a capital ship, not belonging to any of the 4 major warship companies, was already shocking enough. What more that this capital ship possessed an elegant appearance and gorgeous hue. It should be enough to cause the most outstanding ship designer's jaw to hit the floor. It was beyond a simple warship and was essentially a work of art, one that was unique in the universe. In one particular room was a comfortable chair, which seated a beautiful and graceful young woman. Her face was so clean and pure that she did not seem to eat the same food as regular mortals. If one had to define her, she would be a fairy who had descended to the mortal realm. If Xia Fei were given a chance to see this sight, he would definitely charge straight at this fairy. He did not care how otherworldly she appeared. No matter how beautiful she was, that was her affair, and Xia Fei did not care. All Xia Fei cared about was the girl at her side, Suruyu. Xia Fei had seen this woman before in the Blood Matrix. At the time, Xiaoyu was by her side as well, and she treated this woman with great respect, as if she was her servant. Xia Fei needed not guess to know that the one who had abducted Xiaoyu back then was this fairy. Even if it had not been her, it should have definitely been done on her command. These were already enough reasons for Xia Fei to kill her. In this universe, there were many men who would freeze upon seeing a beautiful lady. Alas, Xia Fei was not one of them. In Xia Fei's eyes, there were only 3 types of people: friends, strangers, and enemies. Xia Fei would risk his life to protect friends, would ignore the voices and opinions of strangers, and would kill his enemies. He firmly believed that enemies existed to be killed. Even if she was so beautiful that the sun and moon would appear dim in comparison, this would never be a reason for Xia Fei to let her go. The fairy coldly watched as Xia Fei killed insectoids, the gruesome slaughter not perturbing her in the slightest. On the contrary, when Xia Fei smiled and confessed his love for Avril, the fairy slightly creased her brows. At her side was a young girl in a white gown, holding a transparent crystal pot. Inside the pot was a leaf that exuded a fragrant aroma. The aroma was not too thick, enough to ensure that the entire room had a faint floral fragrance. Xia Fei had first met Xiaoyu when she was still a child, but she was now a slim and graceful young woman. Perhaps due to the influence of the fairy, Xiaoyu also had a somewhat pure and otherworldly demeanor. As she watched Xia Fei slaughter his way through the insectoid territory, Xiaoyu turned pale, the crystal pot in her hand swaying and just barely managing not to fall to the ground. When Xia Fei confessed to Avril, Xiaoyu felt sincere happiness for him, happy that he had found someone to love. Deep down, though, she felt a small hint of dejection that she could not suppress no matter what. The fairy placed a hand under her chin. This unremarkable act from her could make all living beings swoon, and every frown or smile from her was imbued with grace and beauty. Xiaoyu, I recall that this man is from your home planet, too. Yes? The fairy softly asked. Xiaoyu, I recall that this man was from your hometown, yes? Softly asked the fairy. Xiaoyu hastily took 2 steps forward and bowed. Miss Autumn Cicada, his name is Xia Fei. I once took the test to join the adjudicator union with him, so I know him. We are both from Earth. She did not deny that she knew Xia Fei, but she understated their relationship merely as having participated in the same test, and not anything deeper. After several years of absence, Xiaoyu was no longer that cute and unknowing child, and had a little shrewdness in her. Autumn Cicada softly nodded, though her face still had a few hints of confusion. Those words he said to Avril just then were probably out of love, yes? Though I don't understand things, I feel a strangeness that I have no words to describe. Is love something that is needed to be announced to the universe? The young maidens at her side, including Xiaoyu, all glanced at one another. Autumn Cicada did not understand love, so how could they? The tinsome girls were all momentarily dumbstruck and unable to answer. After a few moments of thought, Xiaoyu softly replied, Miss, we don't understand such things as well, but this Xiaoyu thinks that Xia Fei probably likes that girl, Avril, a lot. Autumn Cicada curled into her ball, her slender and white arms hugging her legs, and she muttered to herself, Is it very interesting to like someone? Would someone kill a lot of people for the sake of another? The young women around her were silent. In truth, they were even more confused than Autumn Cicada. The world they lived only had women, and men were mysterious existences. Even renowned scholars could not understand love, let alone these ladies. After muttering to herself for some time, Autumn Cicada seemed to think of something. Standing up, she ordered, Come with me. I've thought of a place that may have an answer. Following, she confidently strode out of the room with a dozen or so young girls following her. These girls dressed in white were all very beautiful and would have been city-toppling beauties within the alliance, but they were very inferior compared to Autumn Cicada. Autumn Cicada's beauty was otherworldly, and let alone in the realm of mortals, even other fairies would grow bashful and keep their distance from her. In this group, only Xiaoyu was closest to Autumn Cicada's beauty, but Autumn Cicada also had a fairy aura around her that could not be profaned, a supernatural beauty. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had cuteness, her exquisite nose and small eyes enough to make anyone who saw her tender, little face want to pinch her cheeks. At set intervals along the long corridor stood women in black. They were somewhat older, all of them 20-something, with appearances also somewhat more inferior. Upon seeing Autumn Cicada, these women in black bowed. It appeared that she had a very high status in this place. As they arrived at a circular walkway from the corridor, Autumn Cicada's group encountered another bevy of women, all slightly older in age. While Autumn Cicada's group wore white, this group wore bright red gowns. The woman leading them, who appeared to be 20 years old, had a plum hair wreath on her head, her beautiful face not losing at all when matched against Autumn Cicada's pure and transcendent beauty, though her smile had a bewitching allure. If Autumn Cicada was a fairy, then this lady in red was a fox spirit. Both were beautiful beyond comparison, but they were different kinds of beauty. Autumn Cicada had a height of 1.62 meters, but this woman in red was an astonishing 1.75 meters. Her well-shaped but bounced as she walked, while her bust was nearly bursting at the seams of her red gown. Younger sister Autumn Cicada. The red-gowned woman spoke first. Not only was her appearance bewitching, her voice made the body weak, evoking temptations. Autumn Cicada gave a faint smile and bowed. Greetings, elder sister Red Oriole. Red Oriole walked to Autumn Cicada like a cat and caressed the latter's chin. With a look of appreciation in her eyes, she asked, Sister Autumn Cicada, where are you going? Autumn Cicada, who did not like being touched by Red Oriole, tried moving to the side. Alas, she failed and was taken advantage of by Red Oriole. I saw a video today, and some things concerning love that baffled me, so I'm planning to visit the library and see if I can resolve my questions. Autumn Cicada honestly admitted. She never knew how to lie, and it would probably be like this for her even in the future. Love. Red Oriole was taken aback. Sister Autumn Cicada, that's a great taboo. If Mother hears about this, she'll be furious. Autumn Cicada was confused. Love has always existed in the universe. Why must we abstain from it? Red Oriole was speechless. In her eyes, Autumn Cicada's innocence was not something worth praising, but could be considered somewhat idiotic. Little sister, listen to your older sister's advice. Some things don't need reasons. Take for example this vast universe. Does anyone know what its shape, how big it is, or whom it belongs to? Do these even have an answer? Clearly not. Taboos are taboos. Why are you overthinking things? Autumn Cicada tilted her head. Love isn't the same as the universe. The former is abstract, while the latter is concrete. How can the two be compared? Red Oriole was utterly speechless by now. This little fool was truly too naive and stubborn. After thinking it over, she asked, Little Cicada, let this elder sister of yours ask you a question. Do you want to make Mother angry? Autumn Cicada shook her head. I don't want to make anyone angry. Red Oriole smiled. Since that's the case, never mention the word love again, no matter the time or place. After saying that, Red Oriole softly massaged Autumn Cicada's shoulder twice, her bright eyes fixed on Autumn Cicada's rather average breasts. The kind and simple Autumn Cicada forced herself to nod, reluctantly saying, Very well. I'll no longer bring it up. Red Oriole hugged her, embracing the latter's body and greedily drinking in her fragrance. Pressed to Red Oriole's chest, Autumn Cicada was under so much pressure that she was hardly able to breathe, so she could only lightly push the other back. Elder sister, I want to go back and rest. Red Oriole unwillingly nodded, and her gaze began moving to and fro across Xiaoyu's body. Little sister, when will you lend me this cutie? None of the girls I have is as pretty. Xiaoyu immediately dropped her head upon hearing that, her eyes moving here and there as her heart madly thumped, afraid that Autumn Cicada really would let her go. Xiaoyu is an amethyst guard ability user. In the future, she'll form a team of 3 with me. If all goes according to plans, she'll remain at my side for the rest of her life, answered Autumn Cicada lightly. Xiaoyu looked gratefully at Autumn Cicada, and she felt that a huge weight had been lifted off her heart. Autumn Cicada went back the way she had come, and Red Oriole made a turn and headed off to her own room. At her side was a girl with a similarly alluring appearance. She appeared only around 17 or 18, but her bust could match Red Oriole, everything well-shaped and fully formed. Red Oriole's chance meeting with Autumn Cicada had left her extremely frustrated. Not afraid of all the people around her, she reached out and pinched that alluring girl's butt. Yin Yin, your body shape is getting better and better. Yin Yin blushed, but she did not try to move away, allowing Red Oriole's hand to do whatever it pleased with her butt. Big sister Red Oriole, so many people are watching. Red Oriole giggled. Turning her head, she cast her bewitching eyes on the numerous other girls. What are you afraid of? They're all my people. Why don't you keep me company today? Yes, my lady. The girl called Yin Yin meekly acquiesced. The 2 young women embraced each other and returned to the room, Red Oriole telling the others to stand guard outside. As the other girls finally exhaled in relief, everyone knew what needed to be done when joining Red Oriole in her room. Not every girl enjoyed or could take the burden of the games played behind closed doors. Autumn Cicada has seen so many men, so why does she still not understand? Red Oriole lay together with Yin Yin in bed. The matter was still on Red Oriole's mind. Yin Yin pursued her lips. To put it nicely, big sister Autumn Cicada is very pure, but if said bluntly, she's a fool. She's already in her teens, but she lacks even the smallest shred of shrewdness. Red Oriole grew more sullen when she thought about it. She angrily said, Autumn Cicada and I are sisters, yet she can go wherever she wants. Mother won't even ask questions if she goes to places where men are, but I haven't even seen a man in my life. It's so unfair. Yin gave a naughty smile, her alluring face showing a slight blush. My lady, haven't you seen men in books and videos? Plus, Madam doesn't let my lady out for fear that my lady will quickly lose control, while Lady Autumn Cicada fares better. If you were to give her a man, she wouldn't know what to do. Red Oriole's face lit up with joy, and she chuckled. True, there's no saving that foolish girl. She knows nothing of worldly affairs and truly regards herself as some saint. My lady, are you thinking of men again? Yin sinisterly chuckled. Her hands were already beginning to move back and forth across Red Oriole's chest, ticking Red Oriole and making her moan. Naughty girl, aren't you thinking about them too? Red Oriole angrily huffed. Of course I am. But Yin knows that as long as my lady one day sits upon the madam's seat, I won't need to think about them anymore, so it's more important to serve my lady. Red Oriole twisted her body, extending a jade hand to stroke Yin's tender face. My treasure, you're the smart one here. I wonder whom Mother will pass the seed unto. Autumn Cicada certainly won't fight with me for it. Yin smiled, then moved up to Red Oriole's ear, softly licking it with her tongue, and whispered, My lady doesn't need to worry. Has Lady Autumn Cicada ever stolen anything from you? Other than being pure, she knows nothing else. Autumn Cicada can go her entire life without thinking about the things we have talked about today. As they spoke, their naked bodies began mingling, and the heavy breathing gradually filled the room. Use your mouth. Red Oriole's eyes narrowed into slits as she moaned. Duabi led Kikager, Larish, and Gokson, these three-peak sacred warriors, in heading toward the site of the incident. The radar systems had last detected traces of Xia Fei there, and UTI very cleverly determined the only weakness of the Estamel cloaking device. Duabi was confident that he could rely on his judgment to find Xia Fei. It had been 10 days since Duabi arrived, but he had not found a single thing out of the ordinary. The other sentry posts had not detected any unusual energy pulses, either, indicating that Xia Fei was still around. Where exactly was he then? I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.